Jacob cursed as he pushed through the thick underbrush, trying to make his way to the tree stand he had built himself earlier in the summer. He was certain that this location would give him an optimal line of sight to the neighboring field in which he frequently saw large herds of deer. This was going to be his year, and he was sure of it. This is the year that I bring home my trophy buck, he thought, as he recalled the events of the day so far. He had awakened at 4:30 a.m. He began to prepare for a long day in the woods on the backside of his farm. His first order of business had been to locate and rescue his gloves and camouflaged hunting gear from whatever undisclosed area of his home that his wife had hidden them. He would most assuredly need them this morning to protect him from the bitter cold. How could it be this cold, this early in the year? He wondered as he started to work on his second task of the day, which was to prepare a breakfast that would stick to his ribs long into the day. He wasn't entirely sure what he wanted this morning, but he finally settled on toast, country ham, and scrambled eggs that were just a little too runny. He had topped it off with a large cup of coffee that had left a bitter taste on his tongue. In fact, he could still taste it. After accomplishing tasks 1 and 2, he packed himself a bologna and cheese sandwich for lunch, grabbed his Remington 30-06 hunting rifle, a thermos of coffee, and headed out for the door. He loaded his gear into his truck and pulled out of the driveway and turned right onto the one-lane blacktop road that led to the backside of his property. After about 2.25 miles, he turned right again off the blacktop onto a dirt road that was gouged with deep, mud-filled ruts. He had traveled about half a mile down that pitiful, rut-filled excuse for a road. When he came to his desired location, he got out of his truck and loaded his gun and sauntered off into the woods. Jacob had gone little more than 500 yards into the densely wooded tree line when he began to wish that he had put on an extra layer of clothing to shield him against the chilly morning air. 10 minutes out of the truck and he was already cold, and it was made worse by the cloudy overcast day and the wind that was blowing steadily through the trees, making the autumn leaves rattle like dry bones. Oh well, he thought, it's going to be a good day anyway, especially if I bring home a big one. Jacob took about 10 more steps when an uneasy feeling began to creep over him. He felt as though someone had stepped over his grave. He got the distinct feeling that he was being watched, but by whom? This was his property, and it was posted. No one had permission to be on his land. He had to be alone, but if he was alone, why couldn't he shake this eerie feeling that was scratching at the base of his skull? Something was off today. There was a deafening silence there in the forest. No birds or insects, only the sound of the wind in the trees. Convincing himself that it was nothing more than a case of nerves, he continued to press on until he came to a clearing not far from his tree stand. Stepping into the clearing, Jacob saw the remains of what appeared to be a large deer. He wasn't quite able to make out what he was seeing from the distance because the sun wasn't completely up yet, and the forest was still enveloped in shadows. Jacob walked closer to get a better look, and found that he had been correct. It was a deer, a large 8-pointed buck in fact. Looking at the remains, he felt a sense of dread come over him, and icy fingers danced along his spine. Something about this kill just didn't seem right. The throat was completely torn out, and the stomach was ripped open, plus several of the internal organs were missing. It was the most grisly thing he had ever seen. This definitely was not a coyote, and no hunter would have done this. They would have taken the head to have it mounted. What could have done this, he wondered. A fear like nothing he had ever experienced before began to wash over him in waves. What's going on, he thought. At nearly 225 pounds and well over 6 foot, he wasn't one to give in to fear. But now he couldn't seem to calm down, and his heart was beating like a trip hammer. The feeling he was being watched was getting stronger by the minute, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was moments away from a bad situation. He slowly started to back away from the mangled carcass, and head back to his truck and back to safety. No more than 6 steps into his journey, his blood turned to ice in his veins as a deep, guttural, wailing scream shattered the eerie silence and what was left of his courage. He had grown up on the farm all his life and had been an experienced hunter since childhood. He was familiar with every animal in this part of the state. Not even a cougar, bobcat, or bear could have produced the scream that had torn through the early morning forest and filled him with such a bone-chilling apprehension. Primal fear now gave way to stark terror as he chambered around into his 30-06 and turned around only to find there was nothing behind him. His mind raced with confusion, and he was confronted with a million thoughts at once. What should I do? What could it be? Should I run? Am I gonna die? His survival sense kicking into overdrive, Jacob decided to continue on his previously contrived plan, which was to go to the truck and get out of there while the getting was still good. Slowly and cautiously, he made his way toward the perceived salvation of his vehicle, silently praying every step of the way. With 300 yards separating him from his only avenue of escape, Jacob began to hear heavy footfalls off to his left. He could hear the crunching of withered leaves, sticks and debris that littered the forest floor. Summoning every ounce of courage that remained within him, he forced himself to look in that direction, and that is when he saw the dark silhouette that followed him through the densely tangled forest. Quickening his pace, he redoubled his efforts to reach the truck and get to a phone and call the sheriff, the game warden, or anyone that would listen. He couldn't tell what it was that was stalking him, but he could clearly see that it towered more than 7 feet and was incredibly massive. Jacob couldn't help but think that he was about to become a national statistic, a person who had left home under normal circumstances and just disappeared without a trace. How many people, he wondered, go into the woods and just vanish, and the authorities just assume that they have become lost or injured, or been the victims of animal attacks with their bodies never recovered. Please God, don't let that happen to me, he thought, as he drew closer and closer to his truck. 75 yards became 50, and 50 became 30, and 30 became 10. Like a miracle, he was back and opening the door. Throwing his rifle inside, he pulled himself into the cabin and started the engine and hit the gas, but the truck went nowhere. He had been parked in a large mud paddle, and now the tires simply spun, slinging mud 30 feet behind him. Oh no, not now, he thought. I can't be stuck, not now. Allowing himself a moment to think, Jacob remembered that his truck is 4-wheel drive. There was no way I can be stuck. Reaching down, he locked his truck in 4-wheel drive and was prepared to punch the gas and leave his nightmare behind. Unfortunately for Jacob, some nightmares are not so easily left behind, and there is nothing worse than a nightmare you can't wake up from, and Jacob was about to learn that the hard way. Hearing something to his right, he instinctively turned, and immediately wished that he didn't. It took him maybe half a second to turn his head, but he would have given anything in the world to have that half a second back, because it was the last moment that his world would never seem normal again. In that split second, his world changed. It was no longer a place where the world was light and safe, where he was just a husband and a father, and a guy that liked to hunt and watch football on the weekends. That reality had evaporated away like early morning fog, and all that was left was a world where monsters existed and things really went bump in the night. And now an ambassador from the nightmare realm was standing just outside his passenger door, a visible reminder that his world had now been turned upside down. Jacob screamed as he stared, transfixed on this escapee from a horror movie. In his most terrifying, fevered dream, he couldn't have imagined that such a thing could exist. It was hideously ugly, easily standing 8 feet tall, with a thick, muscular body. It looked very apish in appearance, but then again, it didn't. There was just something about that face that was just wrong, almost like an obscene amalgamation of a man and an animal that had gone horribly wrong. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. It was completely covered with thick, shaggy black hair that was matted in areas with God only knows what, and it walked on 2 legs, not 4 like you would expect from some kind of animal. What was this thing that had shattered his perception of reality? Was it a demon? Was it a werewolf? It can't be, he thought. Those things don't exist. Maybe it was some kind of reject from the island of Dr. Moreau. Whatever it was staring at him, and it did not look happy. The menacing juggernaut threw its enormous head back and let out a blood-curdling scream that resonated throughout the surrounding area and seemed to vibrate him to his very core. Shocked back into action, Jacob threw his truck into gear and took off as though he were being chased by the very hounds of hell. Jacob, mind racing, wondered what he was going to do. How will he ever feel safe on his farm again, he thought. Are my wife and children in danger? Where did this thing come from, and will anyone believe me? The whirlwind of thoughts that swirled through Jacob's mind came to an immediate stop as he slammed on his brakes and nearly slid off the road. In a state of disbelief, Jacob sat, staring at the large hackberry tree that laid across the dirt road and blocked his path, preventing him from reaching the black top and guaranteed safety. How is this even possible, he thought. I just came down this road not even 30 minutes ago, and this path was clear. However, this tree came to be across the road. It was painfully obvious to Jacob that he had to get out and move the tree if he was going to make it home. Since he had neither chain to pull the tree out of the road, nor did he have a saw with which he could cut up this unexpected barricade, he was left with very few viable options, one of which was walking, which he discounted almost immediately. The most logical course of action that he could come up with was to call for help. His best friend Kenny Patterson owned the farm just over from his. If he were home, he could bring a saw and cut the tree up for him. Jacob, with his nerves still frazzled and frayed, reached into his glove box and pulled out his cell phone, and clumsily dialed Kenny's number. The phone rang 6 times, and Jacob was about to give up when Kenny answered the phone and said, "Hey, ugly, what do you want this early in the morning?" As quickly as he could, he related the recent events to Kenny and said, "Man, please hurry up. I'm not kidding, there's something out here." Kenny, hearing the shakiness in his friend's voice, assured him that he would be there in a matter of minutes. Jacob thanked him and hung up the phone, and braced himself for what he was sure to be the longest few minutes of his life. Sitting motionless with bated breath there in the truck, every sound made his imagination run wild with fear and expectance. Even though little more than 3 minutes had passed since he had spoken to Kenny, it felt as if hours had passed. Each tick of the clock seemed to be an eternity. Jacob frequently checked in all directions for any sign that nightmarish monstrosity had pursued him. In every shadow that the forest and this irritatingly cloudy day produced, he thought he saw the shape of the black beast that had followed him out of the woods, and he was afraid that he would lose his sanity long before Kenny arrived to clear the tree out of his pathway. After what seemed like a lifetime, Jacob heard the sound of Kenny's old truck sputtering up the road, and in just moments he was able to see the old red Chevy as it made its way closer to him. Jacob's spirits lifted when he saw his old friend, and a sense of relief washed over him as he realized that he was no longer alone. Stepping out of his truck, Jacob said, "Man, what took you so long? I asked you to hurry." Kenny, with an indignant look on his face, said, "What are you talking about? You only called me 11 minutes ago. I think I made pretty good time." Jacob could hardly believe that only 11 minutes had passed. It had seemed so much longer. After apologizing to his friend and telling him exactly how happy he was to see him, both men walked over to the fallen tree and made a discovery that startled them both. The tree had not been broken. It had not been cut. It had been pushed over and completely uprooted. All around the tree were large, bipedal footprints that had a somewhat human appearance to them, but if they were human, the owner would require a size 28 shoe. Jacob and Kenny looked at each other, and then without a word went to work on the tree. Kenny took a chainsaw from the bed of his truck and began to cut up the fallen blockage. Meanwhile, Jacob pulled the logs and debris from the road. Mission accomplished. Kenny put away his saw, and he and Jacob were about to get to their vehicles and leave. But before either man had even opened their doors, an ear-splitting scream that would have filled a banshee with paralyzing fear erupted from the woods behind them. Warily, Jacob walked over to Kenny and whispered, "That's what I was telling you about. I don't know what that thing is, man, but it looks like some kind of monster, and I think we need to get out of here, now." Kenny, who looked as though the blood had drained completely out of his face, became very pale as he said to Jacob, "Jacob, man, I've never mentioned this to anyone before now, but over the last few months that thing has been killing off a few of my cows. Their throats are usually torn out, and the bodies are mangled and broken. I didn't want anyone to accuse me of being crazy and making stuff up, so I never said anything about it. But that's the reason I rushed over when you called. I've heard that sound a few times off in the distance at night, but never this close. So I think you are right, old buddy. It is time to go." Cautiously, and with a sense of urgency, Jacob and Kenny climbed into their vehicles and expeditiously made their way back to their blacktop. Turning left, both vehicles began the 2.5-mile trek that led back to Jacob's house so they could decide what course of action should be taken. Jacob could feel the temperature drop as snow began to gently fall. He reached over and turned his wipers on as snow began to pelt the windshield harder. As he passed his neighbor, William Springer's farm, he noticed a herd of deer grazing in the field that bordered his own property. Having put a bit of distance between himself and that nightmare he had just encountered, Jacob felt a renewed sense of security as his fatigued nerves began to calm. Not willing to let this opportunity pass by now, Jacob turned on his hazard lights and pulled over to the shoulder of the road and signaled Kenny to do the same. Kenny instinctively knew what Jacob was thinking as he pulled in behind him and turned his ignition off. Getting out of his truck, Kenny said, "What are you doing, man? We need to get out of here, now." Jacob said, I know, and we will in just a minute, man. I just can't turn this down. I gotta take the shot. That's a 6-point buck standing there. It's not the trophy that I wanted, but at least I won't go home empty-handed. And after the morning we've had, I think we deserve a little something good. All right, just take the shot so we can go. I still don't feel right about this, Kenny said. Steadying his rifle across the hood of his truck, Jacob zeroed in on the buck and prepared to fire. And that's when he heard Kenny make a gasping noise and whisper, "Oh my God." "What is it, man? What's wrong with you?" "Raise your scope 3 inches, he said. Raising the scope, Jacob immediately saw what had been the cause of Kenny's alarm. Standing just outside the tree line in the edge of the field was the creature that they had left behind. Not even 5 minutes. Was this thing following them? Was it after the deer? What was it? Jacob watched the creature through his scope for a full 30 seconds before it ever moved. And when it did, it ignored him and the deer and started to lope off toward William's barn that was just about 500 yards from where the woodland demon had been standing. Jacob called out to Kenny and said, "Kenny, call William and tell him there is something trying to get into his barn." Jacob called out to Kenny and said, "Kenny, call William and tell him there is something trying to get into his barn. I know he has at least 2 mares with falls in there, and if that thing gets in it, we'll kill both of them." In an attempt to be rid of the monster, werewolf, Sasquatch, Wendigo, or whatever it was, Jacob fired a shot but missed. The creature turned in their direction and glared at them with red, hate-filled eyes, and then began to run towards them at full steam. Kenny, who was still on the phone with William, screamed at Jacob to get in his truck and go. Jacob did as he was told, and Kenny followed suit. Starting their trucks, Jacob and Kenny both raced to Jacob's house as though they were driving on the NASCAR circuit. Arriving at home, gun in hand, Jacob ran inside to get his phone book so that they could call the game warden and the police and get some kind of animal control out there to get rid of this thing. Jacob had just stepped out on his front porch when they heard gunfire coming from over at William's place. Dropping the phone book and running back inside, Jacob grabbed his 12-gauge pump-action shotgun and some shells and handed them to Kenny, who took a little bit of time in loading it. Jacob and Kenny, now locked and loaded, walked over to Kenny's truck, preparing to mount up a rescue for their neighbor William. Simultaneously, both of them stopped in their tracks as an uneasy but familiar feeling crept over them, and Jacob's Rottweiler and 2 German Shepherds began to whimper and ran under the front porch to hide. Kenny, whose throat had suddenly gone dry as a bone, whispered to Jacob and said, "I have a really bad feeling about this." No sooner than the words escaped his lips, they heard a deafening scream erupted from the forest off to their right, and the creature exploded from the trees in front of them. Until now, neither man had been able to fully appreciate the colossal size and scope of the beast, but standing less than 30 feet away, they were almost overcome by the sheer magnitude of it. Jacob had seen it up close earlier from his truck while sitting down, and had guessed the height at maybe 8 feet. But now, standing there looking up, he could tell that this fellow was 8.5 or 9 feet tall, and would tip the scale at 800 to 1,000 pounds. It had inhumanly long arms that bulged with thick, ropey muscle that were easily seen beneath its long, shaggy black hair, which covered it from head to toe. The chest was larger than a 55-gallon drum, and there was little doubt that it could have pulled the arms off an ape, and now it glared at them with malevolent intent. Jacob and Kenny both opened fire without hesitation. The creature screamed with rage as the bullets tore into its massive body, knocking it to the ground, but not killing it or seriously injuring it. Jacob and Kenny watched, speechless, as it crawled into the tree line, struggled to its feet and limped away. Jacob ran back to the porch and grabbed the phone book and called the local game warden. Nearly 2 hours later, Gene Trauber, the local warden, showed up to take their statements and told them that he had been called out to answer numerous such reports in the area, but he wasn't sure what to make of all these reports. "Guys," he said, "I don't know what to tell you. There is no animal in this area, or any area for that matter, that fits your description. I'm not saying I don't believe you, I just don't know what it is." Jacob, whose face reddened with anger, said, "Come here. Here is the blood from where we shot it, and here are the footprints." A look of complete confusion washed over Gene's face, and he asked if they would care to go with him as he tried to track it. Jacob and Kenny agreed, but they said they weren't going without a gun. Gene stated that he planned to take his gun as well. All 3 men loaded their guns and set out, following the deeply impressed tracks and droplets of blood that had fallen on the withered leaves. They followed the trail for about a mile until arriving at a creek that was located deep in Jacob's woods, where the tracks that they were following were joined by others just like them. Some were smaller. but at least one set was larger. Deciding that the safest course of action would be to return home, they all went back to Jacob's. None of them relished the idea of staying out in the woods longer, since there was now apparently more than one creature, and the cloudy overcast day made the forest seem even darker than it would normally be this time of day. Back at Jacob's, Gene informed them that there was nothing left that he could do but file it under an unknown animal sighting, which made both Kenny and Jacob anything but happy. Jacob and Kenny spent the next couple of days trying to warn their neighbors to use caution when they were out in the forest. Most of their friends would just laugh at them and say that they had probably seen a bear or something. No one believed them except William, who had seen it himself the same day they had. He had even taken a shot at it, but missed. Jacob, William, and Kenny knew what they had seen, and they knew it was still out there, and they didn't care who believed them and who wouldn't. Over the next few weeks, more and more neighbors began to take the story a little more seriously. As family pets began to disappear, and others were found brutally mangled. Other farms in the area began to find their cows and other livestock torn open with their throats ripped out. Just a week after shooting the creature in his yard, Jacob's own Rottweiler was found dead, with its throat torn out, hanging across a limb in a tree in his front yard. It almost seemed like a revenge killing. A few days later, one of William's new foals died the same day. The foal's mother had to be put to sleep, because she had gone into shock over whatever she had witnessed there in the barn when her foal was killed. Some people in the area still don't believe. They think the whole story was made up, but Jacob and Kenny know that there is still something out there in the forest. They still occasionally find tracks, or a slaughtered cow or goat. They still hear the blood-curdling screams off in the woods at night. They know that there is still something out there watching and waiting, biding its time. Something cold, cunning, and cruel. Something not human with a taste for blood and revenge. Be careful out there. It was a Saturday morning. We had gone hunting for Bigfoot. The sky was overcast and gray, matching my mood perfectly until we pulled over on the side of the old highway. The moment I popped the trunk and slid my hand over the wooden stock of my grandfather's rifle, though, my focus returned. I cocked the gun in sync with the spark of rage that flared within the depths of my belly. I looked to my brother Darren, who had also taken his weapon in hand, though with noticeably lesser intent. "Come on, Darren, enough sulking. You know what we have to do." Yeah, I know." He slammed the trunk shut and slung his bag over his right shoulder, keeping the rifle in both of his hands as he trudged past me towards the woods. "Let's just get this over with." His exasperation was on full display. It sickened me. I simply followed along, having nothing left to say. Our boots squished into the softened surface of the forest floor, following the ATV trails deeper into the wild. The smell of wet grass and rotting logs was overwhelming, only to become sickening once it meshed with the stink of the swamp. But the smell would not deter us. We followed the swamp's edge, keeping the water to our right. Our eyes, however, were constantly surveying the area, searching for any signs of the ancient ape, or perhaps signs of its victims. There wouldn't be anything left of Dad. We'd already been out here countless times before, ever since the creature had taken him. Darren still refused to believe his brother, let alone his own eyes, but I knew what we had seen that day. Dad taking his 2 preteen sons on a fishing trip, having great fun in the sun. It was the first time I had ever actually caught anything, which was still better than how Darren was doing. At one point, my kid brother started crying after one fish broke his line, and Dad had to console him. And as he did that, the shadow came. I watched it approach from its cover amongst the tree line, slow but steady. When I pointed it out to him, Dad took a quick look before telling us to start walking away from the bear. We all had our eyes on the shadow, so we all were able to see when it dropped to all fours and began sprinting for us. Dad told us to run back to the car as he pulled out his pocket knife, trying to stand as tall and wide as he could to scare it off. Darren was crying in fear, so I had to pull him away, but that didn't stop me from watching. Soon enough, the beast was in front of my father, and back standing on 2 legs, and it sure as hell was not a bear. If anything, it was a roided-out gorilla that hadn't skipped leg day. It blotted out the sun with its stature, looming several feet over our dad. Darren and I had gotten to a safe distance where the beast didn't see us, but I could sure see them. I wanted to cry for Dad to run, to scream at him to get out of there, but my throat closed up, choked by fear as I watched him stumble back. The knife dropped out of his hand, and the monster roared in his face, revealing a set of flesh-ripping fangs. After that, my eyes were transfixed on the monster beating my father into a bloodied pulp, unable to avert my gaze. It swung his body around wildly, slamming my father against tree and rock and ground alike. I would have assumed that this thing was using my dad as a plaything, if it had not been for the pure feeling of rage that exuded it, even to us up on the hill. My throat finally began to muster some small, short cries as I witnessed the beast dragging the corpse back to whatever hellhole it came from. I distinctly remember the size of its hand, almost large enough to wrap around the entire length of my father's lower leg, the only leg that was left, anyways. A good while after they had disappeared, I led Darren back to the car, and with snot and tears dribbling over the screen, I called my mom. I was finally able to utter something that resembled a word. Help. The police found the leg that the beast tore off a few days later, floating in the swamp, and the footprints fit the proportions too. But the police ruled that we had just seen a bear attack, and that the footprint size was due to the bear's paws spreading out in the mud. I didn't buy it. I never would. And now, as a grown man, I returned to these woods every weekend to get revenge. Looking down at the ground, I stopped dead in my tracks. Darren, over here. My younger brother came sprinting back to me as I grinned and pointed, of the same enormous footprints we'd only seen on a few occasions. What did I tell you? Jacob, they're the same prints from before. We've been over this. Those are... Don't say it again, I growled. Darren was far more willing to just conform to whatever the nice police officers told him, because it was easier to listen. It was easier to just pretend that what happened was something normal, and not our father being murdered by a Sasquatch. Do you see the pattern of the pads? This is not a bear's foot, and it ain't one of our boots. That's a footprint of our Bigfoot. Darren just sighed and stood up. Come on, let's just lay the traps already, and you're on the first watch. It's way too early for me to deal with your crazy mess. Grumbling, I pulled my pack off and ruffled through its content until I found the jaws. In one swift but heavy motion, I tossed my bag over towards my brother, which contained our leg trap. He cried out as the steel slammed against his shin. Ow! What's wrong with you, dude? Darren always was an infant. Weak. It was for that very reason I dragged him out here each weekend, hoping that seeing the beast and confronting it would toughen him up and finally give us the closure we desperately needed. Hey, you asked them for... A rumble sounded through the trees. We both instantly grabbed our rifles and began scanning around, trying to catch any kind of movement. Plap. My guard only began to lower as a raindrop crashed into the right lens of my glasses, warping half of my vision heavily. Just thunder, I murmured, putting my rifle down to clean my glasses. Prep the traps and come back over here quickly. We'll only be out here for a little bit today, I guess. Darren just groaned and snatched up the trap, storming away from me. With my vision fixed, for the moment, I inspected my rifle and began to load it. If we were going to come across Bigfoot today, it'd have to be soon. It wouldn't be caught wandering around in a storm. This creature was smarter than that. I watched as Darren's figure grew hidden amongst the thin trees, wandering along our pre-established boundary to set the traps. Today, we were trying cow livers as bait. We had been rotating the meat to see if any of them had a better chance of attracting it. Darren thought it was just an expensive waste. But after just trying venison for 2 years straight with no results, something needed to change. By the time Darren was returning to our lookout spot, a thin mist had begun to fill the forest. The cold pierced through my sweater, so I was forced to zip up my puffer coat to keep warm. When he arrived, he tossed my bag at me and plunked himself down with his back turned to me. I could hear the crinkling of his morning breakfast bar and groaned. You should be ready to kill that thing at any moment, not snacking. You're completely deluded, do you know that? I didn't bother responding, and Darren's mind was well made up at this point, and no amount of convincing or conversation would change that. Only the stone-cold corpse of the Sasquatch would make him see the truth now. For a moment, I wondered what Sasquatch meat would taste like to myself. The rumblings of thunder grew more consistent, and the mist had thickened as we sat and waited. I was constantly having to wipe my glasses clean to remain vigilant, now blinded from water and fogging alike. After a little while, it was my turn to check on the traps. Brushing off the mud and leaves, I trotted through the brush, checking all the traps' positions, and as usual, Darren had completely mucked up all the placements, that lazy prick. so it was left to me to adjust them, moving them to spots that were slightly more hidden, so it wasn't blatantly obvious to the beast that it was being hunted. Muttering under my breath, I fixed each trap and just moved on, until the fourth trap of 5. The cow liver was not there, but the trap had not been closed shut, and the mud around the area was stomped and squished in various ways. The tingle of anticipation began to hurry my heartbeat, and I just stared at the device before calling out to Darren. "Hey Darren, you put livers on all the traps, yeah?" "Yes, Jake, I don't need your..." Thunder rolled again, but I had heard enough from my younger brother to get my answer. I began to make my way back to our outpost, walking backwards at first and surveying my surroundings. Once I was certain no eyes were watching me from beyond my view, I raced back to my brother and slid back beside him. Darren began shouting at me, demanding to know what was wrong, but I shushed him quickly. "Something took the liver on trap 4, I whispered, trying to hide my simultaneous excitement and fear. So, it could have just been some hungry bear for all we know, or a coyote, or whatever kind of animal among the hundreds that live in the woods. Darren was expressing annoyance with me, but he too was whispering. He had to, in part, believe that something was out here. I ignored his sentiments and grinned. "We gotta set up the tarp. We aren't going anywhere." We always met our site near a trio of young trees, shaped in a triangle, so we could easily create a tarp roof if the weather was not in our favor. And with the way that the rain was beginning to cut through the fog, we decided to do just that. We continued our watch as water poured down before our eyes. Darren continued to whine that we should just leave before we got struck by lightning, but I refused. The missing meat from the tarp was already a sign that we needed to stay. In all of our time out here, only twice before had the meat been taken. In both times, the trap had been shut, but we had never caught anything actually stuck in the traps. The beast mocked us, taunting us, wanting us to know that it was not just some random creature of the woods. It was greater than that. Time passed. The sky boomed above us. I gave myself but a moment to imagine that we were soldiers in Vietnam, hunkering down in the rain, but staying awake in case of a sudden enemy attack. I was pulled from the thought by a hand on my shoulder. Whipping my head around, I saw Darren starting to get up. "I need to stretch my legs. Gotta go check the traps." He started to leave, but turned back to look at me. "We really should get going soon. The weather is awful." I shook my head without a word. Darren opened his mouth to say something else, but gave up and left. Huddling with my rifle, I shivered profusely in my cold, wet clothing. My hand was nearly frozen in place, clasped around the barrel. I could feel my knees locking up in their sockets. The crack of lightning erupted nearby. I witnessed the flash from between the trees. The rain began to fall faster, hitting the leafy forest floor like bullets from the heavens. I could feel my senses all beginning to be overwhelmed by the sensations of the wild. A scream. I pivoted in its direction and readied my rifle. It sounded like Darren, but I couldn't see him between the rain and my fogged glasses. I wiped them off quickly, then looked again. There it was. There. It was still blurry, but there was no denying it. A large black figure raising its hand above its head and slamming down into the ground, attacking my poor brother, who was likely being beaten on the ground by it, out of my sight. I was not going to let Bigfoot take another member of my family. The rage was ignited. I ripped a bullet off my belt and slammed it into the chamber, then shoved the bolt forward and took my aim. The beast was still slamming at the ground. Maybe the trap had caught it in place. There was no time to waste. The crosshairs were aligned with its chest. I pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot echoed through the trees, louder than any previous thunderbolt, and the bullet was a direct hit. I watched with widened eyes as the Sasquatch fell, clutching its chest before crumbling slowly to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, slipping and tripping in the mud and grass. My fingers screamed out in pain as I pulled myself past multiple trees, hurting from the cold. I kept the gun close to my side in case the job wasn't done yet. But finally, after all these years, I had finally struck back and avenged my father. I had slain Bigfoot. When I reached the spot where the Sasquatch had fallen, however, there was no beastly corpse, no muddy footprints imprinting its last path. I found only my brother, collapsed, face first into the mud, with his blood mixing in to form a foul sludge beneath his body. On July 2nd, 1951, at about 8 a.m. in St. Petersburg, Florida, Mrs. Reeser's landlady came to give a Mrs. Mary Reeser a telegram and some coffee when she found that the metal doorknob was hot to the touch. After enlisting the help of some carpenters working nearby, she eventually forced the door open. Inside, they found the cremated remains of Mrs. Reeser. Most of her body was in ashes, the only surviving parts being her backbone and left foot, still with a slipper on it. Her skull was also found, shrunken to the size of a teacup, with all facial features removed. After calling the police, an investigation was launched by the local police chief, Junior Reichart. The investigation found that, although Reeser's body was totally cremated, the rest of the room was largely unaffected. Only a few appliances had been melted and made soft due to the heat. A socket had also melted, stopping the clock at 2:26 a.m. The police were baffled that a fire that caused so much damage to Mrs. Reeser could leave the rest of the house, indeed much of the room, intact. During the investigation, Reichart sent FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to take several items from the crime scene, including glass fragments found in the ashes, small charred pieces of teeth, some carpet, and the slipper. In response, Hoover sent a team of FBI investigators and physical anthropologists to Wilton Krogman, as well as notifying President Harry S. Truman. After weeks of investigation, the FBI declared that Reeser had died due to the wick effect. As a known user of sleeping pills, they concluded that she had fallen asleep while smoking and set fire to her nightgown. They reasoned that the human body had enough fat and other inflammable substances for the body to set alight, like a candle. This would therefore allow large amounts of destruction. However, both Reichart and Krogman disagreed on the conclusion made by the FBI. Krogman remarked that, "I find it hard to believe that a human body, once ignited, will literally consume itself, burn itself out, as does a candle wick, guttering in the last residual pool of melted wax." Just what did happen on the night of July 1st, 1951, in St. Petersburg, Florida? We may never know, though this case still haunts me. And on the shrunken skull, he wrote, "The head is not left complete in ordinary burning cases. Certainly it does not shrivel or symmetrically reduce to a smaller size. In presence of heat sufficient to destroy soft tissues, the skull would literally explode in many pieces. I have never known any exception to this rule." After finally concluding that, "I cannot conceive of such complete cremation without more burning of the apartment itself. In fact, the apartment and everything in it should have been consumed. I regard it as the most amazing thing I have ever seen. As I review it, the short hairs on my neck bristle with vague fear. Were I living in the Middle Ages, I'd muster something about black magic." Krogman then put forward the idea that Reeser was murdered with crematorium equipment, but with no explanation for the melted appliances. We may never know who or what caused Mary Reeser to ignite in her armchair on July 2nd, 1951 at 2:26 a.m. Whether you believe in the paranormal or spontaneous human combustion, the case does tell us this: perhaps truth can be stranger than fiction. The following is transcribed directly from documents found in an abandoned German test lab by American soldiers during the aftermath of World War II, roughly translated into English. Audio tape. Testing is to begin tomorrow. The team does not know what to expect. Our mission is to take new research and turn it into a weapon for the war front. It has recently been discovered that the brain releases a previously unknown chemical when feeling fear. For obvious reasons, this test could be extremely dangerous. 2 test subjects have been selected, and from what we were told, they were sentenced to death, but are going to instead be used as subjects in this experiment. Subjects are given a table with 2 chairs, a cot with a mattress, a stocked bookcase, a notebook and pen, and a bathroom area consisting of a toilet, a sink, and a mirror. Food and water are given through a small, sealable opening. I have nothing more to report at this time. Written document. Test subject A and B are being given the chemical in a small dose, mixed with water. Test Subject A has consumed the water and has shown no visible changes in mood or behavior. Test Subject B has refused to drink the water. He has been forcefully given the same dosage, but by direct injection. He gave some resistance, but was easily controlled and injected. Shortly afterward, he seemed nervous, almost paranoid, and jumped whenever he heard a sudden noise. Subjects have been told to try and remain active, or sleep, not just idle. Written document. It took time, but we have developed a gas-based version of the chemical. If shown effective on subjects, this could become a valuable weapon. Dosage has been increased slightly. Neither subjects were aware that the chemical was being let into the room. After a few minutes, Subject A stopped reading and began to look around the room cautiously. After an estimated hour, he began to read again. Subject B immediately responded. He opened the notebook for the first time and wrote, "What is going on? Stop whispering to me. I do not want you near me," onto a piece of paper, ripped it out of the notebook and slipped it under the doorway. No reply was given. Written. We are going to observe the effects of long-term, low amounts of the gas on Subject A, and we are going to observe the effects of a short, high-amount period of gas on Subject B. The results are shocking to say the least. Subject A progressively became more unstable. He stopped reading, would not eat, and avoided the mirror at all costs. He suddenly became very aggressive and threw a heavy book at the mirror with surprising force, shattering it. Subject B's reaction was more curious. He began staring at the second chair, but he wasn't looking at the chair. He was looking as if he was making eye contact with someone sitting in the chair. Something seems amiss, but we are definitely getting results. The Führer will be pleased. Vocal recording. The voices sound distressed. We didn't want this. What did we do to deserve God's vengeance such as this? Subject B escaped from his cell. The chair he was staring at was thrown across the room, straight into the viewing glass, instantly shattering it. It was 5 inches thick, reinforced. He didn't even touch the chair. He has escaped out of the hole made by the impact. A very loud scream drowns out anything being said. Help me! Help me! He's ripping! A loud crunch is audible. The vents are leaking the gas into the rest of the facility. The power has gone offline, and he has killed off all the guards. Oh my lord. Oh no! No, no, no! Please! There is a loud, beastly roar, and sounds of struggle. The rest of the tape is silent. One final note was found. It seemed to be hastily written and barely legible. They are dead, every one of them. I hear him in the walls. I hear him whispering to me. Yes, yes, please come and take me away. I want no more of the... And the note ends there. The rest too soaked in blood to read. On April 23, 1944, Allied soldiers found an abandoned German laboratory, with its only door sealed shut. Using explosive charges, they forcefully entered the laboratory, wondering what was so important that the Germans had to lock it away. They found 13 bodies, 12 of which had matching lab coats on, mangled to pieces, and in one case, ripped straight in half. The 13th body had no clothing and no head. A larger-scale investigation was launched later by the Germans as to determine what happened, but was cancelled after many German soldiers absolutely refused to return to the laboratory, even if threatened with their lives. To this day, nobody knows what happened to B, but he is presumed to be dead. Atop the salt-encrusted docks and piers of Seattle squats an ugly clapboard shack. Its windows smeared with grime, and the walls draped in fishing nets. The oil slick. An aptly named bar riddled with age and barnacles, but a sanctuary to the swarm of deckhands and sailors that spend their days scurrying across the rotting hulls of ships, and their nights slipping into a drunken stupor. It's a rough bar, where a careless comment will earn you a punch to the face and a long fall into the grimy waters below. On any given night, one can find an aged Chinese sailor curled up against the bar. A broad-shouldered old salt with a bulging gut and an empty stare pasted across his wide face. His name is Hao Ming, but to the regular floatsmen of the pub, he's known as the Man of the 28 Dragons. 28 scaly tattooed reptiles twine sinuously across his arm and legs, and twist menacingly across the bunched muscles on his back. Howe claims each dragon represents a crucial part of his life. Stories transformed into ink. Buy him a drink and he'll be happy to share the thrilling tales behind each one, carefully describing how the dragon's colors represent his joy, terror, love, loss, and death. Visit him 28 nights and buy him 28 drinks, and the powerful stories of his life will weave and merge before your eyes, until they resolve into the aging man drinking next to you. And then, satisfied you have exhausted his treasury of adventures, you'll excuse yourself and float out into the night. The light and noise of the oil slick bobbing across the dark waves. And the man of the 28 dragons will finish his drink and clutch his faded shirt to his chest. His last secret. His hidden dragon safe. He swore long ago to never reveal the tattoo or the story to any living soul, and he never has, except once. Once on a stormy night, when the rain spattered like ink across the grimy windows and the wind howled through the cracked wood, when he told the story to me. It began as an entertaining night, as I leaned on the counter sipping my poison and watching Ming pummel the face of some quartersman who had drunkenly slurred a remark pertaining to damn slant eyes. From across the bar, stumbling backwards, the sailor grabbed at Ming's shirt, tearing the front and momentarily revealing Ming's chest. With a roar, Ming caught him under the chin, and the drunkard slumped to the floor. Game over. Ming pulled his shirt back across his shoulders and walked back to his drink, and the noise in the bar returned to normal, everyone laughing and continuing their private banter. I was the only one who noticed it. The black serpent scrawled over his heart, a Chinese dragon, its broad tail curling in loops behind it, long whiskers sprouting from its face like tangles of wet hair. Arming myself with the twin barrels of guile and alcohol, I took the seat next to him and offered him several slugs of amber liquid. He recognized me as one of the regulars, and knowingly accepted my offer. "Okay, friend," he winked, holding out his arms. "What story would you want to hear tonight?" I pointed my fingers at his chest, indicating the hidden serpent curled around his heart. His smile vanished in a flash. With an inscrutable gaze, he stared into my eyes. His heavy lips curled down into a frown, almost a grimace. "No good story," he grunted. "Forget you seen it, okay?" I was tempted to give up, but noticed he was rocking slightly in his chair. Seizing my chance, I clapped him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry about it, and ordering him several more drinks in the spirit of goodwill. 2 hours and a dozen drinks later, he broke. He began to sob quietly into his cup, telling me he was sorry, that he wanted to tell me his story but swore he wouldn't. With the precision of a surgeon, I knifed across his slurred words and stabbed into his psyche, prodding and poking until he dissolved completely. Closing his eyes, he began the story of the Black Dragon. I share it with you here. The old clipper threaded its way through the currents of the South China Sea. With a hole filled with rice, she was bound on a 3-week trip to Sydney. Ming, the lines of age not yet etched so deeply into his face, was a simple deckhand on the rusted, peeling bucket. The days rolled into nights as Ming performed his duties, his mind locked on their destination. The poor condition of the ship meant it needed a long overhaul and dry dock when it reached port, granting the crew a long shore leave. The men joked every night around the dim steel cabin about the things they would drink, the places they would go, the women they would meet. But on the 10th day of voyage, fate rose its middle finger against the ship and Ming's life. As the morning wore on, a steady breeze from the north quickly built into a typhoon. Waves pounded against and over the ship as the stinging wind tore across the bow. For the next 30 minutes, Ming and the crew struggled against the howling chaos, shifting ballast and pumping the holds. Each man put every ounce of strength into saving the clipper, and ultimately his own life. 2 of the men were torn from the deck and swallowed by the storm. And at long last, there was nothing left to do but sit in the dark cabin and beg Poseidon for mercy. The crew awoke to a cloudless sunrise, the sea once again tranquil and flat. Walking outside, they surveyed the damage. The rudder had been torn free and the engine blocks destroyed. The ship was adrift. The cargo hold had been flooded. The cargo was lost. Even worse, the crashing waves had reached over the boat and sheared off the communication tower. Without radio or navigation, low on food and fresh water, the crippled ship drifted helplessly across the blue expanse. Ming lay prostrated on the metal deck, feeling the sun beat savagely against his body. 3 nights ago, the food supplies had run out, and the water was put on ration. A deckhand had died of an infected wound. Another injured man had escaped slow, lingering death by hanging himself. Morale was nil. Even the captain had begun to eye the end of his own pistol. The next night, a light appeared on the horizon. "Rescue!" cried the men to one another. They quickly built and lit a signal fire on deck and waved flashlights into the dark, yelling and screaming out to their saviors. Their efforts were successful. The bright light was moving closer. At this point in the story, Ming dropped his voice into a low whisper. The crew's elation only rose as the ship drew near. Soon, a second light could be discerned under the first. The glow from the ship lit up the dark outlines of the men on the deck. They laughed and shouted, "Hello," across the water, but not Ming. Backing away from the light, Ming stumbled down the deck until he reached the cabin. Peering out of a metal pothole, he watched the men slowly realize what he had noticed first. There weren't 2 lights. There was 1 light, reflecting off the undisturbed surface of the water. Above, floating higher over the waves, the ship glided into view. A dull silver dome, hundreds of meters across, eclipsed the stars as it bore down upon the boat, its underside blazing with the inferno of the sun. A fire of light climbed up the sides of the hull and spilled across the deck, enveloping the crew. Heart hammering, Ming collapsed below the porthole. Outside, he hears the surprised cries of men rising above the crackling of luminous air. A pistol shot rings out, and another. Ming flees across the cabin. Spotting a metal locker, he ducks inside, pulling the door shut. More shots. Then the cries of the men morph into screams and shrieks. Crouched over, Ming peers through a gap along the floor of the locker. Suddenly, the screams stop in mid-breath. A spear of light smashes into the boat, the steel hull groaning and twisting. The inferno spreads across the length of the boat, penetrating into the cabin. The light pounces from the gap into Ming's eyes. With a yelp, he falls back. The blaze vanishes. Silence shrouds the ship. Ears ringing and eyes burning, Ming's head reels. He crouches down to peer through the crack again, and nothing. Minutes pass. With short breaths, he slowly reaches up to the latch, but as vision swims back into his clouded eyes and the ringing in his head subsides, he freezes. A soft noise brushes against the cloud of silence. Pit-pat. Half deafened by the hammering of his heart, Ming listens to the stillness outside. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. He leans back down to the slit and peers across the cabin, blinking the darkness out of his eyes. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The gentle disturbance growing louder. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Struggling to see what lies beyond the upper edge of his vision, he lays his head flat against the metal floor. A long, black tendril drips down from the darkness above. Pat. Ming nearly cries out, but swallows it before it escapes his lips. Pit. Wide-eyed, he gazes as the thin legs of some unknown creature gently slap against the floor. Pat. Cylindrical, an inch wide. The legs end in a knobby stub that flattens as it hits the metal. Pit. The legs stalk back and forth in front of the locker, with gentle rustling of disturbed leaves. Pat. Pit. Pat. Pit. Pat. The feet patter as the creature slowly walks the length of the cabin. Pit. Pat. The tendrils pause in front of the locker. Frozen in fear, Ming watches as they delicately lumber closer. Silence. With a softer sound than before, like the brushing aside of a curtain, unseen arms explore the door of the locker. Prodding, searching. A sharp screech of metal and the latch begins to rattle. As the bolt slides open, Ming clamps his eyes shut. A sudden brilliance of light flows in from the gap. A sudden pitter and the latch falls down. Soft footsteps retreating from the cabin. The light disappears. Once again, Ming is left in blackness. The next morning he slowly exits the locker and wanders onto the deck. The boat is devoid of life. The deck and cabin are seared glossy black. A wide hole melted through the steel yawns down into the hull below. Quickly, Ming grabs the remaining fresh water and stores them onto the ship's lifeboat, along with the scorched pistol he finds near the railing. With starvation a certainty, he casts away from the clipper, rowing endlessly until its dark shape disappears over the horizon. The next day he's discovered and rescued by an Australian freighter. He rages deliriously of floating lights, thin tendrils of legs that slap, and soft rustling in the night. A week later he explains to an official inquiry that the ship's fuel tanks exploded and sunk with all hands but himself. The clipper is never found, and the public's interests fade. Ming moves on with his life. As he finishes his story, he opens his eyes. I'm astonished, not to mention doubtful, at his vivid account. Still, I can't figure out why he has kept such an incredible tale silent for so long. I ask. He turns towards me, tears rolling down from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. I shouldn't have told you the story, he mumbles. I no tell story, and people stay happy. Annoyed, I grabbed my hat and rise to leave. Suddenly he grabs my coat in both hands and pulls me towards his face. The sounds, he cries. I hear them before, I hear them after. My whole life I hear them, but not see them. Now I know what stalks in the night outside my window. He waves a finger in my face. You hear them too, but you not know what they are. I know. They following you too. Pit pat, behind you in the shadows. Anguished, he screams. Spit and tears flying off his face. Always, they are watching you from the darkness. The rain battered the window, so that I could scarcely see the dim shops and the boardwalk down the beach. I tapped the window sill uneasily, wondering if the rumors of an impending hurricane were true. I looked left of the boardwalk and watched the palms all sway eastward. Debris tumbled by in the wind. I took a shaky step back from the window and threw a glance at the dead TV, and suddenly wished that I had listened to the evacuating neighbors this morning. I hugged my arms around myself and tiptoed past the TV, then tried the light switch across the room again. It reaffirmed that the power was out. I took one last glimpse out the window behind me, and I could have sworn that I saw movement past the lead-heavy sheets of rain. I ignored it and left the room towards the stairs. Still hugging myself, I ran one hand along the rail as I crept upstairs. I had heard that upper stories were dangerous in hurricanes because they were exposed to the brunt of the storm, but I didn't care. I had nothing to lose, so I figured that if this storm proved to be lethal, I'd like to at least be comfortable in bed when the end came. I had just reached the top step when the window downstairs shattered. I jumped and froze, then clutched the rail tighter. I listened to the sound of rain, louder with the glass barrier gone, but I heard something else. Heavy, slow footsteps and the creaking of wood. My heart racing, I turned and looked downstairs. Faint light from outside provided a glow. I listened and winced with each falling step, coming nearer. I tried to reason that it was only a branch hitting the house, but that hope was shattered like the window when a shadow appeared in the light at the bottom of the stairs. My eyes widened, and I ducked into my room across the hall. I was in no way silent, with my own feet pounding the floor as I ran. In my room, I leaped into my bed and hid under the covers. I listened to the storm outside, and the noise of a palm tree scraping my window. The footsteps came again, this time up the stairs. I shut my eyes tight and tried not to imagine the approaching thing. It struck me as inhuman in some inexplicable way. It was a primal feeling, like an old instinct resurfacing after lying disused for millennia. Its presence was tied to the storm. I felt it in my throbbing heart. The steps echoed ever closer, in sync with the storm's escalating roar. They stopped just outside the door, and then paused in silence. I peeked from under the covers in that silence and watched the door. Moments passed, and then the knob began to slowly turn. The door creaked open, and a lumbering creature, drenched in water, shambled in on withered legs. It halted and appeared to look around the room. I say appeared because it had no visible eyes. Its body was a scaly, shapeless blob terminating in two disturbingly human legs, with a single tendril serving as an arm. A long, toothy lip protruded from the top of its body. I couldn't tear my eyes from the blubbery creature, even as it looked in my direction and mustered an animalistic grin. Sure as I was that it had seen me, though, the creature turned away and thumped past my bed, emitting popping and gurgling sounds along the way. From beneath the cover, I couldn't see the creature, so I dared to roll slowly to the other side of my bed. The footsteps ceased again. With a moment's pause, I lifted the cover slowly and was met with the ghastly creature's shuddering maw directly before my face. Awestruck, I was unable to react as its jaws opened to reveal a pair of luminescent, pupilless eyeballs. At this, I managed to scream at the top of my lungs, and then everything went black and silent. It may have been moments or hours later that I opened my eyes to radiant light piercing the covers. I began to lift them off of me, but I found that my hands were trembling and my fingers could scarcely budge. I shoved the covers away and squinted in the light. Unlike anything I'd seen before, I rose from my bed and nearly fell, but still stumbled my way to the window, and then gazed outside into the bright daylight of double suns. What I saw beneath them was glorious to behold, nothing like the shabby boardwalk of earlier days. Colors new and strange appeared to me, illustrating a vivid collage of existence and non-existence. Impossible feats of architecture were possible here. What was right side up was upside down. What was dead now lived. The imagined became real. I saw things that you would never believe. It was a waning glimpse into the otherworldly realm in the eye of the storm from beyond. I sat down on the leather couch that was in front of my television set. It was a slightly older TV, which still required an antenna, and I constantly had to adjust the antennas to get a better signal. When I turned on the TV, I was greeted by static, as always. I adjusted the antennas, but the static persisted. I tried reverting the antennas back to their original position, but there was still static on the screen. I went to turn it off, but the static suddenly stopped, and Channel 7 News was now broadcasted on the TV. The usual reporter, Chuck Laney, was yammering on about some impending storm. I lived in Kansas, so hearing about another storm in the area wasn't very surprising. I got up to get my storm safety kit when I heard Chuck say something off-setting. Please lock everything and stay indoors. Under no circumstances, open the door for anyone. This weirded me out, but the usual instructions were to lock up and get to a safe place. The last part about not letting anyone in was new to me. The scratching of what I assumed were trees on my window told me that I needed to get to the basement. I didn't hear what type of storm it was, so I was going to assume the worst and seriously hunker down. I got my kit and walked down the steps to the basement when I heard something scraping hard against the window behind me. I had no time to look and see what it was, so I put it off as trees swayed in the window. I locked the door to the basement and sat down in the corner. The scratching was still there, and I could hear it still in the basement. It seemed to come from inside the house, although I knew that it was coming from the outside. The shortwave radio that I had brought with me was relaying useful information about what to do. I knew the drill, so I tried to find a different station to tune into. The only other station that was active seemed to be broadcasted by the military. There were reports on the station of a huge creature with multiple tentacle-like appendages sprouting from its body at different angles. They said that any time they tried to go after it, the creature would disappear into the fog made by the storm. There also seemed to be a numerous amount of people clustering around the house, with a forlorn look in their eyes. When asked what they were doing, they would simply vanish into the fog in a similar fashion as the creature. Multiple reports say that they were clawing frantically at the windows of the houses trying to get in. I turned off the radio, hoping to wait the storm out in my basement. The scratching gets louder every day. It's a small memory, a fragment almost entirely hidden in your hazy recollection of past years, of oddly dreamlike days where the imagination ran wild and free, blurring the lines of the so-called reality that you now have as an adult. And your innocence and carefree youth kept you for the most part very happy. You were young, in first grade. Late at night you stumbled from the bathroom, and bleary-eyed walked through the familiar dark of your room that still scared you quite often. You were too tired to be afraid, so you didn't rush as you normally did into the sheets. You walked past the slightly dirty window with a view of the dimly lit street below, and you thought you saw somebody in what was maybe a yellow raincoat walking up the street. This began to happen often. You would wake up with the urge to look out the window, and sometimes you would see him. He indeed wore a yellow jacket, even on the driest of nights. You'd see the strange man walking up the street in the deadest hour of the night, and even in your young age, you knew that that was weird. You'd watch him for a few seconds, and every time he stopped and looked around, then turned towards your house, you'd quickly duck under the covers and not come out until morning. Eventually, though, Mom put up blinds, and you stopped looking for the weird man. Days, weeks, months passed. Years went by, rolling like an endless and unstoppable tide. Schools, friends, hobbies, girls, they all pushed the strange set of memories from your conscious mind. One night, in your senior year of college, you were studying late at the library. When you finally packed it in, you headed out and started to walk home to your apartment a few blocks away, since gas is expensive. On a drearily lit street, you got the creepy feeling that someone was watching you. A few times you turned around, but nobody was behind you, and then you felt like it was coming from higher up, and you looked at a slightly dirty window in a strangely familiar home. But there was nobody there. You shrugged it off as a loud crack of thunder pealed overhead. You gladly threw on your yellow raincoat and continued up the street. It was a foggy autumn evening, and the sun had already set, leaving the mystified glow of the streetlights as guidance to my impartial sight. It was a night just like this one that cost me my left eye. A few years ago, I had moved here to this small town of Camden. I had figured that moving to a small, rural place from a large urban town would be much more relaxing and peaceful for my mind. Everyone around here knew each other, and it was rare to find anyone who didn't know the news around town. So it was put on full blast that the town would have a new trespasser, as they called me. A few days after my arrival to the town and my successful move and greetings with some of the more lively neighbors in town, I had begun to hear rumors and stories about the town itself. The rumors included things such as murders, destruction of property, etc. Me, being a big-time city folk, blew it off, because it was pretty much normal for me. What I didn't realize is, I wasn't in the city anymore, and these things are rare to happen, seeing as everyone knew each other, so no one would dare do such a stupid thing. About 4 days after I'd begun hearing the rumors, I heard a knock on my door. Who the hell could that be, I wondered, seeing as I really didn't know anyone around here. I opened the door, surprised to see the police chief, a surly, gray-haired man about 180 pounds, and several rookies standing behind him. Good day off, I began to speak, but before I knew it, the officer had me in cuffs and was hauling me to his cruiser. What the hell are you doing? Let go of me!" I yelled as he pushed me over to his cruiser. "You're coming with us, whether you like it or not," his only reply was. No matter how many times I pleaded my innocence to whatever charge placed against me, I was ignored. Finally, one of the rookies unholstered his pistol and aimed it at my forehead. "Continue talking, and your only breakfast today will be a piece of lead, understand?" I was silenced. We arrived at the station in a short period of time. They hauled me out of the back of the cruiser and shoved me indoors. "We're going to ask you some questions. If you don't answer them honestly, the consequences will be dire." I nodded my head, being careful not to speak. I didn't want to annoy them, unless I wanted a bullet in my head. "Okay, so first question. Why did you move here? What was your incentive?" I was shaking from fear, I had no clue as to why I was taken. I moved because I wanted to get away from city life. It was annoying, I guess you could say. I attempted to say it with confidence, but it only came out with fear, of which I felt. Fair enough. He spoke with ease. Now, one more question, then we're done here. I could only nod. The menacing pistol of the rookie pointed at the temple of my head. The chief leaned in close. I could smell the alcohol on him. Do you believe any of the rumors you've been hearing around town, son? I was confused with the question. Why would that matter? No, sir, I answered. It was true. I didn't. Okay, we're done here. Take the cuffs off and drive him home. The rookie complied, helped me up, then drove me back without a word. The next few days were silent. I sat in my house in utter silence, thinking upon what had happened that day. Why did it happen? What did I do? Do they believe I'm the one doing this? Questions raced through my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder what had happened. I moved from my bed to my living room and sat in the recliner adjacent to my only window and stared outside into the dark. It began to rain heavily, without a single moment's notice, without hesitation. Interesting, I stated. Looking up into the sky, the sight was pretty interesting indeed, seeing as not a cloud was visible in the night sky and every star was shining visibly. Where the hell is this rain coming from? Last time I checked, there had to be clouds in order for it to rain, I proclaimed quietly to myself. I began walking towards my front door when I began hearing a strange tapping noise that sounded like it was coming from my window. I turned slowly, walking back to my window to see what was there, but I couldn't see anything. It's not like nothing was there. No, it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything past my window, as if someone had taken a giant piece of black construction paper and taped it over my window. Weird, I said as I began walking back towards my front door. Maybe it's just one of the kids next door playing a prank on me or something. I reached my doorway and opened the door slowly, grabbing the wooden bat I kept next to the door for safety. Anyone there? I shouted, looking around. It was pitch black here too. I couldn't see anything in front of me. All I could hear was the ever so growing ferocity of the rain pouring down in the street and on my home. Last chance, is anyone out there? I waited for a reply, but nothing. Okay, I'm coming out, I shouted, walking out onto my front porch. I couldn't see where I was walking, so I used the railing around my porch as a guide. Finally, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, allowing me to barely see where I was moving through this unusual darkness. Come out, whoever you are. I'm done with these games. To be honest, I was afraid. It felt as if someone was watching me, as I clambered around my house in search for whatever was tapping. Then I heard the most bone-chilling sound I've ever heard. It sounded like a bear, but it was high-pitched, as if it were combined with a dog whistle and nails on a chalkboard. I covered my ears in an attempt to drown out the vicious noise. Stop! I yelled at the top of my lungs, hoping whatever it was would just shut up. Then it stopped. I slowly removed my hands from my ears, allowing myself to listen to my surroundings once more. But nothing. Not even the sound of the rain that was falling as heavy as earlier. I thought I had gone deaf, but I began walking. My footsteps could be heard. I'm not deaf, that's a good thing, I panted to myself. Just then, I heard something scuttle behind me. Who is it? I yelled, looking at the spot that I heard the noise come from. Whatever it was had moved again, to my left. Stop playing games. I began to panic, not knowing what was happening. Again it sounded, this time behind me. My heart and stomach both sank. I knew what was happening. It was circling me, as if I were prey. I quickly bolted, making a mad dash for my front door. Whatever that thing was following me. I knew this because I heard its movement behind me, getting closer and closer. I began to pick up the pace. Jesus, I don't remember my house being this damn long, I thought to myself as I followed the walls. Whatever it was happened to be right on my heels. And then finally I found the corner of my house. I made a quick right and listened as whatever it was bypassed the corner and ran out onto the street. The sight was horrible. Sitting there, illuminated by the streetlight, was what looked like a man, hunched over. Its skin was torn and fresh blood was oozing from its body, covering the ground where it stood. Its teeth, or what were taken as teeth, were sharp, bloody, and barbed. That's not the scary part. Its eyes, or better yet, its eye, were fully opened, shining brightly in the light, staring directly at me. I dashed onto my porch just as it dashed at me. I glimpsed to my left and wished I hadn't. Whatever it was directly next to me, its face aligned with mine, and I could smell the rotten flesh all over its body. "Holy shit!" is all I managed to yell out as it clawed at my face. I don't quite remember what happened after that, but I remember waking up in the hospital with an extremely sharp pain in my left eye, and a nurse leaning over me. "Where am I? What happened?" I asked. The nurse, a young woman in her mid-20s, told me that I was brought here by my neighbor after they reported hearing me yelling. "What's the damage?" I asked. "Well, you seem to be missing your left eye, and you have several scratches, and..." I cut her off. "My what?" I asked hesitantly. "Your left eye." My stomach dropped. It was on a day, just like this one, that I lost my eye. I was walking down the street, pitch black, with only the streetlights to guide me. I still felt the pain in my left eye socket. "Man, what a crappy night," I proclaimed, and as if right on cue, it began to pour, but all remained silent. "Interesting," is the only word I could muster up as fear overcame me. I looked around, and what I saw chilled me. There, standing in the streetlight, was the skinless thing. Both of its eyes were intact. If you're reading this, then I'm dead, and you are standing aboard the derelict Cyclone-class patrol ship, the USS Mistral. With her engines dead and her electrical systems non-functional, was the XO of this vessel, Lieutenant Commander Ryan Simmons. Please read this carefully. If you are an officer or enlisted man in the United States Navy, this is an order. Scuttle this vessel immediately. Do not finish this letter. Get off the Mistral at once and send her down. Consider this a quarantine scenario. All hands are likely dead, and God help you if they're not. We are 8 days out of Kirkwall, tracking an intermittent and scrambled distress call from what appeared to be an Icelandic fishing vessel, the Magnus Datir, deep in the no-fishing zone of the North Sea. We found the vessel, or rather, we found a mile-wide streak of oil and fragments, the last of them still burning. The night before, the enlisted man on watch had reported seeing a flash of light on the horizon. The Magnus Datir's crew was nowhere to be found, except for one lone fisherman, unburned and floating at the far end of the debris field. He had been shot in the forehead with a small-caliber revolver. When we fished his pale, blue corpse from the frigid water, he was still clutching a fishing knife in one clamped hand. What we were able to piece together from the fragmented and confounding evidence was that for reasons unknown, the crew had been in conflict, resulting in the murder of at least one sailor, and the eventual sabotage and destruction of the ship. Visibility was only a few hundred feet as we spent the next day drifting silently among the debris, in hopes of finding a survivor. The crew was already visibly shaken by the discovery, the grim dread of the fog, and lone smoldering pieces of the Magnus Datir that collided with our hull unsettled even the most seasoned of us. We had expected an easy cruise, and the simple retrieval of a dozen thankful Icelandic fishermen. What we got, at first, was a silent and oil-slick coated sea, a single corpse, and more than a few nagging questions. The Mistral had just been serviced, after an extended tour with the Atlantic Fleet in Bahrain before her transfer to the North Sea. She was in good running order, so I can only assume that the initial mechanical failure was an act of sabotage, or of some external force. It happened the first night, when our final sweep had been completed, and we returned to the site of the Magnus Datir's first transmission. There was nothing initially remarkable about the spot, a cold and lonely set of coordinates and little else. I was in my cabin and just settling down when the call sounded from the captain, offering little information, just a stern order to meet him on deck. Dressing quickly, I emerged from my cabin into a cloud of palpable unease and fear. The enlisted men and the junior officers were coursing through the ship toward the deck like panicked rats. No one made eye contact or spoke. There was none of us the usual gallows humor or camaraderie that bubbles up in situations of limited information, just a grim inertia that pulled us out into the Arctic night. On deck, the night was unnaturally clear and cold, and the bright of the stars burned in the frosty air. Around us, in every direction, just a few hundred yards away, the fog and clouds whirled, as if held at bay by our presence. The captain was at the railing, leaning over along with the men on watch. I approached him, suddenly desperate and panicked to know what was happening. When I saw it, the light flooding up from beneath us. The sea was flat, like the surface of a mirror. The water was black, reflecting the pale pinpricks of the stars, but beneath the surface, something glowed with a cold light. Pulsating shapes of violet, green, and deep cobalt blue shone from beneath. They flowed and merged and shimmered silently, deep below the glassy sea. We stared, 24 men and women, struck dumb and horrified by the sight. There was a sense of scale that emerged from the fluid movement of the lights. They seemed to be many fathoms beneath us, which would make them terribly large and impossibly fast. There were no solid shapes, and no disturbance of the water, just a deep field of liquid-flowing light. We watched for what seemed like hours, entranced by the mesmerizing ballet of cold light, a mirror reflection of northern lights. When it ended, abruptly, there were 3 almost simultaneous events. First, the lights seemed to contract, each mote freezing in place and collapsing like the iris of an eye in bright sunlight. Secondly, there was a tremor in the air that first raised the hair on the back of my neck. As the ghostly lights winked out of existence, it rose in intensity until I thought my eyeballs might shake their way out of my head. Through the fog of sudden pain, I heard a noise rising above Arctic wind, a humming vibration with the Mistral herself that matched the electric shuddering in my skull. It was as if every light bulb aboard the Mistral was suddenly flushed with power, flaring bright and buzzing noisily in their housings. And when the wine had reached a fever pitch, they began to pop and shatter among a shatter of sparks. From start to finish, it lasted less than 2 seconds, and we were left floating silently in the dark waters, beneath the starry sky, on a dead and crippled boat. The damage was invisible, without any obvious cause, and total. Nothing aboard the Mistral worked. Each carefully crafted system of multiple redundancies had crumbled. Every light was shattered, and even the replacement bulbs and the small flashlights we all carried held fused and useless filaments. Satellite phones, shortwave radios, all means of communication were useless bricks of plastic and wire. Every battery was dead. Every stereo system was silent. We were adrift, without sail or engine, isolated from the world by 100 miles of black and silent sea. The crew moved through the ship that first night like moles, fumbling through the dark corridors with only a few pale green chemical lights to check each system. They relayed each disheartening message like a fire brigade through the darkness to where the captain and I stood on the deck, trying to make sense of the senseless. At last, when nothing else could be done, I fumbled my way back to my cabin and tried to sleep. the darkness feeling like an oppressive, many-fingered hand slowly gripping my chest. The next morning, I again took stock of our situation, hoping for some fragment of hope we had passed by in the night. The damage was total. We would have to find a way to send a distress call and hope that we had not drifted too far outside our last coordinates. The men had not known the full details, but it was clear from their haunted visages that they knew how dire the situation was. The first death was that afternoon. The sounds of screaming brought me above deck and into a thick, heavy fog. High in the gloom, I could see bright burning specks of light, descending slowly. My stomach turned. It was 2 signal flares drifting uselessly through the haze. Some damn fool had fired the signal flares. I burned with an unfamiliar and foreign rage and rushed through the fog to the foredeck with hatred in my blood and my fists clamped tight. The scene that emerged from the fog broke me from my stupor. The enlisted man, a flare gun still in his hand, lay broken in a pool of blood. The captain stood over him, clutching the railing, driving the heel of his boot repeatedly into the broken mess of the boy's skull. I realized then that the screaming I heard, the high keening wail, was coming from the captain, his face in a rictus of animal rage. Around them was a small crowd, standing motionless and silent, watching like sentinels. The captain turned to see me and dropped into a crouch, his fingers wrapping around the flare gun, and he raised it level with my eyes. We stared for a long moment at each other, our eyes locked as he panted heavily, his face lightly spattered with blood. The only sound was the wet gurgling exhale of the enlisted man's death rattle, a bubble of blood forming on his ruined face. I'd served with this man for nearly a decade. This was not the man that I knew. This was a hollow simulacrum, filled with violence and terror. I spoke to him then. In a soothing voice, I asked him to hand me the flare gun. He said nothing at first, and then spoke, his voice a tiny trembling sound that was swallowed up by the thick gloom around us. He's murdered us, Ryan. The fog. The flares will never. He shook his head and clenched his eyes tight, as if he were trying to shake himself from a dream. Then he shuddered once, violently, his back arching like a seizure. This little fuck has killed us, he choked out. The flare gun wavered in the air, and I took a step closer, reaching out for him. He opened his eyes, and I froze again as we stared silently at one another. You're going to die here, he giggled quietly. I always wanted to watch you die, you fucking coward. He tilted his head back and laughed, one hyena-like bark to the gray sky, and then put the flare gun in his mouth and fired, the last flare igniting and temporarily bathing his head in a halo of magnesium, orange, and smoke. He tumbled back over the railing. If there was a splash when he hit the water, it was swallowed up by the fog. I stood for what seemed like a very long time. It slowly dawned on me that I was alone, the silent audience having melted away below decks, no doubt taking the grim tale with them. I feared for morale, an absurd concern, I realize now, but could not move from the spot, as if sheer force of will would cause the sea to regurgitate this man, my friend. The first gunshot broke me from my trance. In the emergency lockers, I found that a handful of flare guns remained, and I stuffed one into each pocket and entered the dim passageway to below deck. Over the hollow retort of gunshots, other muffled sounds began to emerge. The choking sobs, the screams of pain and anger, all bringing the faint impression of the copper smell of blood. The dark was oppressive and thick as my heart rose in my chest. The pale fading light of the chemical glow sticks that hung at regular intervals illuminated the bare corridor, and I moved slowly toward my cabin. It had been sacked, and my service pistol was missing. The next two cabins held the corpses of the junior officers, their broken forms still in their bunks, skulls opened like blossoming flowers until the point-blank shots. I felt the distinct and irrational desire to run on deck and leap overboard, to swim away from the boat into the unknown sea. I gripped a flare gun and held it out ahead of me, less like a weapon and more like a talisman, and began to pace slowly down the corridor to the enlisted bunks. The door was wide open, and the smell of blood and fear and shit was nauseating. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the dim, I saw a field of bodies, torn, shredded, and shattered by bullets and makeshift clubs. A few of the men still moved, twitching slightly. I watched in frozen terror as one man, his face a mask of blood and rage, turned up his head to regard me, and with a weak cry of rage, began to drag himself with his arms, trailing a broken and shattered leg, towards me. From the shadows, another form pounced on him, a boot digging into the wounded man's back with a wet, cracking sound. I recognized the attacker's face in the green chemical dim, a quiet and bookish young man, like the captain. This was not the man I knew. This was a beast that wore his skin. He reached down and grabbed the wounded man's jaw, thumb slipping into his mouth. The wounded man growled, a feral, mindless sound, and tried to bite down, but his attacker gripped tight and pulled. The jaw came off with the sound of tearing tendons and a shriek that vanished into the air. I was no longer breathing, holding silently at the entrance, but the attacker snapped his head up to see me, nostrils flaring. The jawbone hit the floor with a meaty sound, and he lunged toward me with silent, animal grace. I fired the flare gun, and it hit him square in the chest. His shirt caught fire, and all air escaped his lungs with a sudden, forceful exhale. But impossibly, he continued on towards me. As I passed through the portal and slammed the door, the fire had climbed into his hair, and he was squealing now, his clawed hands still outstretched towards me. I felt him impact against the door, and I saw that nightmare wreathed in fire through the small porthole, lips already burnt away to reveal 2 rows of perfect teeth. He wailed and began to mash his burning form against the door. Once, twice, 3 times, and then silence. I raised my eyes to the porthole and saw only the faint image of the burning shape as it disappeared into darkness. All conscious thought evaporated, and I fled from that charnel house. I have barricaded all entrances to below deck now, and have doomed myself to slow death at the hands of the enveloping cold. I can still hear the living ones down there, screaming and banging on the doors. They are not the men that I knew. I console myself with this thought, as I leave them in the dark to starve or murder each other. If you have read this far, and have not fled these waters, or God forbid, are still aboard the Mistral, then I beg you again, leave now while you can. Do not look below deck. There are none of us left to save, and certainly none worth saving. It's cold now, and the fading day surrendering the gray light to the dark. There are no stars this night, nothing but the heavy blanket of night. If I could get below, I would find some way of destroying the Mistral, like the brave men of the Bagnastatir. But it's too late. The most I can make of my last moments, as all feelings flee from my extremities and writing becomes impossible, is a warning. Please, send us into the deep. Tell no one you found us, and never return. There are things and primal desires older than man, and forces beyond the grasp of our simple minds, and they dwell here, beneath the frozen sea. I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays all right. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy's pretty weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a big problem in any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tapes for him. He offered to pay me overtime, under the table, so obviously I took the offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would probably be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them in an old VCR, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. She's a regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before. But we get plenty of strangers passing through, just like in any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. I sat back inside. The only thing more boring than doing this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing the motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought, but then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came back in. He bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up, and the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel, don't get diesel, I found myself whispering to my empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy is rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out, and then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and a newspaper again, and paid with a 20. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of the first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There's windows around the cash register area that cameras cover, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all of his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming back in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty, the next second his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera, he was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone, just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned the tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I had work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I gonna say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see anything like that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I've ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get some last minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for my errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither one of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have something to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built. I don't know, I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm gonna talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update you guys again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about how this is gonna play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work. Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call, though, the sun went out. I shit you not. That's what I thought happened. Apparently I blacked out for exactly 5 hours, because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop, and then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck at the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the fuck out of there, didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out, and sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway, and cars were parked all along it, except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be, and from what I could tell by listening to the host talk in between songs, no one noticed the time freeze, or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow, if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He'd been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything. But my boss figured he would take it, as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, he was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot, or at least it is now. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everybody remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son who they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. "What, are you crazy?" I said, but he assured me that the cops were there with him. And then he dropped a bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much anyways, so I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh Christ, we've got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers, saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words when I told him the story are gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I've gotta go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime, under the table, and I'm trying to save up for a vacation so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll just watch the tapes back, catch him in the act, and that'll be that. I don't consider myself to be a particularly superstitious person. That is to say, I get the occasional kick out of the horoscope, and my significant other and I like to humor the idea that spirits and poltergeists exist. We even joke about how we'd haunt people when we die and come back as ghosts. In fact, my significant other refuses to go anywhere near a Ouija board, refuses to even think of it. "Why even attempt it?" he'd say. "Why would you want to taunt evil ghosts like that? Ghosts never play fair, and if you piss him off, you're screwed." I don't think he was ever serious, just precautionary, but maybe he was right. God, this all happened so recently, I'm still shaken. Can barely write about it now without my nerves acting up. Okay, here it goes. A few weeks ago, my mom, sister, and I went to Colorado for an entire week of vacation. We were going to drive all over the state, visit the national parks, and go horseback riding and whitewater rafting, and so much more. I was excited, and sorely needed a break from work anyways. We drove a grueling 16 hours out there, and spent our first day rafting down the rivers. After an extremely wet but exhilarating day, we drove to a ranch house to go horseback riding. We arrived at sunset, so it was too late to do anything. But we had all the next day to ride the trails and see the sights. The ranch was dumpy, to put it nicely. It was all run down with scraps of steel everywhere, and the shoddy lodging cabins were in desperate need for repair. I swear the roof over our shack of a cabin was a giant piece of drywall with shingles stapled to the top. My sister and I thoroughly checked the place for spiders and bugs before we even thought of bringing our luggage inside. It was only for the night, I reassured myself. Just one night in a dumpy shack on a rock-hard bed that probably had bedbugs under the sheets. I shuddered at the thought. My mom tried to cheer us up. She had brought skewers and a pack of hot dogs to roast over the communal fire pit. Happy to get out of the shack, my sister and I made a nice cozy fire, and soon a few other visitors came out to sit around the fire and roast s'mores and share stories. We talked about where we were from, where we were going, and all our adventures along the way. Pretty soon, the stories turned into tall tales and urban legends and the sort of stuff you'd usually tell around a bonfire. And that's when I spoke up. I loved stories, especially scary ones. And hey, we're out west, we're in Native American territory. Why not liven the place up with my favorite local myth, the legend of the Skinwalkers? Now, for the uninitiated, Skinwalkers are very evil, very dangerous beings. They were humans who gained the ability to take on the form of an animal by wearing its pelt, usually through very dark and taboo magic. I knew all this and told my story. Who doesn't love a good ghost story, after all? Everyone seemed to be enjoying it. I admit I took some creative liberties, really just retold an old werewolf story, but with a skinwalker as the monster instead. I improvised a lot of the story and added a few things that weren't in the mythos at all. I gave our beloved frightening skinwalker wide, crazed eyes with pinpoints for pupils with a matching insane smile. I made the skinwalker horribly misshapen, swollen joints and arms that were too long and legs that were too short, and a head that never sat straight on its shoulders. I made it as terrifying as I could imagine. No one minded. They actually really liked it. A man from Kentucky admitted the visuals alone were enough to creep him out. Victory in my book, if you ask me. And once I was done, everyone decided it was getting really late. Our firewood was dwindling, and it was as good a time as any to turn in for the night. We packed up our skewers and s'mores, doused the fire, and headed to our little shacks. I tossed and turned a lot trying to fall asleep. I couldn't get comfortable on that damn bed. A rock was probably cozier than that mattress. So against my better judgment, I got out of bed and walked about the cabin. I reasoned that if I stay up late enough, I would be so tired I would fall asleep, no matter what I was laying on. I think I briefly contemplated sleeping on the floor. I wasn't that desperate yet, though. It was pitch black outside. No lights from any nearby street lamps, no car headlights, hell, not even cabin lights were on, and I don't remember seeing a single star. It was a bit creepy, but I shrugged off the shiver creeping up my back as simply the cold tile floor beneath my feet. I did, however, find it odd that there weren't any lights at all on the property. You'd think there'd be a floodlight on the horse stables or in the main office, but no, nothing. And that was really weird. I stepped outside in my flimsy foam flip-flops to get a better look. I could barely make out the ranch, and for some stupid reason, I decided to go walking around it. Eventually, my eyes adjusted where I could see well enough to navigate. I paced up and down the road where the cabin sat, and then circled around to the fenced-in field where the horses were out grazing. Except there weren't any horses. Probably in the stables for the night, I reasoned. I shivered again. It was getting cold. I turned around to head back to my own cabin. It was stupid of me to be out all alone, at an obscene hour, I had realized. I needed to get to bed. But when I turned around, there was something in the middle of the road. Its shape was swallowed up by the surrounding darkness. I could barely make it out. But whatever it was tall and thin. I shrugged it off as just a pole or something else and kept walking. But then it moved. I froze. My breath caught in my throat and I could barely breathe. I just imagined that, I said. I just imagined it. I'm freaking myself out. Get your head straight. It moved again. My paralyzed throat managed to squeak out a pathetically weak whimper as my legs began to lose strength. I shivered violently against a cold that was building up inside of me. My eyes began to focus on the impossibly dark figure standing against a barely visible sleek gray night. Now I could see it. It was a person, but like nothing I'd ever seen before. Its arms were impossibly long, its legs impossibly short. It had a torso far too long for its rail-thin body, and a head much too big for its pencil-thin neck. Its right arm was sticking out of its side, swinging up and down. Its blockish head rolled onto its left shoulder, jerkily twitched up and down, up and down. It didn't move other than that. It just stood there, twitching, arms jerking up and down, head lolling around its shoulders. I still stood there like the idiot I was. My cabin was a few hundred yards behind that thing, and I wasn't so stupid as to try and walk past it. My only option was to go around, behind the cabins and the stables, and hope it didn't see me. I forced myself to lift my foot off the ground to step backwards. My flip-flop made a loud, wet smacking sound as it cracked against my foot, and I immediately froze in horror. This thing stopped as well. It stood there perfectly straight, perfectly still, just listening. I stayed as still as I could. My breath was shallow, and I panicked and tried to force myself to slow my breathing before I started wheezing. My heart thundered in my chest. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't move. Neither did it. I began to slowly, so goddamn slowly, bend over and slip my feet out of those fucking flip-flops. My feet touched the dirt and the crumbly gravel, but at least now I could move silently. I spared a quick glance to the side to see where I was going. 2 cabins were immediately to my right. I could slip between them with ease and disappear out of sight. I only looked away for a second, but when I turned back, that thing was gone. It was gone. It knew I was there, and it was coming for me. I still couldn't move, though. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move no matter how loud my head was screaming, "Run! Run! Run!" I heard something behind me. I turned instinctively, even though I knew better, and I still turned around. I was greeted with 2 bulging eyes. Shit. Its eyes, staring at me unblinking with 2 black pinholes for pupils and an insane smile that was stretched far too wide to be anything even remotely human. My paralysis broke as I stared at this fucking thing. I ran, trying to scream, but a horrible lead weight in my throat silenced me. My feet pounded on the dirt. I stomped over anything in my way. I trampled over a jagged rock, slicing my foot wide open. I ignored the pain. I ignored my body screaming in agony. I ignored my own blood pouring from the wound. I didn't care. I just ran. I felt the cold creeping up my back. Oh God, that cold. It was sinking right into my bones. I couldn't stop shaking or sobbing, and I didn't stop running until I burst into the cabin. I slammed the door shut, deadbolted the lock, and leaped into my bed. I huddled under my blankets. hiding my head, and there I gasped and shook for breath. And I waited. I didn't sleep that entire night. I was far too scared. I couldn't get rid of that chill. All I thought about was that thing standing there and twitching. Morning finally broke, and I finally allowed a breath of relief. Whatever I had seen had not come for me, and now that it was light, it could no longer take me by surprise. My mom noticed my bleeding foot and the blood I tracked through the cabin. I shrugged it off, said I cut myself the night before when we were making s'mores. I don't think she believed me, but she didn't push it. We left not long after that, and as we left, I looked at the place where the thing once stood, and I shuddered again. There was nothing, I assured myself. There was nothing. We said goodbye to the ranchers and to our companions, and I noticed the man from Kentucky who said he thoroughly enjoyed my story. He told me again how much he liked it. Said he was going to tell his own kids when he got home. They really liked scary stories, he said. And as we drove away, his head rolled onto his left shoulder, and he smiled a wide, insane smile as he waved us goodbye. As legend goes, to become a skinwalker you must attain priesthood, and then kill a member of your own family. Then, and only then, can you gain the powers to shapeshift. Then, and only then, are you a true skinwalker. According to local folklore, a man had done just that. An Indian priest had supposedly not only killed 1, but 5 immediate family members of his. They never caught this man. He disappeared into the woods, never to be seen again. When Jason and Alex set out for their camping trip, they knew all the old legends, and they laughed at the idea that a skinwalker would come get them if they trespassed on the old Indian land. The same land that the supposed murders had taken place. And why should they believe the legends? A man becoming a beast was probably the most ridiculous imaginable. Jason and Alex were brothers. They spent their entire lives together until Jason had gotten married. Then, Jason moved away and started a family, but not Alex. Alex stayed in their hometown, tending to their parents, making an honest living off the land and trying to be a good person. And Alex had succeeded at this. He hadn't broken a commandment in years, and was well on his way, well, in his own mind, to heaven. 3 years had passed between their last get-together, and 3 more might have passed if Alex didn't insist on a camping trip. But insist he did, and there they were. It was getting dark, and the 2 of them were laying out under the stars. They were deep in the woods, and they had no GPS or maps, but they knew the path back from where they were. They had gone there as kids many times. Never know. Huh? Alex replied. He only caught bits and pieces sometimes. We can never let Dad know, Jason reiterated. Know what? That we stayed on the old Indian land past dark. We promised him as kids, and I wouldn't want to upset him now. He's getting pretty close to being gone, and if we started an argument now, we may never be able to resolve it in time. For, just don't tell him, or Ma, okay? Okay, no problem. They both were silent for a while, until up creeped a small raccoon. Well, look at that, Alex called, as he pointed towards the critter. It stared at them for several minutes, not moving, not attempting to flee when they motioned towards it. It stayed almost perfectly still, and then finally it left. Minutes later came a deer. Again, the creature stayed and watched them. Unwavering determination glared in its eyes. For about 2 hours, the duo was kept awake, as every animal they knew to live in the forest, and some they were almost sure didn't inhabit the area, came to gaze upon them. The final animal was a gray wolf. It slowly moved towards them, and when it was 5 feet away, it stopped. Don't move. Don't panic. It'll go, Jason assured Alex. The wolf slowly stood up onto its hind legs, and then its limbs began to contort and pop. Horror slid over Jason and Alex's faces as they saw the fur tear open, revealing light brown flesh underneath. Finally, they gazed upon what looked like a man with a wolf's head. The skull of the wolf split open like a melon, the fur sliding off it, the bone chipping and falling like fragile eggshells. And in its place, slowly grew out the head of a man. The man now stood before the paralyzed brothers. They couldn't seem to move. "This is my land," said the man, with an almost supernatural smile. Now, mister, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave." Alex trailed off. "Get the fuck away from us," Jason said as fiercely as he could. The man began to laugh, and as he continued to laugh, the pitch changed. It grew deeper, from that of a man to that of a demon. And soon it sounded as if Satan himself was bellowing at them. The man's skin grew black as coal, and his eyes yellow like a cat's. His demonic laughter echoed through the forest as he drew closer and closer. The brothers, being unarmed, they had no choice other than to flee, and that's exactly what they did. They ran as fast as they could, except instead of out to their cars, they were cornered into running deeper into the woods. For hours they seemed to play cat and mouse. Several times, animals they passed would burst open in a grotesque manner, revealing the deranged man, but they continued to run. Finally reaching a cabin, they ducked inside. They were filled with fear, and the brothers felt that leaving the cabin would end in their deaths. What they found in the cabin made them regret their ignorance on legends. For in the main bedroom of the cabin was corpses, at least 100 of them. Every animal they had seen that night was there, along with some larger bodies, some human bodies. It was then that the man burst into the room, except he was once more a wolf. In his deep voice, he snickered out, "Welcome home." The following week, the authorities found the cabin during the search for Jason and Alex. Both brothers' faces looked as if they were eaten by an animal of some sort. 6 days later, a security camera several states over caught Alex filling up a car with gas. Several eyewitnesses also reported seeing the dead man, and on nearly all accounts, he was seen smiling a wide, toothy, unnatural grin. I never really believed in the paranormal or the supernatural. I always thought that the stories about people being haunted or possessed were just stories made up for entertainment, or cases of severely mentally ill patients being misunderstood by fanatical priests claiming demonic possession. I never suspected that they were actually real, but when I was 13, my naive brain would be put in its place. It was the summer of 2007. Life was good. I had a pretty normal teenage life. I had a few friends of my age who lived in the same neighborhood as me, and we would do a lot of outdoor activities like hiking, mountain biking, and fishing. We lived just north of the Ozark Mountains in a nice little town in Arkansas. My father had worked very hard to give us all a good life. He came from a poor family and joined the military at 18 to better his future, and it paid off. He got a good job working on airplanes, and we moved to the country. My parents got us steel on a really nice old house in the village. It was a nice little community built into the woods, which had a golf course, private lake and trails, and its own shopping center with a Harps and a couple of restaurants. We were a happy, normal middle-class family. That is, until that thing showed up and ruined our lives. There were a lot of local legends about the natives that used to inhabit the area. Supposedly, our entire community was built on top of sacred land. I used to walk the trails near my house a lot, and you could find cliffs and overhangs with Indian paintings on the walls, and remnants of their civilization. I always felt bad about how they were driven from their homes by my ancestors, but I was still grateful for my home and wonderful life. The kids at school would often scare each other by telling tales of shamans summoning skinwalkers and rakes, and that to this day they still haunt the woods at night, looking for a midnight snack. I always laughed it off. Ghosts and monsters aren't real, and they're just made up stories to scare kids. I always thought that the ghost hunter shows were ridiculous. You wouldn't hear or see anything on camera, but the people in the shows would jump at a creek in the night, and suspenseful music would play while the camera focused on empty darkness. Those shows can be fun for the imagination, but the reality of paranormal entities is much more terrifying. They can tear apart families and bring your whole world crashing down. I would learn this dark reality one summer night. The air was cool. I had my window open and could hear the wind flowing through the leaves. The cicadas reverberating through the midnight woods put me in a sleepy trance. I relaxed and drifted off to sleep. In such a peaceful place, I was completely safe. I always felt one with the woods. It really is beautiful here. Cradled in the sounds of nature, I drifted into a deep sleep. Then, a wave of panic. I feel every hair stand up, chills down my spine. I feel the eyes of someone on me. I can feel their sinister intent. Every fiber in me is telling me to run. There is something here that wants to kill me. No, worse, it wants to own me, to see me suffer. It has to be watching me. For a long time, I have been chosen. I can't breathe. Help me, help me. I scream, Mom. I hear laughter. Not human, not a physical voice. Multiple voices of all octaves laughing at once. I can't open my eyes. I can't breathe or talk, but I see its eyes. Blue, bloodshot, bulging eyes. Huge pupils. Red is filling my mind. I feel pressure. My entire body is vibrating and I feel like I'm going to explode. I gasp as I fully awaken, but as I open my eyes, I freeze. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Through my open door, I can see something lying on our living room couch. It's clearly visible, but clearly not a person. It's like a shadow, but flowing. The moonlight illuminates its face, a skull with a sinister smile. It has the same eyes from my dream. Huge, bulging, wide-open eyes, crystal blue pupils. It's staring at me, smiling. It's awkwardly sprawled out on the couch, and its shadowy body, like a translucent but pitch-black cloak, flows as if underwater. I'm getting chills just typing this, and I want to be clear that this is not a fictional story. This really happened. I was so scared I was frozen. I felt electricity going up and down my spine, through my brain. My eyes were wide and watering, my mouth hung open. It stared into my eyes, into my mind for what felt like hours. It then quickly shifted out of sight. It darted down the couch and into the shadows. Adrenaline hit me and I ran into my parents' room. I burst open the door panting and covered in sweat. My parents were at first annoyed, and it was the typical thing parents do when something like this happens. But as I described every detail about my encounter, and when they saw how terrified I was, I started to see a look of unease and fear in my father's eyes. He was scared. He believed me. My father, being a devout Christian, believed in demons, and he was convinced I had just been tormented, and that I was in danger. He was very serious, and I could see that he was disturbed by what had just happened. He woke up my little sister and the whole family gathered in the living room. I wish my dad had never done what he did next. He got out his Bible and turned the pages to a verse. I don't quite remember the actual verse, but it was something about casting out demons. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave my family alone, he yelled angrily, cursing the demon. If you want one of us, take me. Leave my family alone. We sat in the living room talking well into the night, and after a while we were all tired and went back to bed. I couldn't sleep though. I couldn't forget those eyes, its evil smile, the way it moved. It was disturbing. Fast forward a few months and things were normal. Me and my sister went back to school, and for the most part, I had forgotten all about the demon. I even convinced myself it was a bad dream, or even sleep paralysis, even though that was the only time sleep paralysis had ever happened to me. I went on with my life, until we got the worst news I had ever heard to this day. My dad was diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer, and it had spread. He was dying. We were devastated. I hugged my father and cried all day that day. I couldn't believe I was going to lose my dad. He was always so strong and seemed very healthy. The weird thing is, and the doctors were also puzzled, his cancer was usually only found in teenagers. It was a cancer that almost 100% of the time was only found in boys in their early teens. This shocked me and made me feel guilty. The whole experience of the demon became prominent in my mind, and I remembered my father's words to the demon. I think it had its eye on me, but went after my dad instead. I wish it had taken me though. My family would be much better off if it had. My father remained positive through his sickness. He went to chemotherapy sessions, started eating healthier, and worked out as much as he could. With his bald head and amputated leg, people would often come up to him and thank him for his service. He always laughed and said thank you because he was a veteran. However, contrary to what people thought, his condition was much worse than if he had stepped on an IED. He lived for 3 more years, even though the doctors said he had less than a year to live. He always stayed happy and positive, more for our sake than his. But toward the end, he started to slowly deteriorate. It was awful. I couldn't do anything to help him. The man I looked up to, who was protecting us, who I always saw as invincible, was crumbling before me. He lost all his weight and started sleeping on the couch to not disturb my mom. He was so sick. He suffered so much. I would hear his death rattles and moans and want nothing more than to help him in any way I could. Something that disturbs me so much to this day is that I started to realize something. He more and more resembled the demon. He was getting so thin he looked like a skeleton, and he had very blue eyes. Sometimes he would just look at me from the couch and I would get chills. The demon had been mocking me, imitating what he would do to my father while viciously smiling, as if it was funny. This enrages me. How can something be so vile, so purely evil? My poor father soon died and left us a broken family. My mother fell into a deep depression. I looked after my little sister, tried to be the best father figure I could be, even though I was a poor substitute. We fell behind on the bills, and the bank foreclosed our house. We lost everything. The next handful of years were a struggle, but now I'm an adult and have gotten some sort of a stable life. I recently figured out why my father was so shaken that night and didn't just blow it off as a bad dream. I visited my sister recently, and we started talking about ghosts and the paranormal. I asked if she had ever seen anything like that, and she hesitated for a second but then told me. And what she said gave me the chills. She was very young the night I saw the demon, and had largely forgotten that night. But she told me she used to see a shadowy man standing at the end of her bed. He had a skull for a face. Demons are real. I don't know if this belongs here, but I feel like it bears mentioning. I, 25 at the time, experienced what I can only imagine is an otherworldly occurrence when I first moved to the Sierra Nevadas about 4 years ago. I had been living in South Lake Tahoe, California for years, and spent a decent amount of time in the outdoors, hiking, camping, and just generally enjoying the beautiful place I was lucky enough to call home. Now, I don't scare easy. I'm used to being by myself, and I carry weapons with me everywhere I go. Being a 5'2" and 110-pound female, I go out of my way to be sure I can protect myself. There were many people in the outdoor community who told me to be careful on trails and in the forests. I usually do these things alone, save for my trustworthy, though somewhat cowardly dog. But I never felt as uncomfortable, confused, and downright afraid as I did in my own apartment one night when I finally relocated away from Tahoe to the city of Reno, Nevada. I had moved to Reno to get away from the isolation of living in Lake Tahoe, and though it is only about 60 miles away, it felt like a different world. Now the city itself isn't huge, and I was living in the north end of town, which is surrounded by high desert foothills and is somewhat sparsely populated compared to the more urban city area. But I never felt as if I was out in the boonies or anything of the sort. I lived alone with my pup, and we liked our little apartment. So to set the scene here, it was early fall. The sun was beginning to set at a much earlier time of day, which was exemplified by the fact that the city sits in a valley, so sunset seems to approach much faster than in any other places in northern Nevada. My apartment sat just above street level, with a window in the kitchen next to my stacked washer and dryer that looked out into an alley, maybe about 10 feet above the small street that went beside the small fourplex building. It was dark outside, and I was alone with my dog doing laundry. My apartment layout was an open concept. The living room kitchen area was separated by a wall which had a huge space cut out of it that you could see through to each room, with the washer and dryer tucked around one corner, and the aforementioned window to the left of that. With the openness of the space, the darkness outside, and the amount of overall windows the apartment had, If it was dark outside and I had lights on, it looked like I was living in a fishbowl or a terrarium. Anyone or anything could see right in. I made it a point to always close my blinds because of this, save the small window looking out into the alley. I didn't mind keeping those blinds open because I liked the fresh air, and someone would essentially need a ladder to reach me, had they been determined enough. As I was removing clothing from the dryer and turning to plop it on my couch to begin folding, I realized my dog was acting incredibly strange. He didn't want to cross over the line from the living room to the kitchen, which was marked by a change from carpet to tile. Though it was only a few steps, he seemed incredibly hesitant, and began whining and burping out small, concerned woofs. At first, I just thought he was anxious, for whatever reason. He is known to be a bit of a weenie, but then out of nowhere, I sensed his immense and insurmountable feeling of dread and displacement. I had my back turned to the washer and dryer, and to that small alley-facing window. My dog sat facing me, almost looking past me, and his clear anxiety and frustration began to build as I was asking him what was wrong. He began barking a full alarm bark at this point, and as soon as he did, the sense that someone or something was observing me took over and caused my blood to run cold. My logical response was, someone must be watching me through that window, the only window that has open blinds, the only window anyone can possibly see me through. So in one fell swoop, I reached for the overhead drawstring for the light and turned it off and faced the window to confront whoever or whatever was intruding on my life. As soon as the light clicked off and the room was dark, I saw what I can only describe as a perfectly round light, about the size of a small cantaloupe, directly across from me on the other side of the window. It didn't glow like a lamp or light, though its edges were perfect, and it did not hover nor vibrate, nor move at all. At this point, I was too stunned to move, and my fight, flight, or freeze response had engaged so quickly I had no time to really recognize or rationalize what I was seeing. I was looking at this thing, and it was looking back. I felt cold, confused, my hair standing on end, my heart racing. My dog had gone into full freakout mode and was jumping and barking and generally causing a ruckus in the living room. As he could see this all, the light seemed to now realize that I was able to see it, and it looked as if it backed away, or at least grew smaller in size, had moved to the right of the window. It flickered twice and then disappeared. It didn't buzz away or fly away, it didn't zoom out of vision. It was visible, not visible, visible, and then gone. As soon as I realized the light wasn't there anymore, I opened the window fully and poked my head out to see what was going on. Maybe someone was up at my window with a flashlight. Maybe someone in the neighboring buildings had seen something and would be out checking for themselves to try and solve this odd mystery. Nothing, not a soul, and what felt like deafening quiet. I closed the window. As soon as I shut the window, I heard a solid 3 knocks on the larger window by the front door of the living room. As mentioned before, those blinds were closed, and though from the outside looking in, it's likely clear someone is home because the lights were on in that room, no one could possibly know it's me, alone in my apartment, right? I wasn't expecting anyone over. It was too late for solicitors. No one had any reason to be at my house at this time, and I wasn't going to open that door. My dog had rushed to the kitchen as soon as the light outside the window had disappeared, and he was in what I can only call now full defense mode. Now my dog is an absolute sissy. I've seen him run from cats, get spooked by bags blowing in the street, and he generally stays right by my sides on hikes and while we're camping, for me to protect him. This pup seemed ready for war. Hackles up, eyes alert, growling at the front door now. I stepped into the living room, grabbed my gun with one hand, keys with the other, and slinked back to the kitchen and out the back door to where my car was parked. I threw the dog in, started up, and raced off to a restaurant across town, where I ordered food and ate in the front seat of my Subaru. We car camped in a Walmart parking lot that night. I returned to the apartment the following day, my laundry still on the couch, no apparent signs of anyone trying to enter the place. Everything seemed normal. I never experienced any disruption in that place again for the 1.5 years I lived there afterwards. I had no idea to this day what I experienced, and it wasn't until I shared this story that I heard the knocking and sense of being observed was a somewhat common phenomenon that people relate to encounters with skinwalkers. I don't know what I experienced that night, but I'd mark myself incredibly lucky if I never had to experience something like that again. I live right next to a Navajo reservation, and I've made friends with a lot of the people there my age. We like to hang out, play video games, and just be normal teens. I walk over a lot since my best friend lives a little less than a mile away from me. This isn't a long trek, and usually only takes me about 25 to 30 minutes. I've made this trip dozens of times and have grown very comfortable with it. I know the people along the way, so I'm not scared or on edge. There's a patch of forest, however, about midway there. It's a little unnerving sometimes. There's always the feeling that I'm being watched. This was a regular occurrence for me though, so I tried to just ignore it and shake it off as my mind playing tricks on me. This day I spent more time at my friend's house than I meant to, and when I left, it was already getting dark. I reached the stretch of forest right as the sun disappeared from the sky. I shivered a little as I readied myself to begin the journey though. I was 10 steps in when I heard a branch snap. You know the sound. The one that screams there is definitely someone or something there with you. I froze, not sure of what I should do next. Should I run? Should I turn around and book it back to my friend's house? I didn't know the best option in this situation. I whispered, "Hello?" Hearing my voice crack as the words fell from my lips. I don't know why I even opened my mouth, but it was out there, so I listened for any reply. My heart sank when the answer came back in the sound of my voice. "Hello?" I started to breathe too fast. My heart pounded against my chest. I felt like I might faint. "Hello?" My voice came back again, but not from my mouth. I wanted to run, but my feet felt cemented to the ground. I couldn't scream. I couldn't reply, as my voice echoed over and over from a short distance away. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere around me. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" It repeated. "Stop it!" I finally managed to tear from my lips. Everything went silent. For a long minute, nothing happened. The air grew stale, and I realized for the first time that there was no typical forest sounds. There were no bugs, no frogs or crickets, nothing. I stood there terrified, waiting to see what would happen next. "Stop it!" It mimicked back. I'd had enough, and it was willing my heavy legs to move. Before I could take a step, I heard a rustling in the bushes 20 feet to my left. I watched in horror as a deer head with huge antlers protruded through the bush. As it came further out and stood up on twos, I took off. I flew out of those woods and all the way home in record time. I said nothing to my mom when I got there. I just went straight up to my room, laid down, and thought about what happened. My mother came in at some point and asked me if everything was all right. I replied that yes, I was just tired. I don't know why I didn't tell her. I guess I might have been afraid of how she would react. I called my friend and told him everything. He freaked out and told me that no matter what happened that night, to not reply or look out my window. This terrified me even more. He said to call him the next morning and he would explain more, and that he had to speak to his grandfather as soon as possible. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed awake, listening to every little sound the night brought. Around 3 a.m., just as I was about to drift off, the air changed. The night sounds quieted. I felt my heart begin to pound. I laid there a while, pulling the covers up over my head like a child, far too scared to move an inch. It came after a long moment. "Hello?" I cried. It was all I could do. "Hello? Stop it." It mocked what I had said in the woods again. It was terrifying enough when it copied what I said, but then it did something new. It called my name. "Amy?" My mother's voice. "Amy? Amy, come here." "Hello? Stop it." My voice again. For the rest of the night, the creature outside my window called my name in my mother's voice and repeated what I said to it in the woods over and over. In the morning, when the sun broke through the dark, it finally stopped. I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke around 12 to my friend calling to tell me he had spoke to his grandfather and could explain what happened to me. He said there was a creature they called Yi Nadlushi, he who goes on all fours, or a skinwalker. He explained that it was an evil witch that used dark magic to transform into an animal with the attributes it had acquired, and that it had caught my scent and knew me now. I was also given a warning that since it knew me, it would always follow me, and that I would always have to be careful. Last night I heard scratching on my window, and then a low hum. The creature began saying my name again, but also adding in things I hadn't said in my mother's voice. At one point it started calling my name, but drawing it out really far. Like, Amy. It tried to get me to come outside, or to open the door and let it into my house. This went on all night. At this point, I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do. Is it seriously going to hide in the shadows around me for the rest of my life? I don't think I can take it. I'm not sure what to do. Me and my family moved into this house in Arlington, Texas. And at first, we didn't really expect anything bad to happen. The very first night that we moved in, or were about to move in, the landlord brought me and my brother to the bedroom, where me and him would be sleeping, and whispered in our ears that there was a demon in the house. Of course, we didn't believe her at first. You know, like we were just really skeptical of it. After a while, nothing happened. It was just a new house for us. It was a really nice house, too, and we really liked the old type of feeling to it, and we would always have our doors and windows open during the summer, so the breeze would come through. After a while, my mom was taking a shower in the shared bathroom, and she recalls to us that she heard a blood-curdling scream coming from inside the house. She thinks it's our video game, so she grabs a towel, and she cautiously goes to our bedroom to tell us to stop playing violent games. But when she got to our bedroom, we were dead asleep. I made a new friend down the street from me. Her name is McKenna. She was the same age as me, and we always hung out. One day, I invited her to come over while no one else was home because I had a small crush on her. And she came over, and we went to my bedroom and just put on a scary movie. As we were watching, out of nowhere, we hear every plate and glass and everything in the kitchen falling down and breaking. I was thinking that somebody broke into our house, so I grabbed my baseball bat and I told her to follow me and stay behind. We then snuck into the hallway. We both peeked our heads around into the kitchen, and every single cabinet and drawer was wide open. And as soon as we looked into the kitchen and saw this, every last one of them slammed shut. I immediately freaked out and started to run, but McKenna was frozen in her place. She was looking at something with her jaws dropped wide open, and I grabbed her shirt and I screamed at her, "Let's go." We ran outside, and I waited for my parents to get home. She went back to her house and texted me that she was never going to come back to my house ever again. I understood why, of course, but I asked her what she was looking at. She told me that she didn't want to talk about it, and that she would tell me later. Eventually, the nighttime came, and I didn't tell anyone what happened. I just let it go, because I feel like no one would have believed me. Anyways, it was a school night. Summer was over, and my brother was already asleep, and I was trying to sleep. For some reason, I just couldn't sleep at all, so I laid in the bed and closed my eyes. I desperately wanted to go to sleep. Out of nowhere, I feel a hand grab my hair, and it felt like it was tugging me into the closet, which was directly behind me. I tried to scream, but it felt as if I couldn't let any noise out. Eventually, my mom and brother heard everything and came to me and started comforting me. When my mom entered the room, I was laying on the floor, kicking and screaming. I went to my mom's bedroom that night, and I slept in her bed. As I was trying to fall asleep, McKenna texted me. She told me something that absolutely terrified me. She said that when we peeked into the kitchen, and the cabinets and drawers were wide open, she saw a black figure of a man standing on all fours on top of the fridge like a spider. I completely felt paralyzed in fear, and I grabbed my mom's arm and held on tight for the rest of the night. There's a lot more that happened, but long story short, my mom almost got killed by the poltergeist too. She was in the shed in our backyard, putting the boxes away that we didn't unpack when we moved in. And me and my brother were in the backyard playing football. And out of nowhere, we hear our mom scream at the top of her lungs. She came burrowing out of the shed as we ran to her, and she was bleeding and said that she almost broke something. She said that she was on the ladder, trying to put some boxes on the top shelf. But tucked away in the back corner, a sharp stick was thrown at her and almost pierced her. She then had to go to the hospital because she broke something when falling. I'm a very reasonable person, and a skeptical one too. I've never really believed in ghosts, but I personally can't explain the reasoning behind the events that took place in that house. So a couple of days ago, my significant other and I were driving up his road that's in the middle of the woods. And as we turn a corner, we first see the deer. The deer didn't even flinch at our car coming up the road, which I did find a bit odd. Then we saw it. Now, I'm not normally a scared person, but seeing this thing almost made me piss myself. It looked as if this thing was talking to the deer. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, very thin, and it was all black with wings. It flew up right in front of the car, and my significant other slammed on the brakes, then turned to me and said, "Tell me you saw that," and asked me to describe it to make sure that they weren't going crazy. I did, and then we sped all the way home. This all happened in about a minute, although it felt much longer than that. I was telling my dad about it, and he saw the exact same creature years earlier at my sister's bus stop. He tried to convince my sister it was a garbage bag or something, but my sister's response was, "Daddy, that thing was too fast and too big to be a trash bag." And all my dad could say was, "I don't know." If anyone has any idea what this could have been, I would appreciate the comment. I'm very skeptical about these, but I'm looking for a more logical explanation than some random creature. Okay, so this happened just a few days ago when I was on a road trip with my cousin. I'll be referring to him again as James, like I have in past stories. For a quick reference, at the time, I was 13, James being 21. James and I were on a road trip from my grandmother's to my aunt's house. I have a great relationship with my cousin, so my parents let me go on trips with him occasionally. It's about a 10-hour drive, and we were about 3 hours into the drive. It was around 9 p.m. at this time. I was pretty sleep-deprived, and everything was hilarious at the moment. So when I saw this red semi-truck outside my window, I just started laughing. The man in the truck was heavy-set. That's an understatement. And he had a long, untamed beard. He had a creepy vibe, but I waved to him. He in turn did a groping motion to me. But finding it more hilarious than creepy at the time, I started laughing harder and told James the story, doing the whole groping motion and all. He looked very creeped out and disgusted, but there wasn't anything either of us could do. A while later, about 4.5 hours into our drive, James pulled into a rest stop. I walked into the bathroom, and when I came out, the man was just standing there. He looked to be at least 6 feet tall. I looked out the glass door leading into the building, and I saw James, glaring daggers at the front door. I was confused and walked back to the car. What he told me really creeped me out, so much so that I started crying. Then again, I had been awake for around 20 hours. The man had stared and followed me inside the building, mumbling to himself. James attempted to comfort me, but quickly said he had to go to the bathroom and went inside. A few seconds later, when I was in the car, the man was at my window. He stared at me, a wide, creepy grin. He started saying I should go with him, and he was going to treat me good. He offered me candy and just tried to coax me into his truck. I was busy bawling my eyes out. Then, right on cue, James walks out and yells at the guy and threatens him. The guy backed off and got into his truck. He still just stared at me, the grin still on his face. We floored it out of there. We wanted to get as far away from that man as possible. It was around 12 a.m. when we pulled to a motel to sleep. The rest of the night till 8 a.m. was fine. Nothing really happened. Sadly, that didn't last long. When we were at a restaurant, the same man came in and sat right across from us. He grinned at me, and James just looked pissed off. The man walked by the table, going to the bathroom, and brushed his hand on my shoulder, doing the same thing on the way back. A quick note, James is a chill dude and will let most anything slide. But because he's known me since I was just a baby, he's very protective. He's not like that to even my siblings. He and I are close. He was obviously pissed before, but at that point, he stood up from his seat and walked over to the guy's table. He started yelling at the man about how he better stop following us and back off. He made no threats, but did curse a lot. I felt pretty nervous and just wanted to go. The man then stood up and smacked James and yelled how I was leading him on. The guy was about 6 foot, and James is 6'8". Their argument continued until the cops came and separated it. The cops got the story and came to the conclusion that because he was assaulted, we could press charges. He said no though, and we just continued the day. The rest of that trip was pretty bland. The guy wasn't seen for the rest of it. However, James did follow me like a bodyguard whenever we went anywhere. Even though he was protecting me, I was terrified. He looks pretty scary, but he's definitely a teddy bear. To start the story off, and to give a little insight about me, I am an 18-year-old female who grew up in Michigan and have lived in the country for as long as I can remember. And for the heads up, this is a long story, so bear with me. On one particular hot summer weekend, me and a couple friends, including my boyfriend, let's call him Tony, and my older brother, let's call him Brad, decided we were going to go camping for the weekend since it was such a nice warm week. Tony's parents had owned a cabin way out in Ludington, surrounded by a huge wooded area with a personal lake, and no neighbors for at least 4 miles. But being stupid teenagers, we didn't really think about that. All we were ready for was to party like any normal teens would. Well, after being there for 2 hours, our fun had started. Tony's friends had brought tons of alcohol and weed to last us for the weekend so we wouldn't be bored, since we had no service and only movies to watch. After it got around 12 a.m. and was pitch black, we had a huge bonfire going. It was a total of 6 people, including me and Tony. As we talked and laughed about upcoming events in our lives, we were so distracted that we didn't notice that my brother had literally frozen his eyes onto one section of the woods. Mind you, we were all intoxicated and high at the time. Eventually, our talking ceased when Tony realized his friend and my brother had an emotionless expression. "Hey dude, you alright?" he asked Brad. Silence. Brad didn't reply or even make any movement that would indicate he heard him. After that, I started to get scared as well, as the other 2 girls there did. It took a lot for my brother to act that way. Eventually, I was the first to catch on that he was excessively staring into a certain spot in the woods. I turned my head and followed his gaze the best I could. And when I finally caught on to what he was staring at, my heart dropped. There, right fucking there, was at first look a dog. At least, that's what I thought. It was some person's dog that wandered off. But then my brain kicked in and I realized there wasn't neighbors for miles, so how could there be a dog? My mind started to race while Tony still tried to get Brad to speak or even move. In one motion, this thing stood up tall. And when I say tall, I mean gigantic. It had to be at least 6 feet tall. Everyone saw it then. How could you not? The other 2 girls and the other boy with us gasped as they finally grasped why my brother was as still as a stick. No one moved for what seemed like hours. Tony was the first to talk. "No tail," he mumbled. No one heard what he said but Brad, and I swear to you when I say his eyes widened as big as pan saucers. That freaked me out immediately. "What did you say?" one of the girls asked. It has no tail," he hissed at her. My heartbeat stopped. He was right. There was no tail on this thing. Suddenly, my clouded alcohol mind cleared up in a fraction of a second when I finally realized what this thing was. Now I understood why my brother was basically shitting his pants. This thing was a skinwalker. My instincts kicked in right then and there, but before I could nope the fuck out of there, the thing let off a terrible stench like rotting meat before screaming inhuman-like. The sound was enough to scare the fuck out of everyone. My brother was the first up out of his chair and started shouting native words at the creature while I told everyone to get inside. No one questioned me when they saw just how serious I was. especially Tony. He's never seen me so scared, so he knew it was a bad situation. We all hightailed it into the cabin, with my brother in tow, still shouting native words at the creature, which seemed to keep it at bay while it gave us enough time to get inside. He slammed and locked the door before turning all the lights off and grabbing a special ash from the kitchen counter and started throwing it at every window and door while chanting. Of course, he had everyone freaked out and basically in tears at that moment. After he was done, no one said a word for a long time. All of us in shock. He grabbed our dad's pistol and had it posted by him for hours. Everyone was entirely too shaken up to even question what happened. We must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up to my brothers packing all of our stuff into the 2 cars early in the morning. I understood why. We had native family. We knew what we were dealing with, and we knew it would come back, and maybe not alone. Before we left, I did a blessing on the cabin and spoke a few calming words to the still very freaked out girls. We left as soon as everything was packed up. To this day, we still haven't explained exactly to our friends what happened that night, and they never bothered to ask us either. It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a coworker, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally, like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes. It seemed to lack a shadow. My coworker and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, dog," in excitement. For me, it proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My friend expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscled, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then we immediately felt a wave of dread fall over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaws open, almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant yet extremely clear, high-pitched, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for the short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around a corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind paws, walking on 2 legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects slightly moving place, nudging a bit, settling. It quickly became more aggressive, but then, just as we were about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went to our cars. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I had just seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out any words. It just sounded like whistling almost. But get this. I saw a random antique clawfoot bathtub on the side of the road, in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker? I was watching the sidelines of the road for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. I decided to join my bestie Karen for a 3-day stay at her grandmother's place on the res. Her grandmother lives near a place called Tuba City, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere but surrounded by rural homes. We go to college together, and I was kind of interested to know about Navajo tradition. The first day we stayed, it was pretty chill, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, her grandmother, not that old, maybe around 67, said that a stray dog came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. To me, it did act kind of strange, and it was pretty ugly looking. It had a black, shaggy coat, and looked like a mix between a German Shepherd and a lab. That night, we were watching a movie in the living room. It had big windows that looked out into the front where the cars are parked, nothing fancy. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and we were watching a movie. Next to the window is a medium bookshelf, and where DVDs are kept. Karen went to put back a DVD we had just watched, but she freaked out because the stray black dog was staring at us through the window, standing on top of the wood box outside. Not something normal dogs do from my point of view or hers. Usually my dog, which is a house dog, scratches the door to be let in. Res dogs aren't house dogs, and dogs inside houses are frowned upon in Navajo tradition, meant to protect the house and owner. The other dog seemed to stay away from it. Karen opened the door and yelled at it to get off the box. It ran off behind the shed. We went to Tuba City to get some groceries, came back to the house. The dog was nowhere to be seen, nothing unusual. Grandma went to visit some people, so it was just Karen and I. About 5 o'clock, we heard someone trying to open the door. Both of us looked out since there had been no car heard and no dogs barking. Looking out the living room window to the door, and there was the dog trying to open the door with its paws. 2 paws wrapped around the brass doorknob, standing on its hind legs. I thought that was weird, but wasn't really freaked out. Karen was. She opened the door and chased it off. Grandma came back later and Karen told her. Grandma did not like what she heard. We got ready to sleep. We slept in the spare bedroom since it had 2 beds. One window with curtains opened a little. We turned off the light, but there was a sound coming from on top of the roof. Pitter-patter footsteps and scratching sounds and panting. It then sounded like it jumped off onto the large plastic water barrel they had. At first, we heard what sounded like barking, but as it grew louder, the other dog seemed to be barking at something also. But all of a sudden, something was running around the house barking, and it was no dog. This barking sounded human. A deep male voice, barking like it knew that we knew it wasn't a dog. Woof woof, ruff ruff, arf arf. Just exactly like that, adding the W's, R's, and A's. Then panting again by the window, and we started freaking out. Karen decided to, in my opinion was stupid, open the curtains to look out. There was the stray dog on its hind legs looking into our bedroom, but this time it stunk, and what I thought were 2 black holes in the neck, another pair of eyes, twinkled. Think of those ugly glossy spider eyes staring at you. And the paws were deformed looking hands with overgrown, somewhat thick and sharp fingernails. Again, both screaming and shutting the curtains closed. Grandma came running through the door and seeing it. First thing she did was grab ashes from the fireplace, load 3 shells into the shotgun from under her bed, bless herself in Navajo, and went outside to shoot it, yelling in Navajo about how the thing wasn't welcome there and to get the hell out of there, for it to go linger somewhere else. Them both being traditional. The next day, they called a medicine man to come over and put cedar in. He prayed over everyone with cedar smoke and an eagle feather, blessed the place, made us eat bitter herbs called eagle's gull, or something, and gave me an arrowhead. Apparently I needed to carry one for protection, and a little pouch called corn pollen. Seems to work pretty well. The medicine man said the dog was a skinwalker, which in Navajo is a long word, but I called them Yoshis. The body of the stray dog, which was killed by the skinwalker, made an illusion so we wouldn't know it wasn't a real dog. He also said that Yoshis tend to harm people by using some sort of human bone straw to spit at someone. Think spitballs, only deadlier, and get human bones into them. Doctors can't detect it. But the medicine man that day pulled a piece of human skull out of Grandma's right shoulder. Pretty big, about 2 inches long and 1 centimeter thick. It was real because we watched him pull it out of her. That was intense. There has been a lot of discussion surrounding the mysterious footage of the so-called Nightcrawler. I grew up in the Fresno area of California, and for many years had no handle on a terrifying teenage experience that haunts me to this day. It began in 1993, when 3 friends and I decided to spend an autumn night in the woods near Millerton Lake. It was the perfect conclusion to an amazing summer, and something we had planned for so long but always found a way to put it off. We walked aimlessly by the lake for hours, skipping stones, fishing, and enjoying the warmth of the quickly fading sunlight. The warmth soon disappeared behind the treetops, and we decided to walk a little further into the undergrowth to find a good spot to set up camp for the night. Alex and I set up the tent while Terrence began collecting wood for a campfire. We had beer, meat, and all the necessary components for a long night's supply of s'mores. The cold autumn night air soon enveloped our campsite, and crickets began to sing as the smoky scent of the steak we were cooking drifted through the trees and up into the clear night sky. As we finished off the last beer, we noticed that we had slightly underestimated the amount of wood needed to keep a fire going, so I decided to hunt around for some dry logs and branches. I paced around the campsite but couldn't find anything more substantial than a couple of twigs, so I decided to grab a flashlight and leave the safety of our enclosure out into the wall of darkness surrounding us. It became clear that this forest had experienced a run on fire building materials because for the life of me, I could not find anything big enough to justify carrying it back to camp. I didn't think I'd wandered that far when I heard a rush of air behind me. I turned around and saw the leaves on the floor twirling in the beam of my flashlight. A small dust devil, maybe. But as I fixed my gaze ahead of me and back towards the campsite, I noticed that things were not quite right. I hadn't walked more than 200 meters, and yet I couldn't see any glow of the fire whatsoever. I began to feel incredibly uneasy at the implication that I had somehow wandered further from the campsite than imagined and was now lost in the ominous woods, alone. I managed to collect myself and began retracing my steps. The sameness of every direction was disconcerting. However, I could see impressions in the dirt of where I had previously walked, so I followed intently, knowing that I would soon see the glowing orange light of the fire and the welcoming silhouettes of my friends. The more I walked, the more I began to feel that things weren't right. I was still following the trail of my footsteps, and yet somehow, after 5 minutes of walking, I was no closer to the campsite. I knew I had not walked for this long on my way out here. I stopped, feeling the need to crouch down and consider the situation before fear began to take hold. I looked around and began to notice that the trees around me felt strangely distant and faint, almost as if they were shrouded in a dark mist. This wasn't a physical mist, but rather something ominous that had somehow cloaked the forest in darkness. This wasn't just darkness of night, but beyond that, you could feel it. I stood up, however, and logic prevailed as I continued along the path of my footsteps. In the distance, I could see something familiar. I immediately picked up the pace, and as I got closer, I realized that it was the campsite. But there was no fire. The camp felt completely cold and empty. It seemed strange that the fire would have died out so quickly, but not beyond reason. I finally reached the tent, and that uneasy feeling I had managed to suppress quickly reappeared as I realized that my friends were no longer there. I called out their names and shined my flashlight into the surrounding foliage, but there was no response. At this point, all semblance of composure left my body. I realized that they could have simply wandered off to try and find me, but I somehow knew that this was not the case. Call it a sixth sense, if you will. I decided the only thing to do was to try to restart the fire with whatever fuel I could find, but no matter what I did, no flame would appear from my Zippo lighter. As if it too wanted to hide away from this overwhelming darkness. I sat down again with my head in my hands, racking my brain for an explanation of the events thus far. I began to feel the surrounding blackness scurry closer to me, as if it knew that somehow the absence of fire had removed some protective force field from around the camp. The next thing I can recall is just being confronted by the most terrifying sound. It can only be described as an eerie, whirring sound, almost like a tornado siren, but completely unnatural and unlike anything I've ever heard before. Chills ran down my spine as I sat up to determine the source of this haunting sound. It seemed to reverberate throughout the tree trunks in all directions, as the breeze which had been ever present throughout the evening seemed to retreat almost instantly into silence. I heard footsteps and immediately rejoiced that my friends were returning to the camp and that we could discuss the night's events, and at long last put myself at ease. As I listened to these footsteps drawing closer, I felt a sudden uneasiness as I realized that there was something very wrong with the sound. They were far too slow. It sounded as if someone was walking unnaturally leisurely, artificially or alternatively, that they were on stilts. The more I listened to these footsteps, the more convinced I became that this was the sound of someone walking on stilts, and that this thought really scared me because after all, who or what would be walking on stilts in this pitch-black darkness in the thick of a forest? I shined my flashlight in the direction of the sound, dreading what I might see, but I had to know. The footsteps were closer than ever. They must be right here, I thought. Suddenly, I see an object glint in the beam of light. The footsteps stop. At this point, I am absolutely frozen in terror as I see a small white object through the trees. It moves slightly, and I see what looks like a head and legs. The head slowly turns towards me, and what I see causes me to scream, but no sound comes out of my mouth. The head is completely featureless. There's no eyes, no mouth, no nose, and no ears, and yet somehow, I know that it is looking at me. It had no body, just a featureless head attached to long, skinny legs and must have been no taller than 4 feet. It slowly turned its face back to the direction in which it was traveling, as far as I could tell, and began its uncanny gait back into the darkness. I sat there, shaking and mumbling as I tried to console myself. I had no explanation for what I just saw. Just as quickly as it had arrived, the ghostly darkness that had surrounded everything vanished and the breeze returned to the trees. They were there, my friends, between the trees. I ran towards them and they were shocked to see my expression. "What the hell is wrong?" Terrence shouted as I reached them. It seems they had heard something moving towards the edge of the lake and had gone to investigate, thinking it was me. It seems they too couldn't find their way back to the camp and had also found themselves trapped on some endless path to nowhere. I mentioned the sound, but they hadn't heard anything and had no idea how the fire had been extinguished as it was still burning strong when they left. I told them about what I had just experienced, and Alex's facial expression turned to one of horror. He told me the Native Americans in the area had described seeing such a creature for generations and that they often carried with them a sense of dread. We headed to the camp and noticed that all of our watches had stopped running, and so we had no idea of the time frame in which these events occurred. Needless to say, at this point, we didn't sleep a wink that night, but the rest of it was uneventful. We left hastily at dawn. For years, I had wondered what these creatures were, and why this one felt the need to show up at our camp. All I had was this tale of Native American legend and the fear that stayed with me since that night. It seems now that there is video evidence of these creatures venturing outside of the forest and into built-up areas. I can't help but wonder what it is that is drawing them closer to humankind, and just what it is that they may be planning. In the meantime, we'll never know. This was told to me by my childhood bestie's uncle during a family gathering in the early 90s. They were a huge family and always had cookouts and gatherings, often inviting friends from church or work, so there would always be a nice crowd, and sometimes it went into the evening. This night, some of the men there were police officers, so they were trading stories. While the grown-ups were talking, we preteens were sitting nearby talking kid stuff, but I noticed the grown-ups' tones kind of changed, and I turned around to listen. So for context, we are a small town right at the edge of the two different tribal reservations. The sheriff's office usually patrolled a 30-minute stretch of reservation that bordered the two different tribal lands. It's a flat forest that is beautiful during the day, but scary as hell during the night. There is one gas station / grocery store in a little community right in the middle of this 30-minute drive. It closed at around 9 p.m. each night. Around 11 p.m., one of the sheriffs got a call over the radio to check something out just south of that community. Now that area was the most isolated, and there are very few people that lived there. There's no streetlights, other than some out on the stretch of lands where people lived, so this part was a very dark area. The officer went out to the area, and I don't remember if he found a problem. My vague memory is thinking that it had to do with the fence down, which is bad because some people have herds of sheep, cows, horses, so that could cause an accident. He took care of business and started back towards our town. He had only driven about a mile back when he saw a man walking on the side of the road. Again, on this stretch of road, it is very dark. People can be hit by a car, so the officer stopped to at least get the guy home. The man was young, quiet. He had long black hair. His clothes were old and dirty. Often there are hitchhikers that go from that area to our town to hit the bars and then hitchhike home. But this man was going in the direction towards the town, which was weird because it was way past midnight by now. Nothing was open. The officer tried to get the man's address, but the man just said, "Take me down the road. I'll tell you when to stop." And it was toward our town, and the little community was also ahead, so that was probably where he was headed. The sheriff had a truck. When one picks up a hiker, they climb in the back and hit the window when their destination is reached. The officer said, "All right, jump in," and started down the road. While driving, he'd take a look back and see the back of the man's black hair. After time was going by, and the man wasn't knocking on the window, and they passed the community, and the houses were very few again. The officer decided to look back at the man again, and he was gone. Now, if he was drunk, which he didn't seem to be when they spoke, he was probably passed out and missed his turn. He pulls over and thinks he's going to wake this guy up. He looks, and there is no one in the back. The cop is like, "What the heck? Tell me he didn't jump out. He has to be drunk." The cop turns around and tries to backtrack. He passed the community again, but he doesn't see anyone laying on the road, or sitting, or even walking. He turned into the gas station and kinda tells the dispatch about it, and then decides just to head back to town. While driving, he says that he starts to hear a knocking on the truck. It wasn't the back window. And at the gas station, which had lights even though closed, he did double check for a passed out man. The knocking continues, and he keeps driving but starts to look in all of his mirrors, and he swears he sees a wolf-like figure at the right side of his truck, running alongside of it, on its hind legs, banging the side now. He is going 55 to 60 miles an hour at this point, and this creature didn't look like it had any problem running right next to the truck, hitting it. The officer swerved and overcorrected, but gets control and stops. But he stops for a second just to check his doors and get his wits, and then hauls ass. He stated that he was going 80 to 90, and the road can be curbed, so the speed limit is still 55 to this day. He was so terrified, and he was so relieved when he went over the little hill to our town and saw the city lights. I never forget this story, and I drive that road rarely, but never at night. I saw some videos about skinwalkers on TikTok, so I started watching videos about them on YouTube, and there was a whole podcast where this guy just read stories about them from Reddit and other stories that people submitted. Well, our ward at church purchased a piece of land way back in the day. It's seriously just wooded area with a little bit of swamp. Anyways, we would always go there for campouts and scouts. And at night, when it was pitch black, we would all play manhunt. Well, one time, we all got down to one person whose name was David. Growing up, he was super fast, and he would hide really good so nobody could ever find him. He would always end up being the last person. Well, one time, it was down to David, and we had split up and gone way deep into the forest toward the swamp because it seemed like it was impossible to find him. We thought he might have gone down a little further than we usually go, and we started getting into some more muddy and wet terrain as we got closer to the swamp-like area where the water is probably shin deep, and we saw David way out in the swamp, but he wasn't wearing any shirt, and with the spotlight on him, he looked super pale. But he just stood there and didn't say a word. You could seriously tell that something was off. Then, all of a sudden, we heard David from behind us, yelling, trying to get our attention so we could keep trying to chase him down. Meaning, what we saw in front of us was definitely not him. So, being a bunch of 12 to 17-year-old boys, we started yelling and running back to the campsite as quickly as we could. Nobody believed us. In fact, for years everybody made fun of it, calling it the ghost of David. But then I started listening to these stories, and every single one of them sounds just like what happened in some way or another. I do believe that this was a skinwalker encounter. To give you a little more insight about me, this story happened when I was 14 years old. I was at my friend Emily's house, since back then I lived there for personal reasons. Anyways, it was about 1 a.m., and her parents were gone for the night at her grandma's house. We were watching horror movies and vegging out on snacks like we usually would every weekend night. After our movie, I got up to go pee and let her know that I'd be back. She nodded before opening up her laptop to message her boyfriend at the time. As I walked down her barely lit hallway and came across the bathroom, I heard Emily's voice call out to me, to her back porch that was on the right side of the hallway, which immediately struck me as odd because I never saw her leave the room or even walk past me. And why would she be outside, anyways? Her voice called to me again, so I couldn't help but walk out to the back porch. It took a lot to scare me, so I wasn't bothered by this. This turned out to be the biggest mistake ever. A red flag should have went off right then and there when her voice became silent as I stepped onto the porch. I called her name softly, but she didn't reply. I called her name once more, but this time louder. And again, silence. I stepped off the porch onto the grass, looking into her wooded backyard, a little pissed now, because at the time, I figured she was trying to prank me, like she usually did. It was normal for her. But when I yelled her name again, a voice spoke. But it wasn't hers. It was another woman's voice. "Help me, please. For the love of God, help me." I heard a woman scream. Okay, now I was officially freaked out because there was no one around for miles besides her one neighbor that lives a little ways into the woods. I found myself not being able to move. Curiosity, maybe, but the bushes started rustling and what looked like a dog stepped out. My first thought was it was her neighbor's dog that must have gotten out because it has happened before. But when this thing stood up on its hind legs, it was about 7 feet tall. That's when I really froze up. What the hell was this thing? I asked myself. I've never met anyone that's that tall in my entire life. When it started to walk towards me, I eyed it carefully. It was walking kind of like a human, but wobbling like a baby taking its first steps. I found myself not being able to bolt out of there like I should have. I couldn't move. That is, until I heard the slider door being opened and the real Emily's voice speak. "Lana, what are you doing out here? I looked around my whole house for you." As soon as she finished her sentence, I bolted as fast as I could and pulled my friend inside before shutting the door and locking it while closing the blinds. I did this to every room, even the basement, locking windows included. All the while, Emily yelling at me, asking me what the hell was going on. I took her arm and raced into her room before slamming the door behind us. When she finally realized how terrified I was and how badly I was shaking, only then did she ask me, "Jesus, Lana, what's the matter? You look like you've just seen a ghost. What the hell happened?" I finally calmed down enough to begin telling her what I encountered. But before I got the chance to fully explain what happened, I heard extreme banging on my friend's window, which stunned us both, and we both shot up at least 10 feet in the air. I whispered "fuck" when I realized I forgot to shut her blinds. I didn't have the heart to turn around. But when Emily's face went pale, I didn't have a choice but to look behind me. I really wish that I hadn't. There, that thing was, looking into our bedroom window. I couldn't even begin to explain what it looked like. All I can come up with is that its body was twisted like somebody had just been in a freakish car accident. And it had fur, lots of it, and the eyes glowed much like a cat. A high-pitched noise escaped that thing's throat, making us not only cover our ears, but we both screamed as hard as our lungs would let us. I threw my friend on the floor before zooming into her parents' room to get her dad's .42 rifle. But when I arrived back, the noise stopped, and that creature was gone. Emily was rocking back and forth, holding her knees close to her, shaking and crying hysterically. She's seen its face as clear as I did, and the antlers that it happened to have. To say we were absolutely terrified would be a major understatement. The rest of the night, we had all the lights on in the house, and we stayed huddled together in the living room with the rifle right under my legs. Finally, after what seemed like decades, the sun rose, and her parents walked through the door. Almost instantly, her dad noticed our fear-stricken expressions and his gun under my legs. They sat down and softly asked us what happened. When I explained it, they shared worried glances before announcing that we were moving. We never asked why. We were just happy to get the hell out of there. We moved that exact day to my family's vacation home in a very populated city with little to no trees. When my parents got home and we told them, they had the same reactions and told me I could never go out after dark alone and to stay away from wooded areas. Of course, I never questioned it. To this day, I don't know if it was a skinwalker. What I do know, though, is that it was not human. It's been about 3 months after my experience. Since that dreadful day, nightmares have festered my dreams, depriving me of sleep. My life is gradually getting back into order, but I still feel that I'm forever tainted. My town was strictly religious, so you'd have difficulty hearing stories about supernatural phenomenon like ghosts, demons, and the likes. I lived with a roommate at an apartment. Every night at 3 a.m., I would take a nightly jog for exercise. It was always a pleasure, feeling the chill of the cold air on my skin when I ran. That all changed one night. I left the apartment as usual and began my jog. I raced down the pavement and stopped at the stop sign. As I began my sprint back, I stopped suddenly when I heard a low hum. I looked around for the sight of the odd humming and followed a path to a dark alley. The humming became louder. Listening closely to the humming, I realized it was a nursery rhyme. There were 2 disembodied voices, singing in unison. They were of 2 children, both boys. The light from my phone illuminated the dark alleyway, revealing the 2 boys skipping around. I have seen several children at my apartment, and I knew all of them off the top of my head. But these 2 kids I failed to recognize. They wore outdated clothing. The patchwork of the clothing was mixed-matched and varied in coloration. They were both roughly around 10 years old, but their clothes were far too large for their frames. They must have felt my glare, because they suddenly ceased their humming and skipping. Without a word, the 2 boys dropped their heads, at first from apparent embarrassment, or so I had thought. The tension was suffocating. I decided to talk to them so as to break the ice, as one would say. "What are you 2 boys doing out here this late?" I said. "Where are your parents?" They didn't respond. I further pushed them to explain their reasoning for playing outside at 3, mentioning how it was especially dangerous for people their age. Instead, they remained glued there, still as stone statues. Finally, I asked them if they felt okay. It was then that the once static children reanimated. Their movements were awkward and robotic. I looked more closely at their physical features. Their skin was pale and chalky, whiter than the raggedy clothes they were wearing. One had brown hair, while the other had light blonde hair. For simplicity's sake, I'll call them Blondie and Brunette. "Hey there, mister," Brunette said. He spoke in a bizarrely monotone voice. It was unnerving, to say the least. "Why are you and your friend out here so late?" I asked again. "Take us to your apartment," Brunette answered, completely ignoring my question. It was an odd request. I had just met these 2 boys, and yet he spoke as if we knew each other for years. Blondie didn't respond and merely stood by Brunette. Brunette had a flare of confidence to him that was admirable but disturbing. His toothy smirk didn't help matters. He ignored me once again. "Just take us with you. It won't be that long. We'll go to your apartment and we'll be gone." I was becoming more distraught at his assertiveness. "No, I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. I don't feel safe right now." Brunette's smirk transformed into a scowl, with his movements stiffening. Blondie stared at Brunette, then at me. It was then that I saw what they were hiding. They both had solid, coal-black eyes. There was no sign of whiteness of the sclera in their eyes. The light from my phone reflected on their eyes, showing off a hollow appearance. Apparently, looking directly at their eyes was enough to enrage Brunette. "Just let us go with you," he said. He repeated the same demand over and over. He attempted to speak in a reassuring manner that he and his friend were unarmed and that they were just kids. Blondie remained silent during this whole tirade. If I wasn't completely overlooking it, Blondie appeared to be terrified of Brunette's bouts of anger. I'm a grown man. I've seen things that don't even faze me anymore. I've seen old, frail men get robbed on the streets, hit and runs, accidents, and yet, those two boys, if they even were boys, were sending me up the wall and getting under my skin. Worse, that little brunette, I sensed he understood fully that he was making me uncomfortable and was relishing at that fact. I kept staring hypnotically into the endless void that was his eyes, those dark, mysterious pools that lacked all light. "I'm warning you boys," I said. "One more step and..." That little brown-haired freak grabbed my arm. It wasn't a firm grip, but the boy nevertheless had some strength to him. His touch was cold, deathly cold. Then the itchiness started. My arm felt as if it had caught on fire and was burning underneath. Blondie stood by with a befuddled daze. "Let go, boy," I managed to scream out. He shook his head and pressed his fingers further down on my arm. The pain seared through my body. My strength was leaving. This creature hungrily stared at me. His skin also transformed. His olive-colored tone took on a lively appearance. Enough was enough. While I would never do this to a child, I knew on a subconscious level that this was no child, just a crude parody of one. I gathered up enough force in my fist and slammed it into Brunette's face. He fell backward, but Blondie caught him. He glared at me with the same deathly expression. It felt like hours until he gathered himself and walked away with Blondie. Freed from his hold, I hesitatingly stared at the path the two children took, but to my relief, they were gone. I wasted no time to understand why they had just suddenly vanished, nor did I even really care. I raced back to my apartment after repeatedly looking behind me to ensure that they were not following me. My roommate stirred awake from me slamming the door. "What's all that noise about, dude?" I was breathing heavily, nearly collapsing from my shortness of breath. "Sorry, man, just got into a little trouble while out on my jog." His eyes shot open at that. "Trouble? Are you okay?" I nodded my head. "Don't worry, it was nothing really." He shrugged his shoulders and resumed sleeping. When I got into bed, I noticed his pet dog Buster sleeping next to his bed. He was an old pug whose hind legs were broken in a car accident. As I was nearly sleeping, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That fire was still active in my body. I found myself catching what I assumed were glimpses of Brunette staring at me with his heated glare. His rage invaded my dreams, as my dreams were primarily about him, repeatedly demanding entry into my apartment. One dream felt the most real. My eyes were heavy from a day's worth of work. As I was nearing sleep, I smelled a putrid scent fill my nostrils. I can best compare it to the smell of a month's old diaper burnt to a crisp with sulfuric acid. When forcing myself awake, I saw him. At the end of my bed was Brunette. He wordlessly stood there as a statue before walking towards me, stopping at my face. He bent down at the side of my bed, his amusement never ending. He tentatively tapped my forehead with his lifeless fingers. His fingers were clawing into my forehead before I was immediately woken up by my roommate screaming. "What's wrong?" I asked. He was desperately looking around the room, under his bed and in the bathroom. He was always cool and collected, but now he was acting in utter lunacy. He grabbed me by my shirt and pulled me to his face. "Buster's missing." I was slow to react because he was still being illogical. Maybe he walked out of the door last night. My roommate fumed. Not in his condition, he wouldn't. We agreed to pitch in some money to make missing posters featuring the elderly canine, and we spread them around the block. He also talked me into combining the money he had with mine to promise anyone who found the dog a reward for their cooperation. Some greedy con artist did try to pass off any dog as being my friends, but we turned them down without issue. That wasn't the only odd circumstances that transpired, though. When I returned home after work, I found my roommate sprawled on the ground. I called for an ambulance as he was going into throes. Somehow, my roommate had developed a curious illness with some traces of the common cold and a high fever. Besides that, the exact ailment was unknown. It was unfortunate to see a man like my roommate become stricken overnight by illness because of how better off he was. But here he was. He screamed miserably from his suffering and remained that way for weeks. His body mass melted away until he got into a coughing fit and succumbed shortly after. After my roommate's funeral, notes began to appear in my room. They were written on paper that I had never had in my room before, and I was quite certain that my roommate also didn't use it. The first note was deplorable. "I have been watching you for a good while from afar. That moment I touched you, I sensed that there was something special about you." It was from Brunette, of course. On the back of the note was an arrow pointing in a straight path towards my door. It felt as though Brunette was beckoning me to follow it. I tried to fight the urge, but the note was an extension of Brunette, and it had the same hypnotic feel to it. I walked outside of my door, only to see more notes on the ground. They too were a series of arrows, pointing straight. I picked each one up and walked down the path. Some of my neighbors saw me collecting the notes, but they didn't have anything to say. Eventually, I made my way to the laundry room downstairs. To my horror, Buster was pinned to the wall. His hind legs bent so far, they were barely held together by their joints. A vertical cut was made along with a horizontal one. They were crudely held back by nails. His lungs, heart, and other body parts were exposed. The dog had a look of fear in his face. As I tried to regain composure, I found a note on one of the tables. It read, "I have played with Doggy and the big man. Now I want to play with you." My suspicions were proven to be true. Brunette, that black-eyed boy, was responsible for Buster's disappearance and the sudden illness and demise of his friend. But what was I to do about this? It's not like I could advise the police that there was some supernatural demon masquerading as a kid and killed my best friend and his dog. My nightmares worsened the more I felt that Brunette and Blondie were staring at me. My sanity was being tested daily. I had since ceased my nightly jog because of my fear of seeing those two boys again. I was developing insomnia from my severe lack of sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I could only see Brunette staring back at me. It all reached a boiling point one day when I was fired from my job for coming in late because of my insomnia. Going to the store or out with my friends was out of the question because I almost swore I heard the two black-eyed boys resuming their humming of that nursery rhyme. Despite me remaining at home nearly 24/7, a series of accidents started to occur in the apartment. More of my neighbors reported on strings of bad luck. A window washer fell 2 stories to his death when his rope broke under mysterious circumstances. More pets were disappearing from the building. It started with my elderly neighbor Melissa and how one day her pet Persian cat vanished from her apartment room. Brunette would leave me notes showing where he had placed the mutilated bodies of the pets, some found at the back of the building, others in the owner's office. The sickness that took my roommate's life also began manifesting throughout the building, with no possible cure being achievable. It first appeared in the elderly residents, starting with Melissa, and gradually 5 elderly residents succumbed to the disease with high fevers that were incapable of being lowered. But then, the black-eyed kids' sickness, as I called it, was transferred to the children of the apartment. The worst case involved a young, single mother whose infant son contracted it, and despite her enlisting doctors to help her son, he faded away the next day. I received more notes from Brunette each day about the various people he had played with. He was a busy boy because I raked up 30 notes detailing his many endeavors. It became clear to me that I was cursed by Brunette because of my incessant refusal to follow his commands, and my curse was bringing bad luck to my neighbors. If I didn't do anything immediately, I was afraid that Brunette's influence would then transfer over to my family. I did not know if I could live with myself if something happened to my nieces or nephews or my aging parents. The most disgusting message I received from Brunette, however, was regarding Blondie's fate. When I managed to leave my apartment room to buy groceries, Brunette left a note on my floor mat simply saying, "Look inside your cupboard." I did what the boy ordered and was given the shock of my life. Inside was Blondie's head, bloody and still. Those black eyes still unnerved me greatly. But that was mostly because they were truly devoid of life. Inside of his mouth was a message. He tried to come between you and me. He tried to ruin my fun. So I had to make him go away. Reading the letter sent a chill down my spine, to think he was so bent on getting back at me that he'd kill his only semblance of a friend. From there, I became more determined to stop Brunette from tormenting me and infecting the other apartment neighbors with the black-eyed kid's sickness. Researching the cases involving the black-eyed kids was tedious at best, because most of them consisted of the same basic rhetoric. These entities knocking on people's doors or car windows and demanding entry, only to become angered when they are denied. No case resembled mine in the slightest. I then decided to look up good luck charms that could act as barriers against Brunette. I visited a shaman outside of my town who told me that he was very familiar with the beans like brunette. He stated that he saw them every time he went into a trance induced by a cocktail of hallucinogens. Despite my devotion to not being a drug user, I was desperate to try anything to rid myself of the black-eyed kid's sickness. I took a deep whiff of the drug, and before I even knew it, I was walking on a path that was unwinding. I trudged forward endlessly until I saw Brunette standing there in his typically lifeless stance. His head was bowed, but he sensed that I was there. "You finally came to play with me," he said in that same dull, monotone voice. "After tormenting me for weeks, killing my roommate and his dog, your own friend, and then cursing me, all I want to know is what you are." Brunette casually brushed my request aside. He walked closer to me and readied his hand. Like the first time we met, he had a look of hunger on his face. Whatever it was made clear that what was motivating Brunette was to feed on my soul. He was back to his olive skin tone and skinnier than I remembered. Did he really decide that playing with me was more important than acquiring sustenance? Whatever the motivation, I grabbed his arm and clamped down on it. "Let me go," Brunette hissed. I refused and applied more pressure to his arm. His bones were surprisingly fragile, no doubt, from not harvesting souls for a long time. He wiggled around under my arm, certainly feeling the bones in his hands breaking like twigs. I took my other hand and hit him with it. Before I could strike him, he hypnotized me with his eyes. I felt myself slipping into a dark abyss, with my strength weakening. "That was no fair," Brunette muttered. "No fair." There I was, sprawled on my back, looking up at the black-eyed boy. He bent down to my face and a smile flared. His lips formed into an O shape, which he forcefully began to inhale air. Vapor escaped my open mouth and entered his. My soul was rejuvenating him once more, his skin regaining a healthy, peachy hue. My body grew weaker. If I didn't do anything, Brunette would leave me as a hollow husk and continue to ensnare and terrorize more innocent victims. With the last of my strength, I shot my hand out and seized him by his lips. He immediately knew what I was trying to do and doubled down on me. I fought back, pushing his face away from mine. Brunette groaned in pain, and his chest began to descend. I took that chance to hit him in his ribcage a couple of times until he was forced to let me go. Purple blood was seeping out of his mouth in a wheeze. He looked up at me like I was the most disgusting thing in the room. "You'll die in here, you know," he smirked, "like your buddy and his dog, and all the others." He laughed in a haze. I was becoming more enraged by the minute. I wasn't willing to give this little brat any more of my time. With one more punch, I directly hit Brunette in his demonic face, and he was sent off the path. The path acted as a bridge between the conscious and the subconscious world. Underneath was a heavy mist. I wasn't even sure if it led to anywhere particular. Brunette plummeted off the path, disappearing into the mist. His small frame fluttered in the wind and vanished into the mist. I woke up from my trance not too long afterward. I never saw Brunette again. I couldn't even begin to explain to anyone else what had happened, let alone that there was a head of a black-eyed boy in my cupboard, which also mysteriously disappeared. But with his disappearance, my curse began to vanish. It didn't disappear overnight, mind you, but nevertheless, the black-eyed kid's sickness ended and no one else in my apartment was struck with an incurable disease. But with Brunette, I could never be too careful. While I hoped that he was still falling, I investigated collecting good luck charms of any kind to prevent him from returning. I have also acquired a new job, and I saw to it that I only worked during the day shift. With my suspicions that Brunette was still watching me somewhere out there and waiting for his next move, I could never be too careful. The worst thing I've ever done in my life happened about 12 years ago, when I was a 16-year-old kid living in Cleveland, Ohio. It was the early fall, when the leaves were just starting to turn orange and the temperatures were starting to fall, hinting at the freezing chill that was only a few months away. School had just started, but it had been going on for about a month now, so all the excitement of going back and reuniting with old friends had been replaced by the realization that we were captives in a place that only wanted to load work upon us. Understandably, me and my friends were all eager to do anything that might remind us of the worry-free, responsibility-free days of summer. Earlier that year, about the time the last school year had let out, one of my friends from work, McDonald's, which some people think is lame, but I always had a great time there, had taught me a technique to make yourself pass out with the help of an assistant. It worked something like this. One person would rapidly take 10 deep, heavy breaths, and on the 10th, squeeze his eyes shut and hold his breath as tightly as possible, while crossing his wrists over his heart. The assistant would then give the person a huge bear hug from behind and squeeze the person's wrists into his breastbone. Within seconds, the person holding their breath would lose consciousness. The assistant was then in a perfect position to make sure you totally didn't collapse and crack your skull open on the sidewalk. The effect only lasted for a second or two. It wasn't like we were putting ourselves into a coma or anything like that, but it felt like you had been out for hours, and when you came to, the disoriented feeling of not knowing where the hell you were and what you were doing was awesome. Now I know some people are like, what the heck, are you an idiot? And yeah, I know, we probably were killing about 1 million brain cells each time we would knock ourselves out. And I think probably my memory has suffered for it. But to a bored as hell 16-year-old, I thought it was kinda cool. All the effect of getting your lights punched out, with none of the pain of getting hit in the face. I'd tell you to try it for yourself, but after what happened, I would never recommend it to anyone. One interesting side effect of doing this, which was really most of the reason we did it, was that while you were out, you'd have extremely lucid, vivid dreams, which you could always recall upon waking. After all, you were only asleep for 2 seconds. We were good kids, and had never and would never try drugs, so to us, this was like a poor man's LSD. These visions, in some way, were usually related to what you were looking at right before you passed out. For example, once I dreamed that I was climbing a mountain, way up in the Himalayas or something, but there was a handrail there. Who the hell puts a handrail at 20,000 feet? When I came to and remembered where I was, I realized I had been looking at the staircase at the corner of my girlfriend's living room. Another time, I had a vision of Fred Flintstone smiling and holding out his hand in front of a mural with the DARE logo. That's Drug Abuse, Resistance, and Education, a program cops teach in public schools. You've probably seen the bumper stickers. I woke up and saw that my friend Brett had been standing in front of me right before I slipped into dreamland, and that logo was on his shirt. Where Fred Flintstone came from, I have no idea. The visions were always mundane things like those. Always. Until that one day. Like I said, school had been going on for about a month, and we were already sick of it. We were hanging out one Saturday in the field, which was really an easement for the electric company to run their high voltage lines. A few of us were sitting on the metal beams at the bottom of one of the towers. My friend Mike was climbing up to the second tier of beams so he could jump the 8 or 10 feet to the ground. And I thought it was stupid, but hey, I'm the guy who thought it was cool to induce unconsciousness by starving my brain of oxygen. It was a warm day for October, but the light gray of the sky was slowly getting darker, and in Cleveland in October, that probably meant that before long, the temperature would soon drop from a comfortable 70 to about 50 in the course of a few minutes. And if we were really unlucky, an ice-cold rain would start to fall. The air was already damp and heavy, and we could hear the quiet buzzing of the high-tension wires above us. I sure as hell didn't want to spend the last few moments of a pleasant Saturday afternoon watching this dumbass climb partway up the high-tension tower, jump down, complain about how that one killed his feet, only to climb up and do the same stupid thing over again. "Hey, let's make ourselves pass out," I said. By that time, it wasn't as much fun as it had been early in the summer when we first discovered it, but it was a hell of a lot better than what we were doing. Vince was up for it, so was Richard, but Mike, the guy jumping off the tower, said, "What are you talking about?" "Holy crap, you haven't been knocked out before?" Vince asked. "No," was the response. Mike had been at his mom's house all summer, so he hadn't been in on all the fun we had been having. "Dude, you gotta try this. Watch, we'll show you." Vince and I got off the tower, stood in the grass at the center, and did the customary 10 deep breaths. I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath so hard that if they hadn't been shut, they'd probably have popped out of my head. Then I felt my friend clamp down on my arms in front of my chest, and suddenly, as if there was nothing more natural in the world, there was a giant lobster, climbing around a lobster cage, and I was under the ocean with seaweed growing from the sandy bottom under my feet. The next thing I remember, I was awake, and Vince and Richard were asking me, "Dude, what did you see? What did you dream?" The back of my head was killing me. "Dude, did you let me fall?" I wasn't really that heavy, but Vince was pretty weak. He just stood there, looking guilty. And Richard told me he had. "What did you see, though?" he asked. I rubbed my head and said it was a lobster. It was pinching Vince's head off with its claws. I turned to Mike. watching the L-shaped beams above, and said, "See, it's pretty awesome, dude." "Whatever. I don't trust any of you enough to do that with me." "Come on, man. You gotta try it. It's no more dangerous than what you're doing now. I promise I won't let you fall like this guy did." He squinted in the way that people do when they're trying to decide if what they're thinking of doing is worth the risk or trouble. He jumped down one last time, got up, and said, "Fine, once." If only he would have thought a little longer, or flatly refused. He repeated the 10 deep breaths, with me as the assistant to make sure he didn't fall. He held his breath, and I helped him slip into that other place. It's something I've regretted ever since. That, and when I think back on all the things I wish I had done differently in my teenage years. Girls I should have tried for, classes I should have tried harder in, all the things I should and shouldn't have done. Putting him in that bear hug and squeezing him into unconsciousness is the thing I most regret. I felt the dead weight shift from his feet onto my chest. And he was a pretty big guy, but I made sure to let him down easy and not knock his head against the hard-packed earth. And just as I laid him on the grass, he came back. He woke up screaming. "Fuck. Fuck. Holy fuck. Get away. Get away." He screamed as he leaped up to his feet and flailed his arms around his head. We all jumped back, afraid of being hit in his frenzy, but more afraid. So scared we almost shit our pants of what we were seeing. After about 5 seconds, which is about twice the time it normally takes a person to realize where they're at and remember what they're doing, he slowed down. Shit. Holy shit. He was breathing heavily, gasping deep breaths, and hunched over at the corner of the tower. It's a wonder that in his maddened state, he didn't run right into the supports and knock himself out for real. But he just stood there, bent over at the waist, and then fell to his knees. With his back turned to us, he started rocking and wringing his hands and muttering to himself. "Holy mother of fuck," said Vince. "What did you see?" But Mike didn't answer. We approached him slowly, and as we drew near, we could hear him quietly sobbing. In our macho world, that was normally a crime punishable by death. But at that time, of course, we didn't say a word. I reached out a hand to his shoulder, but as soon as I touched him, a touch so tentative and light that he shouldn't have even been able to feel it, he shrieked and jumped away, clanging his back into the corner of the tower. He pressed up hard against it, staring at us with a look of terror in his eyes so real you'd think we were demons from the pit of hell. If ever in those few moments I thought that he was putting on to fuck with us, that look put all my doubts to rest. That, and what happened afterwards, of course. None of us said anything, but after about 10 minutes, Mike had calmed down enough that Richard was able to coax him to his feet and lead him back to his house. As I had suspected, the temperature had fallen like crazy in just a few minutes, and just as I figured it would, the freezing cold drizzle started to fall. I told Vince I was just going to go home and I'd see him tomorrow. We always spent the evenings and rainy days playing Mortal Kombat on our SNES, but he didn't object. I think he probably wanted some time alone to reflect on what horrible thing we had done to our friend, and just like I did. The next day, I went to see how Mike was doing, but he and his dad were gone the whole day. I asked him later where he went, but he wouldn't tell me. I think it must have been to the psychiatrist, because by Tuesday, the next time I saw him, he seemed to be better, if a little zoned out. I figured he got some drugs to calm his nerves, but that's just a guess. I never really found out. Over the next few days, the 4 of us hung out, and while Mike was quiet, he didn't say anything about what had happened. We just talked about stupid, unimportant stuff. Girls we liked, classes at school we hated. I wish we had said something to him now, though I didn't know if it really would have helped. We had no idea what we were facing, and to this day, I still have no clue. But we avoided the subject of what happened that Saturday, and the practice of passing out in general, like it was the plague. It wasn't until the following Saturday that he had said anything related to what was happening to him. We were walking down the quiet street of our neighborhood, towards the wooden footbridge that crosses the creek that runs between the houses, separating the development into 2 halves. I was going on about this hot girl who was a grade above me and who, consequently, wouldn't give me the time of day, and he, staring at the ground, walked on with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, out of nowhere and right in the middle of one of my sentences, he says, "I won't be around much longer." "What?" "They'll be coming again tonight, and I don't think I'll be able to keep them out this time." Hey, what are you talking about? Who's coming?" The hands. The voices. At this point, I was like, holy shit. I could feel my breathing get quick and shallow, and I felt my face and hands get hot to hear him talk so matter-of-factly about some horror that I couldn't even imagine. But I'll never forget that conversation. It's etched into my mind like stone tablets in the Ten Commandments. I stammered a few times, then said stupidly, "What hands?" I look at the tree out my window, and then it goes black, and the hands, dozens, 100 of them, push in against the glass. And what do? I push back. All night. But I'm tired. I can't keep them out anymore. And the voices say that I have to let them in. Little kid voices, and little kid hands. He lowered his voice to a whisper, but I could tell, in what he said next, that he was struggling to keep the panic at bay. Sometimes I see their faces. He said in a trembling voice. We had come to the walkway up to his house. He stopped and finally lifted his face to me. Tell Vince he can have my Super Nintendo. He doesn't have one, and his mom sure as hell won't buy him one. Richard can have my CDs. I know you guys don't like rap, but he does. I started to say something, but he turned and walked up to his house. He went inside and closed the door. How I wish I would have went up and knocked. Told him I would have stayed the night. But we were 16, and at that age, guys didn't really do that anymore. So I just went home. I didn't even answer the door for Vince when he came over later. When I went to bed, I didn't sleep well, and I was constantly listening to every creak and groan that the house made, listening for the voices of a multitude of children. I normally slept with the curtains open, but tonight, I closed them. The next day, we learned someone had broken into Mike's house. A police car was there in his driveway, and I about shit a brick when I saw it. Later, my worst fears were confirmed when I learned that it was Mike's bedroom window that had been broken into. He was missing, was all they told us. The cops asked all three of us a ton of questions, and people from the Center for Missing and Exploited Children came and asked us more. I'm sure I looked guilty as shit, but when I said I didn't know what happened, it was, after all, halfway true. They were looking for some pervert that had abducted Mike, so no matter how hard they grilled me, they couldn't get any information relating to that. Of course, so they finally gave up. He was on milk cartons and missing children TV shows, but to this day, his is still an unsolved case. After it was all over, I went to the library to research what the fuck happened, because in those days, while the internet was a research tool, it was only for rocket scientists or people who could afford a $5,000 computer. I didn't find much. The closest thing that I think is related is something I only discovered later, in my junior class on world history. Apparently, Egyptian priests used to seal themselves in coffins for just long enough a time to almost die. They would then be resuscitated so they could relate the things they saw in the netherworld while dead to the other priests. I can only figure that perhaps the electricity in the air made Mike go under deeper than we ever had and gave him an experience something like what the Egyptian priests had. But Vince knocked me out too, in almost the same spot where Mike was standing when I did it to him. Could he have just been more receptive to the call of that other place? Or had knocking my head on the ground somehow jolted me free of their hold? I don't know, and I don't think I ever will. But sometimes it still makes me shiver. Looking back now, all I can see is his damn face. It looks at me as I close my eyes. I can see the dripping of the black liquid as it falls from his eternally smiling mouth. His teeth are small and sharp, and it sits in rows, like a shark's do. I'm not sure why, but he let me live. Not again. I can't let it happen again. I will tell the tale now of how I met the entity I call Mr. Smiley, although it might be better just to refer to the creature as an it, seen as the only thing that stays constant about it is the smile. I was just playing a harmless game of hide-and-seek with some kids from the neighborhood when everything happened. We decided it would be fun to play the game in the woods, as there were more places to hide. Most of the woods in the area where I live have various paths for logging and mining, so getting lost is almost impossible, as just about everywhere there are pathways that lead back to the main roads. We were not that worried about hiding. Either the trees or brushes, the mounds of leaves, and the small caves and underpasses made excellent hiding places. We began with a few simple rules that made the game difficult and arguably more fun. The first rule we made was that, because a few of us were not very strong in terms of how far our voices could carry over longer distances, as flu and cold season was upon us and a few of us had sore throats, namely Jimmy, Rick, Sarah, and Timothy, although we were stumped as to how to make sounds to signal, and we were ready. We heard the falling of a tree, not uncommon, as the area was under logging in certain parts. Only as we heard it, a thought came to mind, and we could use wood, knocking to signal if we were ready. 1 knock for not ready, and 2 for ready. Now, this was a relatively simple rule. The second rule said that we could not go out of the range of where the knocking could be heard. This took a while to figure out, in a circle, how far we could go. The third rule, which was also the final one, went without saying in hide and seek. No one could help the seeker find the others. So in the beginning, I lost at rock, paper, scissors the most times, and the 11 other kids got to hiding. As tradition in all the games of hide and seek that we played, I waited until everyone knocked twice with their sticks. Right at that moment, I should have noticed it, but I paid it no heed, because I thought someone was being a smartass. The number of knocks I heard was not 24, it was 26, meaning that someone had knocked 4 times, or so I thought. As I began my search, I found most of the others within an hour of looking. Jimmy was in a pile of leaves, and jumped when he saw a spider, allowing me to find him easily. Sarah let go of the branch she was using to balance in a tree, and fell to the ground with a thud, alerting me to where she was. Rick was stuck and crying in a small cave. It took a whole 5 minutes for me to pull him out. As for Timothy, he tried hiding in a blueberry bush, which made him an easy one due to the cuts and thorns still stuck to him. I was quickly able to round up Carrie, Ginger, Michael, and Josh because they were in the same cave, just within different portions of it. John and Richard were no trouble because they were fighting over the ideal hiding spot in an old cabin. The last one was Kevin. He was the hardest to find of all, and I wished that he had chosen a better hiding spot. We found Kevin as it began to grow dark. He was huddled in the closet of the cabin, repeating, "The trees are smiling." We thought that he was trying to play a prank on us, as he was the last one we found. But then, Sarah screamed at the window of the house. There was a tree that was odd because of 2 distinct features. One was the fact that it was a different color than the other trees. The bark was almost black, with green here and there, and the second was in the center of the tree. There was a mouth that curved in a smile, and we saw a row of sharp teeth that began to grow larger the longer it kept its mouth open, as if it were a living thing. We shut the door to the cabin and began to watch the thing. As it grew darker outside the cabin, its smile grew larger and wider, and began to drool a black liquid. I had no way of knowing that it was not there at the window at the time, but I knew if we left the cabin it would get us. I didn't sleep at all. And the next morning, we took a roll call and realized that our parents would be looking for us by now. Somehow it knew and smiled and vanished, but none of us would leave the cabin as it could merely be waiting. As the day dragged on, we searched the small, 4-room cabin to find why it was not able to come in, and we found nothing. But as the day progressed, the creature did not return. Around dusk, Sarah's mom was the first parent to come looking for us, and we stepped nervously outside of the cabin and started to walk home. Sarah ran to her mom and hugged her. As we all started to emerge from the cabin, Kevin huddled in the corner of the closet once again. He said, "Mr. Smiley is here." I asked what he meant, as the tree was nowhere to be seen. Just as Kevin was about to answer, I heard a scream and saw what caused it. The hugging daughter and mother was not the scene from the child's fairy tale anymore. Sarah was pale white as she looked up at her mother's face, only to see the widened smile and black liquid dripping down on her from that thing that had taken the image of her mother. "Silly thing, did you not wonder why I had left for the day?" it said, and then lifted up Sarah and began to widen its mouth, much like a snake would to swallow its prey. Sarah wiggled like a caught fish, screaming and crying for it to drop her. Timothy tackled the creature, and it let go of Sarah. She ran back into the cabin. As Timothy got back up, the thing no longer wore the disguise of Sarah's mother. Instead, it was a bear. and it promptly charged Timothy. All the while, it kept the whitened grin on its face. We all watched as the creature dragged Timothy's bloodied body away, and could hear the crunching and slurping of the creature as it was enjoying its meal. "Aren't you wondering why I'm doing this?" asked the creature. It was chewing up Timothy outside the window, as easily as a dog chews a bone. "I've been oh so hungry for a while now, but I was trapped. Trapped much like you are in that house." It trailed off. After that, we searched the house again and found nothing. But then I remembered Kevin had given it a name. I shook Kevin and asked why he gave it that name. Kevin responded with an old story his grandfather told him about. It detailed an old coal miner and a creature, and how that coal miner tricked the creature with a promise to feed it if it stayed somewhere. Instead, the old miner locked the creature in the place with some kind of ward. There was nothing in the cabin to make me think the story had anything to do with the thing currently stalking us. The next morning, we felt hungry and thirsty. As the creature looked through the window and heard us complain, it offered us a deal. It said that if we sacrificed one of us to it, it would give us a chance to run for the day. Then, as we were thinking about it, the creature reached in and grabbed Ricky and Ginger, pulling them out through the window. It laughed in enjoyment as it munched down on the two screaming kids. We all stood in horror. We had thought that it couldn't get in. "Well, am I one to keep my promise? So you may leave, but if any of you set foot in these woods again, I will have a snack." It smiled and disappeared. Years passed without anyone going back into the woods. Authorities and news sources wrote the attacks off as bear attacks and shot the animals supposedly responsible. As teenagers, we forgot about the creature as a figment of our imagination. Our parents convinced us that a way of coping with the bear attack was to forget that it ever actually happened. Kevin eventually was dared to go into the woods. A week later, his bones, and what little else was left of him, was found near the cabin. We all got back together, all 8 of us, for Kevin's funeral. John and Richard convinced Michael to join in a hunt for the thing that did it over the summer. No bodies were found, and the area was sealed off after a message read out on the cabin was found. "I told you all I'm here, and yet you forget." Jimmy began to see the smile everywhere he went after watching the woods. After the 3 disappeared, he said it would not stop smiling, and a week later, he died in bed with a large circle carved out of his body where his chest should have been. This time, there was no way it could have been written off as a bear attack. Sarah and Carrie were the next victims. They were strung up like dolls in their houses, with large smiles that were ear to ear carved into their faces. Their intestines dangled from them like jumping ropes. I realized then only I and Josh were left. I met with him to discuss what he remembered about the creature. He said he could do me one better, and showed me a photo of the woods. As I looked at it, the trees were odd and distorted. In the center was a large smile with rows of teeth and black fluid leaking from them. When I pulled the photo down, I looked at Josh. It was then that I realized that the thing in front of me wasn't Josh, and as I began to recall anything to do with Josh, my head began to hurt. As I wondered why, it responded with the answer. It explained that prior to that day, Josh, as I knew him, had never existed, and that it used him as a way of signaling a meal. He was supposed to leave with the rest of you, but was stuck in that house because of the other thing out there. I thought back, and the thing was never near Josh, like it was afraid or something. Josh just smiled and said there are things better left unanswered. Now as I write this, I look out my window and notice the tree is moving closer. Although I'm not scared of it, I am more worried about the thing in the reflection of the mirror as it moves closer. "Hi, Josh." It smiled, and the teeth are not sharp like that of a shark. Instead, they look like repeating snake fangs, dripping green. The mirror shows its true face, that of a rotting corpse, covered in worms, and the tattered clothes of something long dead, as it begins coming closer. I notice the thing at the window is smiling. Help me, yada yada yada. I won't bore you with another. Even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me, because your help is useless. Why? Because you're not a member. I just wish that I wasn't either. It all started innocently enough with a phone call. I'd been up for a few hours unpacking and cleaning, waiting for the plumber to call. I just moved into a cabin and the contractors fucked everything up. Because of that, I now have the wonderful task of making calls to competent people that can fix what the original contractors did wrong. The phone rang at 12:06. Not bad, I thought. Usually plumbers don't bother to call or show up until 5. When I picked up the phone, I didn't even get a chance to say hello before a woman on the line told me to please hold for the next available operator. I hopped up and sat on the cabinet in the kitchen. It was one of the few places in the cabin not occupied with boxes. Elevator music leaked into my ear. I'd started to drowse off when the music stopped and a piano chord that sounded like it was 3 notes that didn't quite go together played through the receiver twice. A voice came on the line. "Welcome to Booth World Industries. My name is Samantha, and I will be your operator today." I didn't know what to say, so I told the operator my name. "Sir, we know who you are. I'm your operator. Please give me a name to access." "I don't understand," I said. "It can be anyone, sir. We just need a name." Okay, I said. I made up a name, Harold Withers. "Sir, as your operator, I must point out that the fictitious names or the names of people that you don't know cannot be used." "Used for what?" I asked. How had she known that I'd made up that name? The whole thing felt like it was some sort of prank, but hardly anyone knew my new phone number. "Remodeling." "Remodeling? Is this the plumber?" I asked. "Welcome to Booth World Industries. My name is Samantha and I will be your operator today. Name?" I took that as a yes and gave them the name of my old ex-girlfriend, Jessica Goodwin. I could hear the clicking of a keyboard on the other end of the phone. It sounded like the woman was pounding the thing with her fists. After a few moments of this, she returned. "Jessica Goodwin," she said. "Remodeling is scheduled for August 21st, 2015. Would you like to reschedule?" I was silent on my side of the phone. I couldn't believe this. Someone had to be playing a prank on me. "Who is this? Is this you, Jessica? Are you playing a prank on me?" I asked. The woman didn't respond for a long time. I thought that whoever was on the other end of the phone was holding in a laugh. "Hello?" I asked. "Yes or no, sir?" the woman asked back. "Yes," I said, not understanding what the woman was asking. "I have a Tuesday appointment available. Will that work?" At this point, I thought I was going insane, and that it actually was the plumbing company. "What about today?" I asked. "Do you have anything available for today?" Normally, we can't arrange for a reschedule on such a short notice, but today we had a cancellation. How does 3 o'clock work for you? 3 o'clock is fine, I said. 3 o'clock it is then. Would you like a courtesy call? Sure. Wonderful. We at Booth World Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day. The strange chord played twice again, and the line went dead. I rolled my eyes and went back to unpacking. "Hello?" I said. "Sir, this is Samantha with Booth World Industries again. Your courtesy call begins now. What do you—" I began to say, but was cut off by those diminished chords blaring into my ear. Then I heard Jessica's voice. "Why are you doing this?" Jessica asked. I could hear the tears in her voice. "Jessica?" I asked. "Sir," the operator said, "she cannot hear you. This is a courtesy call. The appointment has already concluded." "Please," Jessica begged. "Please don't do this. I'll do anything you want. Jessica's voice choked off into a wheeze, and all I could hear on the other end of the phone was the rustling of clothing and more wheezing. Eventually it stopped, and someone picked up on the other end. "The scheduled work has been completed," a man's voice said. "We at Booth World Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day." "Sir?" The operator came back on the line. "Was that to your satisfaction?" I sat there for a long time, cold sweat dripping down my ribcage. Jessica was my ex, because I walked in on her and my best friend fucking at a party in high school. I smiled and whispered, "That was perfect." "Wonderful," the operator said. "We at Booth World Industries aim to serve. Would you like to make another appointment?" As I stared at the water leaking from the door of the dishwasher, I smiled even bigger. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I would." "Name?" "Dan. I don't have a last name. He's a contractor." "Dan Arancibia? July 13, 2032? Would you like to reschedule?" "Yes," I said. "How would Wednesday work for you?" "Didn't you say you had a Tuesday appointment available?" I asked. "I did, but unfortunately that slot has been filled by another member. Would Wednesday work for you?" "No," I said. "I have a job interview that day. What about Thursday?" "Unfortunately, Thursday will not work. You are due for a remodeling Wednesday night." "What?" I asked. She repeated the exact same thing to me again. "Can we reschedule my remodeling?" I asked. "Of course we can, sir," the woman said. It sounded like she was smiling on the other end of the phone. There's always a way. I waited for her to tell me how. She didn't speak. How? I asked. Booth World Industries is always looking to add a new member. We are, of course, a membership by invitation only club. Sadly, our membership numbers have fallen in recent years. Economic recessions, wars, politics. What we would like you to do in order to avoid your own remodeling appointment is help us add several new members. The light at the end of the tunnel, I thought. How many members do you need? I asked. 1,000. I choked. 1,000? Yes, sir. Otherwise, we'll have to keep our scheduled appointment. We must inform you that the member that scheduled this appointment did request a courtesy call. Everything stopped at that point for me. All my life, I just skated by, not doing anything, not making a difference. My mouth actually dried up. I'd always thought that was just a thing people wrote in books to be dramatic. It's not. I'll get you your 1,000 members, I whispered. We at Booth World Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day. The connection ended. I hung up the phone and stared at it for a long time. I'm scheduled for a remodeling on Wednesday, and somewhere, someone will be getting a courtesy call to listen to my last few breaths if I don't get 1,000 members to join Booth World Industries. It's funny. I always wanted to join an elite club. Skull and Bones, New World Order. I'm not sure how I got in, but now I'm a member. I've got until Wednesday to enjoy it. Like I said at the beginning, even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me, because you're not a member. Membership is by invitation only. I'm inviting you in. You can help me. Just call 630-296-7536. Before I begin, I would like to say that this is a very long story. It's been something that's haunted me since I was 6 years old, since my first encounter with it. I've had dreams about this, and 2 very specific encounters with the creature. I'm sharing the story so I could possibly find help on what to do or how to get rid of this creature that's been haunting me since I can remember. Just for background, I'm 21 years old and still worry about this creature finding me, but I'll get into detail why later. For now, here's my story. I would always go camping with my grandparents, who I call my Grammy and Grampy. At the end of the school year, I would always look forward to it since I grew up loving the outdoors and the woods. I especially loved camping, loving the idea of having s'mores, taking long hikes, being around the campfire, and of course the wildlife I would see. Now, I grew up in California, mostly near cities, so the forest was like my true home. I always preferred being near trees and dirt rather than buildings and crowded places. Besides, the woods were much quieter and more peaceful. I always felt safe when I was there, like nothing could ever hurt me. But something strange would always happen at the end of the month of May. I would have this reoccurring dream during the last week of my school year. I would be in the woods, walking alone down a dirt trail. The woods were always strangely quiet. I would continue to walk this path until I saw this red fox poke its head from behind a tree. Its eyes were always strangely human-like, but they were yellow and somehow looked like teddy bear eyes, and it would just stare at me. It wouldn't make a sound at all, it would just watch me. Usually in my dream, I would go up and pet it. This would make the fox usually make a noise, a soft growl, and then I would continue walking and it would follow me. The first time I would have this dream was when I was actually around 5 years old, and it lasted until I was about 11. Over the years, it would be the same exact thing. I would walk in the woods, find this fox, pet it, then continue my hike with it alongside me. But about having this dream for the 4th time, it would start to walk behind me. That's when I started to feel uneasy about this fox. I could hear it making odd noises, but every time I went back to look, it was just walking like nothing was wrong, even somehow giving me a smile. Sorry to go on about a dream, but I now believe that it was a warning of the creature. Now that the dream is out of the way, I can talk about my first true encounter. I was 6 years old, and I was going on a camping trip with my Gammy and Gampy for about a week. Of course, I was very excited for it, being able to barely keep myself in my school seat for the last day of kindergarten. They had picked me up right as the bell had rung and already had the camping trailer attached to my Gampy's truck, I remember he drove an old red truck that only had 3 seats, me always being in the middle. It took about 2 hours to get there, and another good hour to find our usual camping spot. It was deep into the woods and far from other people, as my gammy wasn't too fond of being around other people while we camped. As they were setting up the camping trailer, I wandered around the campsite, loving to dig in the dirt for bugs. I had sat down on the dirt and started digging, but I noticed how strangely quiet the woods were. It never was quiet, not even in the dead of night. I thought it was odd, but being only 6, I didn't think too hard about it. As I continued to dig for bugs, however, I thought I heard my gammy call for me. She would usually call me Sugar Booger, that being a nickname she gave me since I was born, and that's what I had heard. But it sounded like she was very far away and somewhat sick. Sugar Booger. I looked up to where I heard it come from, that being from the woods. But there was no way she was there, because she was still unloading stuff from the truck. Even at the age of 6, it didn't feel right. So I walked closer to my grandparents and stayed next to them. I soon forgot about my weird encounter, though, as we began to have fun. For the rest of the day, we played card games, sat next to the campfire as we ate dinner, and stared up into the stars. I always loved seeing the stars, there never being any where I lived. We started to get sleepy around 9 p.m., and we started to get ready for bed. There were bunk beds that me and Gammy would sleep on, keeping our luggage on the top bunk, and we would sleep on the bottom bunk. Due to my grandpa's snoring, he would sleep on the couch of the trailer. I would always sleep next to the trailer window, just in case I couldn't sleep and wanted to look outside. I fell asleep pretty quickly though. That being the last day of school and all, it was pretty exhausting. I remember waking up hours later, it still being pitch black outside. It wasn't weird for me to wake up late in the night, since I always had sleeping issues. I rolled onto my side, trying to fall back asleep, until I heard Sugar Booger. My eyes immediately shot open as I heard my nickname being spoken, but I knew it wasn't either of my grandparents. They were both asleep and never were known to sleep talk before. I started to feel this horrible feeling in my gut, like whatever I was hearing wanted to really hurt me. Even at the age of 6, I knew this wasn't normal. Then I started to hear tapping at the trailer window. It was soft, but loud enough for me to hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I just sat there, frozen in fear. I was trying to brush it off as just tree branches or rain, but I just knew that it wasn't. I could tell that it was really someone or something tapping on the window. Then I decided to be brave and look. Big mistake. I pulled the curtain away to only peek, and all I saw were these large yellow eyes looking at me. They seemed glassy, yet not entirely real. They looked like giant teddy bear eyes, but cold and unwelcoming. I remember in that moment I panicked and quickly closed the curtain back. I then hid under my blanket, that being the only thing that I knew to do when I saw a monster. I could feel tears rolling down my face. I never had been so terrified in my life. I just crawled up into my Gammy's side and clung to her all night long. That damn tapping only getting louder and more persistent throughout the night. I don't remember falling asleep, but somehow I did. I do remember my Gampy waking me up around noon, saying how if I got up quick enough, we could still go fishing. I honestly didn't want to leave the trailer at all, terrified that whatever I saw the night before would be out there. I did eventually go outside, but I was constantly looking around, horrified that whatever saw me last night would get me. My Gammy immediately knew I was scared and pulled me into a hug when she saw me, asking what was wrong. I did tell her what I saw and heard, and surprisingly, she believed me. The next thing I knew, she was telling Gampy that we were moving campsites. It took a bit to convince him, but he did eventually start to pack up and hook the trailer onto his truck. I was put into the truck so I could properly sleep, but I just couldn't. I kept feeling that I was being watched, thinking that every little noise was that thing that I saw, that if I closed my eyes even for a second, it would get me. My Gammy wasn't too far from me when I heard it again, but this time, it was my actual name, Aaliyah. In that moment, I had never seen my Gammy move so fast. She looked up into the bushes where we heard it, then to me. She then got in the truck with me and pulled me into a tight, protective hug. I began to cry all over again, telling her how I wanted to just go back home. That's when my Gampy got into the truck as well, and since I was sobbing so hard to the point I was coughing, he agreed we could go home. We started to head out of the campsite, still hurt that this trip had been ruined by something, but I still didn't know what. That's when something in my head told me to look back. I slowly did so, feeling a nice cold fear wash over me as I saw something. A red fox, sitting in the middle of the campsite, sitting there with large yellow eyes. The same red fox from my dream, somehow curling its lip into an eerie smile. After that encounter, we never did go back to the campsite. We did continue to camp, but in more populated areas. I didn't tell my grandpa what I saw, but she had told me to trust my gut. She knew that I was sensitive to certain entities, and that would help me if I trusted it. Now, you might think this is the end of the story, but I'm afraid it isn't. And there was one more encounter I had with the creature, and it was much more terrifying than the first time. And the second encounter I had was when I was 17, many years later. By this time, I knew very well what a skinwalker was, and I was still very paranoid every time I went near wooded areas. I was still worried about seeing that fox, but I never really thought too much about it. Me and my 2 younger siblings were staying at a relative's house for Christmas, them living way up into a mountain area. I think they were my great aunt and uncle, but I'm not sure. Where they lived, there was no service at all, so unless we hooked up onto their Wi-Fi, we had no phones. I didn't mind the house, still loving the woods no matter what happened. Although at night, I hated how they didn't come close the window curtains, making it easy to anything outside to see inside. But I did feel safe while inside the house, knowing that they wouldn't let anything hurt us kids. Luckily, it didn't snow where they lived, so we could go outside and run around. They also had this beautiful black lab, being about a year old, named Pam. She was very playful and normally wouldn't listen to anyone but my uncle, although she was easily excitable. She was a good puppy. One of the days we were there, my little sister and our aunt went out to the store for a nice girls' day. Although I'm a girl, I wanted to go hiking with my uncle and my little brother. We left pretty early since the hike we were doing was 4 hours of walking into town. It was a really chilly morning, but since we were doing so much walking, it felt great. We also decided to take Pam, it being a good way for her to get exercise and have fun. About maybe an hour into our walk, I started to slow down a bit, wanting to enjoy the beautiful forest. It was so peaceful, I could have honestly stayed there. But as we continued to walk, I started to feel something odd. I noticed how quiet the forest had suddenly become, hearing only our footsteps and my brother talking to our uncle. Pam noticed it too, her ears going straight up and growling softly. I started to pick up my pace to get next to my brother, worried that possibly a coyote or maybe a mountain lion was nearby. I knew though that they wouldn't be out at this time. Even if they were, they didn't walk near the roads. My little brother was only 9 at this time, and being the oldest sibling, my natural instincts were to protect him. My uncle noticed the silence as well, telling us to stay close to him and Pam, who was now next to me and still growling. I began to feel that horrible feeling again, that ice-cold fear I once felt when I was 6. I tried so hard to not think about the creature, but it was all I could worry about. I was scared. I felt like I was back to being that scared little 6-year-old kid again. I had to stop for a moment, seeing my shoelace had come undone. I quickly kneeled down to tie it back up, trying to hurry and just get out of there. And that's when I heard it. Aaliyah. In that moment, my heart dropped into my stomach. My eyes were widened, and I could just feel myself start to shake from fear. It was right next to me. I heard it as clear as day. I slowly turned my head, and there it was, the same red fox, still having those horrid yellow eyes, and that same demented smile. Only this time I saw it much more clearly. Its fur looked so matted and disgusting. The smell it had was like rotten, decaying flesh mixed with garbage. Its limbs were much too long for a normal fox, the back legs bending completely the wrong way. Those eyes were still the worst thing about it, but now they looked emptier than I had remembered. I wanted to scream, to run, to cry, but I just couldn't. I was frozen, and I was too scared to even blink. Then I heard it speak again. This time, however, it had mimicked my little brother's voice. "Found you." Before anything else could happen, Pam suddenly jumped in front of me and started barking like mad, snapping and growling so aggressively that it scared me out of my frozen trance. When I looked back, it was gone. I used that moment to run over to my brother and uncle, who didn't see what I saw as they were too far ahead now. But I heard my uncle start to pray and sing a song under his breath, keeping my brother and myself close to him. I was just too scared to even look back, so I just kept my eyes on the ground and refused to stop walking. Pam had stopped barking, but she was still loudly growling and never left my side as we continued our hike. My little brother was a bit worried, but he just thought it was a coyote. And when we finally made it back into town, my uncle had called our aunt and told her to pick us up, saying something about how it wasn't safe for us to walk back. Thankfully, she did come and get us, but she was confused since we talked about that hike for days. On the car ride back, Pam never left me alone. She was right next to me the entire time. She knew that the thing was after me, and she protected me. I was grateful that she was with us. Who knows what would have happened if she wasn't. When we got back to the house, I was talked to by my uncle and aunt, and I told them what happened and what I saw. They had started to pray and check that all the locks were shut tight. My aunt putting something around the doors. I now believe it was probably ashes, but I never did find out. Unfortunately, this made our Christmas vacation cut short, as they were worried that I was not safe while still in the woods. We had to be taken home the next day, them making an excuse of how there was an emergency with a friend and that they had to help them out. I felt horrible that this Christmas was ruined, but once I did leave the woods, I truly felt safe again. Before they had to drive me back home, though, they told me that it wasn't my fault, and that luckily it didn't hurt me or the other kids. It did make me feel a little bit better, but it still brought up a lot of questions and worries. It was still around. How? Why? What did it want from me? Does it want my skin, my soul? Was I just going to be tormented by this thing forever? I still don't know the answers to these questions, and that's what really scares me. I've long moved from California, and I now live in Kentucky. I do live in woods, but so far, that thing hasn't found me. I know that seems very stupid on my part, but life had changed a lot when I was growing up. I was given no other option to live somewhere else, and my grandpa in Kentucky was kind enough to let me live with him. So please don't call me an idiot for moving to the woods where I had no other choice. Anyways, while I am happy it hasn't found me, I'm still worried. Can it still find me? Is it still hunting me? I'm not close to anyone who knows truly on how to get rid of these things, and that's why I'm telling my story now, so I can possibly find help. So please, if there's anyone out there who does know, help me. I used to see him often. Well, I guess I shouldn't say him, more like it. Then I moved away to another state, another city. I don't see it anymore. Not physically, though it creeps through my mind in its swooping, slinking way. High up in the air one moment, then sliding across the ground the next, over and over. Its limbs propelling it forward. The mere thought sends ice-cold shivers running down my spine. It used to watch me, but it can't anymore. At least, I don't think it can. I wouldn't be surprised, however, to wake in the early hours of the day when the sky is still dark and look to my window to see those eyes, those teeth, see it smile that awful smile. I hope I'm dead before that day arises. I hope I've seen the last of that monster. When I was little, I lived in a small suburban neighborhood. It isn't the kind you're probably thinking of, big, white, uniform houses all lined up in perfect rows with green lawns and 2 garage doors. No, my neighborhood was much older. It was built sometime in the 50s and every house looked different, but most had started to fall apart. The people living there were hardworking and honest for the most part, and their long, hard lives showed on their faces. No one really talked to anyone else. That was one of the only things I didn't like about that neighborhood. My mother always said the neighbors just liked to keep to themselves, that they had nothing important to say anyway. Looking back on it now, I think they did have something important to say. Something very, very important. I saw it for the first time when I was 8 years old during the summer. It was very hot that season, unusually so compared to all the summers I've had since then. So I'd stayed inside most of the morning. Then, after lunch, my father hooked up the sprinkler we used for our garden in our backyard. I excitedly got into play clothes and rushed outside into the blinding sunlight. Those were the days, those innocent days in the sun where I played without care. I had no idea I would soon be missing them. So, I was outside, running and laughing and jumping through the cold spray of water, when I saw it. At first, I didn't notice it. It was just a rustle in the bushes. Then, it was the crack of a branch and I looked up. Something dark moved through those leaves. Something as black as night, yet it shimmered when the sun hit it. It ran, or galloped. To this day, I'm still not sure what to call it. From a small forest behind my house, it leapt over my neighbor's fence and disappeared from my view. I was curious, so I chased it. The pavement burned my feet, but I didn't care. I watched, along with a few other neighborhood children, as the creature swept in and out of the shadows of trees, making its way down the street. It was large, probably about 8 feet tall if it stood upright, though it never did. Instead, it stayed hunched over, its hind legs curled up to its sides, the knees protruding grotesquely past its torso. Large, white, curled claws grew from bony feet and long, slender fingers. Its arms were gnarled, the joints bulging under twisted muscle and skin. Skin that was black and rubbery, stretched thin over whatever bones the beast had. It caved in at odd places and almost looked as if it were rotting. Still, when it crept through the sun, patches glistened gray and blue, as if it were made of some kind of foreign glass. Then there was its face. The skin was the same, stretched over an oblong oval skull that jutted out in the back. Its eyes were sunken deep within its head, large and round and hollow. They glowed a weird white yellow, one I'm sure doesn't have a name to this day. It was more of a pulsating, ever-present light that seemed to come straight from the non-existent soul deep within the monster's core. It always seemed to smile. Its mouth was stretched, like its skin, far across its face. You know the expression, grinning ear to ear. It was literal in this case. Each corner was reaching each side of its face, where ears would have been if it had any. Within this smile were 2 rows of pure white teeth, long and sharp. In fact, each tooth was so long, it could never close its mouth. The sharp tips just clacked against each other as it skulked around, waving its head slowly from side to side, as if sniffing something in the air. I used to find this silly, since it had no nose. Now the thought terrifies me. We kids just watched it in a sort of dazed amazement, never having seen something like it before. I suppose I thought it was just some species I had yet to learn about in school. I wish that's all it had been. Then our parents called us back inside for dinner, and we grudgingly obeyed, not wanting to get in trouble. I'm not sure about the other kids, but I never quite forgot about the creature I'd seen. I got preoccupied with other things, sure, but its image was always in the back of my mind, burning there, waiting for me to remember it late at night while I tried to drift off to sleep. It got its wish. That night, I was laying in bed with my covers pulled up to my chin, despite how hot I was. The nightlight across the room barely gave me comfort from the thoughts of ghouls and ghosts hiding in my closet or under my bed. Then the beast's image slipped into my thoughts. I gripped the covers. It hadn't scared me before, yet I'd been mere feet away from it. But now, after having the image sit in my mind all day, my brain registering its unworldly appearance, I started to fear it. It was bad. I knew that now. And then I heard a tap. I froze. Another tap. I didn't dare move. Then there was another, and another, and another. It was at my window. I could hear its long claws scrape across the glass, hear its razor-sharp fangs as they clicked together. I could hear its breathing, heavy, husky, in and out, in and out. Finally, I could no longer bear it. I tore my eyes from my nightlight and gazed through the dark room towards my window. It smiled when it saw me, An impossibly huge grin that split his face in two, white teeth glistening with saliva, gleaming eyes seeming to pull every fear from my conscious and unconscious to the surface. I screamed. By the time my parents rushed into my room, it was gone. No traces of its existence left behind. They said it was just a nightmare. It wasn't just a nightmare. I never saw it again in the daytime, but I saw it every night. After a week, I stopped screaming. I just cried silently in my bed. Then after another week, I stopped crying. It knew I was scared. I wasn't going to give it the satisfaction of seeing me tremble. It wasn't until it found the lock on my window that I was truly terrified. I'll never forget the clunk the lock made when it had been moved for the first time in years, or the waning screech of the window as it slid open, or the heavy breathing at my bedside. I'll never forget those eyes as they gazed at me from beyond my covers. It knew I was scared. It thrived on that. It wouldn't leave me alone. Everyone says I went crazy, but I didn't. It just wouldn't leave me alone. I hardly ever slept. My hair started to fall out and I always looked tired. My parents put me here, in this psychiatric hospital. It's a nuts house, that's what it is. I'm not crazy. It's been years. Years. The nightmares still happen when I do sleep, so they keep me here. I suppose I like it better this way, though. After all, the monster can't get me here. You know, the funny thing is, I can't even remember where I used to live. I can't remember the state or the city. I can't even remember the country. So my roommate, let's call him Sean, left for school before the semester ended, and I thought this was rather strange, so I rummaged through some of his stuff and found a notebook. What I read was shocking. Here's what the notebook read. Well, I've never really written a diary or anything else before, so I don't know what I'm doing. But here goes nothing. Night 1. The concert was good, I guess. I'm not really into screamo that much, but Jack was good on guitar. So my girlfriend, Rachel, and I were taking everybody home. We came close to Rick's house and we saw a bright orange light light up the night sky, and smoke rising into the heavens. It was extremely large amounts of light and smoke, so naturally, we went to go check it out. We thought a house was on fire, that's how large it was. It was strange because there was no road that led directly to where the fire was. So we parked the truck on the closest street and proceeded on foot. As we got closer to the fire, we started to hear chanting. We couldn't tell what the chanting was, but it was deep and loud. I'm not sure why I got as close as I did, maybe to impress Rachel. But the point is, I got close. Too close. Every person chanting was surrounding the fire in a large circle, and they all appeared to be wearing the same robes, like a monk. Anyway, I was at least less than 100 feet away from them. I held my phone up so that I could take a picture. But before I could take the photo, one of the men saw me, and in an instant, all of them were glaring at me, their hoods darkening their faces. Instinctively, I took off running and ran back to the truck and yelled, "Drive!" Immediately, Rachel floored it and we took off. They asked me what happened, and I told them that I thought they saw me. It was quite a scare, but I wasn't too worried. It's not like they know where I live. I went home that night, and at about 1 in the morning I decided to hit the hay. This is when it began. I had a terrible nightmare. It wasn't anything gruesome or disgusting, it was just shocking. All it was just someone in a cloak, like the ones I saw the people by the fire wearing. What I saw was this man in the cloak. All he did was stand there and stare. I couldn't make out any of the features on his face, just his eyes. They were pitch black, piercing, like they were staring straight into my soul. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Night 2. I had the same dream last night. It was just longer this time. I felt like I wanted to wake up, but couldn't. It was like the man had trapped me. Night 3. I don't want to sleep tonight. I can't stand to have that dream again. I've been looking over my shoulder all day. I'll just drink some Red Bull and watch a marathon of Top Gear. Day 4. I might be going crazy. Or maybe it's just the lack of sleep, but I could have sworn I saw that cloaked man out my chemistry window. Night 4. I tried to stay awake again tonight, but just couldn't. The lack of sleep got to me and I passed out. The dream was worse than ever. Same dream, same cloaked man. Just this time there was a high-pitched squeak going on the whole time, and every once in a while a deep laugh would arise, then fall as quickly as it came. I can't take much more of this, and Luke is no help, since he's home for the long weekend. Night 5. I decided to have Rachel stay with me tonight. I don't want to face this alone. Once again, same dream, same man, same high-pitched squeak, except this time the laugh was louder and more frequent. I feel like this is something from Freddy Krueger. Day 6. I saw him again. He was in the motherfucking reflection of my bathroom mirror. I looked behind me and he wasn't there. God, I don't know how much more of this I can take. Night 6. Luke's back, and I told him what had been happening, and he told me to just relax, that I'm overreacting. He's probably right, but why can't I shake this nightmare? Day 7. I saw him again today. He was across the street from me, just glaring. I know he was there because I stared back at him for a good 20 seconds. I think they're after me. They're gonna kill me. Night 7. I actually didn't have the dream tonight. It was worse. I awoke with a jolt in the middle of the night. I can't remember why, but what I saw nearly gave me a heart attack. I glanced out the window and there, standing in the window, was the cloaked man. I looked away in fright, and when I looked back, he was gone. I have to get out of here. I'm going home. I can't stay here anymore. Day 8. I packed the majority of my things. I'll leave the dresser here for Luke, give him more space. I hope that maybe this trip back home will fix me. I think I need to just get away. The last night. Luke invited me to a party tonight, but I told him I was too tired and I want to get some sleep. I wish I went to that party. Luke stayed out all night, so it was just another night alone. The dream came back, and it was just as bad as before. Like last night, I woke up in the middle of the night and looked out the window. Thankfully, there was nobody there. I jolted in fright when there was a hard, frequent, and frantic knocking at my door. I looked through the peephole, and I saw Rachel knocking and banging, screaming for me to help. I opened the door, and he was standing there. I was paralyzed with fright. I'm sorry if this seemed really descriptive, but I'll never forget that image in my head. He glared at me with his dark, piercing eyes for what seemed like an eternity. Then, in an instant, he released a horrible, blood-curdling scream and lunged at me, and then I blacked out. I woke up on the floor of my dorm room with the door wide open, and a crowd gathered around me. And go figure, there he was in the back of the crowd, glaring at me. Fuck this. I'm grabbing my things and leaving for home. Fuck this. I can't take this anymore. That's the end of the notebook. This is Luke speaking again, and after I read this over a couple of times, I decided to do some research on this cult. I found nothing, but what I can tell you is what happened since the incident, and what I've determined. Well, Rachel went back home as well. I guess she's not with Sean anymore, but there was a good reason for that. Sean never made it back home. For some godforsaken reason, he jumped in front of a moving train and killed himself that night he was supposed to go back home. I think his plan of escaping the cloaked man didn't work, and he just couldn't take it anymore. Here's what I've determined on the whole situation. There was no cult. I talked to Rachel and the others about the fire, and they said that it wasn't chanting that they heard, it was singing. And they also said they didn't get close enough to tell, but they said they couldn't see anyone around the fire. So I think that they were all figments of Sean's imagination. Maybe something happened to him in his childhood that sparked his mind to think up some disturbing cult. I'm not the best at research, so maybe I missed some key information about this cult. Any info you might have on this cult would be greatly appreciated. And on a side note, I'm pretty sure I saw the cloaked man in the hallway while I was getting a drink. Maybe Sean's notebook is getting to me. In 2019, I was having a very hard time being around people, and I eventually packed up my belongings and went to live my life at age 30 by myself in the woods. I was scouting an area that was in Delaware County, which is in the suburbs of Philly, looking for the perfect spot to spend my summer. After my long journey, testing different areas out, having bad experiences such as my tent flooding after heavy rains, I found a huge hill that probably went up for a few thousand feet. This certain hill was on a giant rock, outcropping with many beautiful stones such as garnets embedded in the host rock. I honestly thought I found the perfect camp, secluded from everyone and everything, surrounded by a large creek. The area was well planted with huge trees of many sorts. So due to all these factors being perfect for what I was looking for, I set my tent up on top of the hill. The tent that I owned was a one-person tent, literally just big enough for me to sleep in, which is all I really needed. I'm pretty much set. All I had left to do was create a barrier with local tree branches so I could keep out anyone and hide my tent. Upon stringing up a huge wall of branches in the area and putting trip lines around my campsite, I began living my life. Many days passed that summer before the incident that changed my life forever happened. So before I delve into this experience, I want to add that it would be nearly impossible for any dog or anyone to get up this hill. Someone would have to be extremely dedicated in finding this place to get to it. During my adventure living alone in the wilderness, my brother would occasionally meet me a bit away to drop off supplies such as beer, food, and water. On a beautiful summer night, after it just rained very heavily, I was laying up on the hill right outside my tent, and I was immersed in extremely dense fog. The whole area looked as if it was covered in a huge cloud. I was tired from a long walk earlier, so eventually, when it hit around 10 p.m., I retired to my tent. I crawled in and laid down with all my equipment around me. It was extremely cramped in there. I zipped up the door flap and began relaxing, as I started reading a good book I had when I noticed it was getting really late, so I got my flashlight out and put on my headlamp and just chilled. Periodically, I would text my sister to let her know that I was okay and just conversate about certain things. It hit around 1 a.m. when I just started having a very strange feeling. You know, the feeling when something's wrong. I tried to shrug it off, but it wouldn't go away. My tent had a tiny opening at the top with mesh so you can see out of it. Other than that, you can't really see anything outside the tent. As I was reading, I suddenly heard something run very loudly towards my tent, right on my left-hand side. It stopped right next to me and began loudly barking, almost as if a dog is right in your face about to attack. I suddenly shuddered with fear, saying to myself, that can't be a dog. There's no possible way anything could get to my tent, with my barricade and my trip lines, or at least not without making an extreme struggle and lots of noise. So in complete fear, hearing this beast growl and bark like a maniac, I fumbled to get my phone in panic, and I started texting my sister, saying, listen, there's something outside my tent, and it's pretty pissed off. She texted me back, saying maybe it's a dog. I'm like, no, there's no way this is a dog. There's no way it could get up this hill. The thing stopped harassing me, and eventually disappeared after about 10 minutes. I was frightened after what I heard, so I dialed 911 on my phone and held onto it in case that thing came back. After an hour passed and nothing happened, I began to relax a little bit. I kicked off my shoes, cracked open a beer, and resumed my reading. Let me just say I've been in the woods for 6 months straight before, and never had anything like this happen. It was so chilling that I get sick thinking about it. As I'm laying there, time started to pass with no sign of the creature. I was too horrified to even look out the tent at this point, plus the ground was covered in fog. Then 3 o'clock rolled around. I firmly held the phone in my right hand, just in case. With the sudden movement passing, I was completely paralyzed. I laid there in a state of fear so intense that I thought I was going to die. And then something grabbed me. Whatever grabbed me began picking me up and smashing me into the ground. This thing was so strong that I felt like a rag doll. It just kept squeezing me and shaking me as if I was nothing to it. I looked at my phone in my hand, desperately trying to move my thumb to hit the dial button, but it wasn't possible. This thing was breathing so loud and making noises so sinister that the impression I got was that this thing crawled right out of hell and wants to take me out of my tent. The cries from it were almost like a loud pulsing sound, similar, I guess, to a giant heart beating out of control. It beat the living hell out of me. I pictured myself being carried away by this horrible thing into a cave to be experimented on or something really evil. After fighting for probably 7 minutes while being completely paralyzed, it suddenly stopped. I've never felt anything as intense as the state of fear that I was in at that moment. I was finally able to move, and I immediately hit 911 with my thumb. I got a girl dispatcher on the line. I thought to myself, what do I say? I'm in the middle of nowhere and I was attacked by something no one is going to take seriously. I hung the phone up and started texting my sister, saying, listen, here's my location. I was just attacked by something, but I got no answer. I just kept texting her, but still no answer. I cowered in my tent for the next few hours until the sun came up. I was so worn out from the beatdown that I crawled out of my tent in extreme pain. after a complete search of the area for footprints or a sign something had been there, I came up empty. No lines were tripped, no branches were moved, and my tent wasn't damaged. Doesn't make much sense, but I'm damaged. I could barely walk. Eventually, I moved my campsite and got a bigger tent. I still don't know what it was that attacked me, and I don't know what that thing was menacingly barking outside my tent. I'm scared to this day. I now know that there are things so powerful out there that they literally can paralyze you just by coming close to you. And apparently, they can even beat the hell out of you through your tent without leaving any sign of having been there. This all really happened, and I wish that I could tell the story better, but this is all I've got. Was it a Bigfoot? The dog man? I don't know. But it could have killed me very easily if it wanted to. It could have made me a missing person in a heartbeat. I don't know why I survived or how. I have a feeling that this thing was pissed at me for tearing down giant tree branches to fortify my camp. That day I tore a lot of branches down, and then I was attacked. So to anyone out there, if you're camping, don't harm any type of tree or plant that might trigger these things to attack. Before I tell you what happened that night, let me tell you who I am and when this happened. My name is Tyler. I'm 16 and I'm a junior at a semi-private school. This event had happened 2 years ago, almost 3 now, so bear with me on the details. The memories from that night are still a little bit foggy. But anyways, here I go. It was 2017, late October. I had just gotten home after a long day of school. I decided to hop on my PS4 and play some Call of Duty Black Ops 3 with some online friends. As hours passed, old and new friends had come and went. I was home alone for the week because my mother and father went on a business trip to Georgia, as well as visiting family. It wasn't the first time that I had to be home for a long period of time. I usually went to bed around the time of 9:30, but since it was a Friday and I was home alone, I decided that I would stay up. 9:30 came, then 10, then 11, then midnight, so on and so forth, you get the point. My eyes felt heavy and were groggy because of how long I was playing video games. But the fact of me wearing contacts doesn't help either. I decided to check the time since I knew that it was getting late. It was 1:20 a.m. I was in a match, so I didn't want to get up and turn everything off. I decided that I was going to finish up the current match that I was in and go to bed. As I was finishing up the match, a putridly bad and musty smell had hit my nostrils. To be honest, it tensed me up for quite a bit, and I gagged on how bad it was. I knew I wasn't going to be able to sleep through it, so I played a couple more matches and hoped for the smell to eventually go away. But that wasn't the case. Over time, minute by minute, it almost seemed that the scent was getting closer and stronger. I attempted to ignore it and continue to play my game. I have a noise-canceling headset, but I could swear that I heard footsteps from behind me. But I remembered that I had 3D sound as well. So being me, I ignored it. Then I heard tapping. I took off my headset to confirm that it was the game. Then I heard it again. It was coming from the window behind me. It had shades over it, but with the outside lights on. I saw a silhouette of something almost human-like. I stood in my room, frozen in fear, looking out the silhouette, wondering if I was just delirious on sleep. But then its head ticked to the side like a bird, and it tapped on the window once again, in the same pattern. As adrenaline shot through my body, I decided, being the curious young teen I was, to open the shades. As I got closer, the stench grew stronger, and I could tell now that it was the smell of something decaying and dying. Could it be a dying animal that just so happened to stumble upon my window? I thought. But then I remembered the tapping and how in unison it was. I finally got the courage to pull back the curtains, and I wished I hadn't. It had a human face, but where the eyes were supposed to be, there was just sockets. It had sharp teeth, so jagged I swear it could cut through steel. Its face was decomposing and rotting. It looked like it had been dead for such a long time. I stood from where I had opened the window shades in fear. I couldn't take my eyes off of this thing. I didn't know if it was looking at me or not because of its empty, soulless eye sockets. Then, it tilted its head with a sharp movement that startled me, and I screamed. It got up with so much speed and went back into the woods. When it got up, I saw its body and how contorted it was and how awkward it moved. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night, for weeks even. I haven't seen the thing since that day. I am only sharing this now because in class a couple of weeks ago, we learned about the Native American cryptids, and the skinwalker fit the description well. The only thing off is that it usually takes the form of things that it's killed. My question is, who was the person it killed to take their form? I just hope that that's the only time I see that thing, because who knows what it might do if we cross paths again. When I was around 13, my cousin and I decided we were going to go camping in our backyard. We have a shared property that has been passed down through the family for generations. There is about 150 yards or so between our houses, and it is just an open area of yard that hits our fields. The total land is around 2.5 square miles, so it's pretty big. We have fields and a creek and even a bit of our own forest. Anyways, we decided it was a nice summer night, and we were going out to camp, so I grabbed the tent we had in my parents' garage, and we would spend the evening setting it up, then going to his house for dinner. At around 9 p.m., we decided to go to sleep since it was getting pretty dark out, and there really wasn't much we could do outside while in the tent except talking about our plans for the summer. At around 11 p.m. or so, I got a call from my then girlfriend, and she was pretty upset about something that had happened earlier in the day. I was pretty tired, so it took me a while to actually understand what she was saying and to calm her down. But once I did, we continued to chat for a bit until my cousin grabbed my shoulder hard. I told him I was on the phone and he could wait. But he just pulled me around, and when I saw his face, I instantly told my girlfriend I had to go. He had his finger up to his mouth in the shushing motion, and he looked absolutely terrified. He told me to look towards the entrance of the tent in a whisper before I could even ask him what was wrong. When I looked, I didn't see anything at all, so I just told him to go back to sleep. But after that, I heard the sound of someone walking around the tent. It seemed very unlikely that anyone would be out here unless it was my dad, and he isn't the type of person to prank anyone. We are generally pretty safe on our property, as we are about 10 miles out of town, and everyone that lives near us are family or old friends. I told my cousin to be quiet and stay down, and I was going to see if I could find out who it was. But when I peeked out the front of the tent, I didn't see anything. I assumed whoever it was just ran off, or that maybe it was my dad after all. But instead of pranking us, he had just decided to come check on us. That was proven to be wrong, however, as I heard the footsteps walking around the tent again as soon as I laid down. It felt like hours I listened to footsteps. Sometimes they would change pace and rhythm, but after a while, I heard them stop. I ended up looking at the entrance to the tent as I had the feeling of being watched, and I finally saw what had freaked my cousin out so much. Standing there, peering into the tent, was what appeared to be a thin man who was very dirty and almost completely naked, except for some animal skin that he wore. His eyes seemed to glow and shine, like an animal's eyes if you shined a light on them. Only there was nothing that should have made them glow like that. I laid there frozen as we peered into each other's eyes for what seemed like a lifetime, but was probably around 5 minutes or so. At this point, he very calmly and slowly backed away, turned around, then ran off in the direction of our forest. I stayed awake, straining my ears for any sound indicating he was coming back, but after about an hour and a half I had exhausted myself and fell asleep. When we woke up, we immediately looked around the tent to see if maybe we were just seeing things. But sure enough, there were bare footprints circling the tent. While looking at the prints, I noticed that some of the tracks were coyote paw prints, which would have accounted for the change in rhythm. We ended up finding a set of tracks that led into our field towards our forest, and we noted that about halfway from the tent to the field, the prints started changing from the bare footprints to the man on all fours with footprints and handprints, then slowly becoming smaller and turning into coyote paw prints. Ever since this experience, my cousin and I have had multiple encounters with what we now believe is a skinwalker. I had never heard of one until a couple of months ago, when I first heard the skinwalker story that inspired me to tell my story. The description of what they called the skinwalker is what prompted me to look it up, and why we now believe what we encountered was a skinwalker. I have only dealt with them off of our home grounds for the last few years though, as in 2016 I encountered something much bigger and much badder than a skinwalker, something that I think is keeping the skinwalkers at bay. I was on an assignment for the Army, making my way up from San Antonio, Texas to Tacoma, Washington. It was a long drive, and they gave me 6 days to report to my new unit, but I didn't mind. I love road trips. There's nothing like the freedom of exploring the world by yourself. The first day of my journey, I planned to get as much driving in as I possibly could. so I could spend a few days in Utah and sort of a mini vacation, you could say. This was January, and the days were short, so maximizing the amount of daylight I had was crucial. I got up extra early in the morning, carried the last of my bags out to my Corolla, signed out of my old unit, and hit the road at roughly 5 a.m. It was an amazing day. I saw the landscape transform around me as I headed further west than I had ever been in my life. From the San Antonio metropolitan area, to the savannas of the Edwards Plateau, to the pancake flat farmland of the Great Plains region, America's breadbasket. Finally, the farms opened up into a prairie, and I saw the "Welcome to New Mexico, the Land of Enchantment" sign. Now I was really in the middle of nowhere. Continuing on US Route 380, I eventually found myself in Roswell. I could have gotten a few more hours of driving in and made it to Albuquerque, but I figured since I was in no rush, I might as well see what Roswell has to offer. Who knows if I would get a chance to visit again. The next day, I continued to Albuquerque, then westward on Interstate 40, by the time I reached Gallup and started northbound on US Route 491. I still had 2 hours of driving left before crossing the border into Colorado, and another 45 minutes before I would get to Cortez, my planned stop for the night. However, my daylight was already running out, as sunset was at 6 p.m. I got Starbucks and refreshed myself for the final stretch. It was supposed to be easy, just a straight shot, but looking back on it now, I figured that, had I decided to stop in Albuquerque instead of Roswell the night previous, I would have already been in Colorado by now, and possibly be making my way into Utah. I would have saved myself from what was waiting for me on that desolate highway. Route 491 stretched far into the Navajo Nation. On either side of me were endless expanses of prairie, bookended by dark indigo mountains on the horizon. To my left, the sky glowed a faint orange-purple, the light slowly dying down like smoldering embers in a fire, until finally plunging the land into darkness. Every now and then, I would see the forlorn headlights of another car passing by, which gave me a bit of relief that I wasn't alone. I also had my road trip playlist on to keep me company. And call me ironic, but Hotel California was playing. After passing the small, lonely town of Newcomb, the next piece of civilization would be Shiprock. However, between the two was a 36-mile stretch of absolute nothingness, an abyss I had to cross. I was not ready for what I was about to witness. After several miles, and having not seen another car on the road, I saw something strange emerge from the horizon. Barely lit by the moonlight, I thought it was a road sign at first. Then as I came closer, I realized it was a person, walking on the shoulder of the road, heading in my direction. I squinted, trying my hardest to focus on the figure. In the darkness, I could tell they were wearing a poncho of some sort, with long black hair flowing down past their chest. Who could be walking out here all alone, at night, I thought. Whoever it was, they had no lights, no reflectors, no strobes of any kind to signal passing cars that they were there, and they walked on the pavement, dangerously close to oncoming traffic. I pulled to the left a bit, giving them a wide berth. Suddenly, my stereo cut out, as if I had turned it off. The screen went completely dark, and my phone disconnected from Bluetooth. While this was unusual, it certainly did happen from time to time, so I thought nothing of it. As I approached, I saw the person raise their right arm, as if to flag me down and hitch a ride. Oh no, I thought. There's no way that's happening, buddy. As my headlights swept by, I realized it was a man, dressed in a button-up shirt, a wool poncho, jeans, and cowboy boots. His large belt buckle glinted as the lights passed him. In that split second, I realized with abject shock that not only were his eyes painfully wide open, but they seemed to be tracking me. Somehow, he was able to see me through the glare of my headlights and look me dead in the eyes, not breaking eye contact until I passed. I was shaken for a bit. My nerves gradually subsided. My stereo abruptly turned back on, and my music continued playing. I brushed everything off as simply my imagination, the darkness and the shadows playing tricks on my mind. Besides, the man was behind me. I figured he must have been drunk. Indian reservations sadly had high rates of alcoholism. I looked in my rearview mirror. He was gone. I couldn't see him. Maybe he's too far behind me. No, that couldn't be. It must be too dark, maybe. I drove on, trying to figure out what had just happened, but at the same time, forcing myself not to think about it. Just when I thought I had moved on, I saw another shape in the distance, getting closer. I realized it was another figure. Another person walking alone at night. There's no way. They walked along the shoulder of the road, swaying back and forth. Slowly, I could make out that this person was also wearing a poncho. Then I saw what looked like long, black hair reaching down past the chest. No, there's no way. It was the man. The same man, but how? The man raised his arm again, trying to flag me down. What did this guy want? I kept at my pace, with no intention of stopping for any reason. Just like last time, my stereo turned off again. Suddenly, the man leapt out onto the road, arms waving frantically. I swerved into the left lane, narrowly avoiding him. In my headlights, I noticed he had the same wide-eyed look. His gaze locked onto mine. I also saw that his clothes did not look like they did in the first encounter. Once they were clean, if not well worn, but now they were soiled and tattered, rags barely hanging onto his withered frame. His hair was wild and unkempt, with clods of dried dirt stuck in the locks, but his eyes remained the same. My heart nearly burst through my chest at the sudden shock. Hyperventilating, I slowed down and glanced into the rearview mirror to make sure he was all right. Nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to see. The man was running. He was sprinting towards me. I centered the wheel and accelerated, hoping to get as much distance from him as possible. But as I continued to speed up, so did he. Faster and faster I drove, but every time I looked in the mirror, I would still see him right behind me, perfectly keeping pace, his body tinted by my red lights. I could feel my temples throbbing and my hands getting slick with sweat on the steering wheel. I was sick to my stomach. There's no way. I looked forward, hoping to see a faint glimmer of light from the town ahead, but I was still too far away. I looked back at the rearview mirror. The man was gone. I should have been relieved, but I knew better. Where did he go? I looked around, hoping to regain my visual on him. I couldn't see anything. Taking a deep breath, I refocused on the road, but kept my guard up. Just keep driving, I told myself. Only a few more miles to go. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. Another shape. It wasn't the man. At least I didn't think so. I glanced over, bracing myself for whatever was going to meet my sight. It looked like an animal, though I couldn't make out exactly what it was. Under the moonlight, I could see it running alongside my car. Its forelimbs reaching out in long strides. Its back undulating like a dog. Closer and closer it came. The closer it was, the more of it I could see, little by little. Then I noticed its limbs were far too long for its body. Its body was too short. It had no tail. The head was oddly round, and from it came a trail of long, black hair. I slammed my foot on the gas, pushing my car's engine harder than it had ever been pushed before. By now I was clocking well over 110 miles an hour, but this creature, it kept up. It wasn't phased. It simply ran faster and faster to match my speed. Just what was this thing? How could anyone or anything run this fast? This thing seemed to have endless stamina. Just how long could it keep this up? Just how much faster could it go? Soon, my car would hit its top speed, and then what? How long could it maintain this before breaking down? It wouldn't be long until my engine overheats. But regardless, I would eventually run out of gas, and when I do, what would happen if that thing got me? At 120 miles an hour, my car had reached its limit. This was the fastest I could go, but the creature continued its pursuit. My temperature gauge was approaching the red, and so was my tachometer. I couldn't keep this up any longer. Suddenly, like the beacon of a lighthouse at sea, the first light of shiprock came into view. It was close, so close. If I could just go a little longer, I could make it into town. To safety, I pressed on it. I fixed my eyes on the lights, growing brighter on the horizon. They bloomed outwards, glimmering in the night air. Though it was a small town, it was a sight for sore eyes in my situation. Looking in my periphery, I saw the undulation of the creature's spine as it kept pace with my car. But now it was slipping away, steering further and further from the road. It suddenly hit me just how hard my heart was beating. Beads of sweat dripped down my face. I looked over. The creature was gone. But this time, the feeling of dread had also gone with it. My stereo once again turned back on, and as my music resumed, I breathed a deep sigh of relief. I let off the accelerator. The man, the creature, whatever it was finally gone for good, having white-knuckled the steering wheel the whole time without releasing it. My hands were extremely sore, but I was glad to have made it through. A week later, I told another soldier in my unit about what I had experienced. Being originally from Albuquerque, she was familiar with the Native American legends of the Southwest. The conversation steered toward a certain creature that she would not dare speak the name of. She also told me that the highway I took was well known for all sorts of paranormal phenomena. Google what Route 491 used to be called, and everything will make sense. Be careful out there. Okay, I would first like to say that I appreciate this sub a lot. I've heard this story from my parents years ago, and I was since then not able to let it slide. Every now and then I have a wave of obsession over it, and I want to do research. Sadly, the internet is littered with shit stories like the ones you can now see all over TikTok. I really want to do my research, but all I can find is History Channel, cheap TikTok videos, and stories about 12 feet tall wolves and their hind legs. So here I am, in this sub, hoping to find more genuine information on this topic. This is also the first time I ever post about this. Let me start the story off with my first big question mark. This all happened, not in Navajo areas, not in America, but in Czech Republic. Me and my family travel to Czech Republic regularly to visit relatives. They live in a very small village in the woods. Everyone knows everyone. It's beautiful, and we always go for hour-long walks in the woods. So much so that you could basically drop me off anywhere in the forest on my own, and I would be able to find my way back without a problem. Our stay is always about 2 weeks long, and we share a room with the 4 of us. There isn't much to do there, but every day that we're there, we go for about 2 walks. Small ones, about half an hour to an hour, depending on which side of the forest we enter. Then, when me and my younger brother go to bed, my parents go for one last walk with the dog and return about an hour later before going to bed. About 8 or 9 years ago, I think, it was a normal summer day. I skipped the morning walk, had breakfast when everyone was walking, and joined them on their walk before dinner. When it was time for me and my brother to go to bed, my parents and grandparents were in the living room. I was around 12 years old, and at about that annoying age where you don't want to go to bed just yet. At 12 p.m., when my grandparents got ready for bed, my parents checked on us before going for their night walk with the dog. I pretended to sleep, and when the door closed, I pulled out my iPod Touch from under my pillow. My parents would always stay away for about an hour, so I knew how much time I had to play some games before they returned. After what I think was an hour and a half, I already heard my parents coming back. This was a bit odd, because usually they like to take their time to enjoy looking at the stars. They never get off the man-made path at night, because wild boars stay in the woods and they might still have some younglings, so they could be more dangerous if you enter their home. So from the path you can perfectly see the sky. What was even more odd is that they were not just calmly entering the house, telling the dog good night and getting ready for bed. They slammed the door shut and quickly went into their bedroom. I, who couldn't help but be curious as to why they seemed to be panting and panicking, asked them why they were so early. Instead of getting an answer, though, I was told to go to sleep because it was too late. The next day, they didn't mention anything to me about what happened. Not until I overheard them talking to my grandparents about a huge bird in the woods. I had to ask, and they seemed hesitant, but finally, they told me what had led them to finish their previous day with such stress. They were walking on their path with the dog, enjoying the warm night. Little before their usual stop where they would look at the stars with the dog, who normally always runs ahead of them, seemed to not want to walk any further. Instead, he was looking uphill into the woods. My parents, who didn't think much of it and brushed it off as a deer, went ahead and walked further, until they heard a screech from where the dog was looking at. It was very far away, but they stopped walking to hear if they could hear it again. After a few seconds, they did, and the dog started barking. Not very long after, it repeated itself, but it seemed to be getting a lot closer. The dog, who was normally very brave and protective, started running back home and left my parents weirded out. One more time, they heard the screech that my father described as the sound of a very huge owl, and again, it sounded like it was closer. That was the moment my parents started running home too. Very quickly, it seemed to be catching up to them. But this is where it gets weird. Not only was the noise getting way too loud, it was also getting lower, and the screechiness had turned into something more like a scream. Not only that, they started hearing the creature that was making the noise run. They said it sounded like a human running. 2 heavy feet were following them, only at an immense speed. When they finally got out of the wooded area, the running behind them stopped. My parents kept running and the screaming of the creature continued. It sounded like a mix of a man and a bird, and they kept hearing it for a while. They ran all the way home, knowing that they weren't being followed anymore, but they wanted to get home as soon as possible. My father is a brave man, and even though they never had this experience again, he still doesn't go to that part of the woods at night anymore. Hearing him tell me the story and seeing the fear in his eyes still haunts me. I believe in skinwalkers, but I don't know what to make of this. Do skinwalkers exist outside of America? Can they make the sound of any animal? This will probably be a mystery for the rest of my life, but I still can't let it go. When I was younger, I'd go visit my grandparents all the time. They lived in a 1-floor house with an unfinished basement. I never liked it down there. It felt small for a big basement. There was a little door down there that was for storage, and I always got a horrible feeling when going to close it. And let me add that this was a newer house that was about 6 years old. Now during the time I was about 6 or 7, I felt so uncomfortable going down there. Even when I was with someone, I still didn't like it. I remember going down there with my grandma to help her with something. She had to run upstairs because someone rang the doorbell. She said she would be right back, even though she knew how I felt about being alone down there. But I nodded and said, okay. She was gone, and I was alone, and I started to get a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't move, and I didn't want to. Even though the lights were on now, this is where everything started happening, and it still gives me chills. The light started to flicker, and I started hearing noises and what sounded like talking, and it was not coming from upstairs, but in the storage room. I heard someone say my name. Here's the part that freaks me out the most. The voice sounded like my grandma. I was confused as hell. How am I hearing her when she's upstairs? I didn't want to move. But me being the curious one I am, I started moving towards the storage room door. The closer I got, the worse the bad feeling became. When I got to the door, the lights turned off in the basement. I wanted to run upstairs and hide, or go home, anywhere that wasn't the basement. I heard my name again for the second time. My grandma's voice asking me to open the door to help her. So I did, and I regret it. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. I couldn't hear anything but faint laughing. But then the laughing stopped, and the lights turned back on in the basement, and I felt a little bit better with the lights back on. But the downside, I could see a little in the storage room. I saw a small clown doll in the storage room, and my grandma hates clowns with a passion and wants nothing to do with them. So why is this thing in here? Well, I have no damn idea. And then the lights turned on in the storage room. I saw red that looked like blood all over the place. I screamed and blacked out, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the couch. My grandma looking at me, asking if I was okay. I have no idea if that was real or a dream, but it sure as hell felt real. If you have any idea, please let me know. This happened just yesterday, so it's pretty fresh on my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think of it because it was just bizarre and so unbelievable. I might have just been sleep deprived. So last night, at maybe 2300, I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel in danger. Plus, it was a pretty night. I had been walking around for around 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair and a white dress caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height and looked to be around my age, too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. While I circled the block again, she was on the same street, a couple of feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb, staring at the cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late, people were still driving on it. I said hello to her, and she turned her gaze to me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I saw, I think she had no pupils or color in her eyes. She just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She didn't respond again and simply pointed at the road. I was really confused and didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the road, she stepped into the road. The car slammed into her and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaking out. He called the police, and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. And once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead, gone as in she just wasn't there. The blood on the road was gone too, but not gone from his car. After the police arrived, they concluded that it was some big hoax of a kid who didn't know what they were talking about and some guy who went along with it. The blood on the truck was brought to investigation only to be found as paint. Nothing else was put up about it. I'm still not sure if what happened was real. It felt so real, but I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was, if it was just a dream or if it was real life. I remember it like it was real. I feel like I can't leave the house right now. I don't understand anything now, and I kind of feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this?